Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend back with another fanfiction. This is the movie of What If Naruto Met Kurama as Kid. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Jinchuriki Unite Trigger Warning. Mentions of death, JRK villagers, angry/hurt Naruto, BLD Kurama looked around. He had been sealed again. He had only been out of the woman for an hour at most. And even then he was being controlled by that DMN Uchiha. At least this seal seemed to be a bit weaker. Instead of being chained to a boulder with a painful spike in his eye, he was in a cage. He growled. An 8-trigram seal. That demon 4th Hokage even split me in two. Now, who am I sealed inside of? The cry of a child rang out. Kurama looked down to see a baby. He didn't seem to be more than a month old. Looking closely, Kurama realized that it was the child of his previous Jinchuriki. A wave of sadness washed over him. He had no idea why. It may have been because he knew that he had killed this boy's parents before he even knew them, or maybe it was because he knew the child would be blamed for what he had done while under the control of that accursed Uchiha. The child opened his eyes. They were blue. A bright, welcoming blue. They were in stark contrast to Kurama's harsh red eyes. The boy looked at him. He reached out with his chubby hands, grasping at Kurama. A lovely smile spread across his face, and he started laughing. Kurama was shocked. Most kids would have started crying when they saw him. This one seemed to like him. The laugh lit a warmth in Kurama's heart. He gave a toothy grin, and the child laughed even more. Gently, not wanting to hurt the child, he stuck a hand through the cage. He may not like most humans, but he had a soft spot for little kids. He curled his finger, making sure his claw wouldn't cut him, and let the child grab his fur. The little boy touched that fur and started to cuddle with it. He didn't pull the fur off and was very gentle. Kurama chuckled. The child fell asleep and vanished. Kurama figured that he woke up in the real world. In the real world, Naruto was in the basket in front of the hundreds of people that had gathered for the memorial service for the people who lost their lives in the Nine Tails attack. After it ended, NBU members took Naruto to the Hokage's manor. For the next 3 years, a masked woman took care of Naruto. She showed him no love though. She fed him and did the bare minimum for him. Little did she know, Kurama was always watching the people around Naruto. He hated that they treated him like this. They saw him as the prisoner instead of a prison. When he turned 4, he was given his father's house. The 3rd Hokage would come by from time to time to give him money. Kurama remembered that his previous Jinchuriki asked him to take care of her son, Naruto. He didn't do that. Kurama wondered when he should show himself to Naruto. He doubted that he remembered him. He was an infant after all. One day, as Naruto was walking around town, a group of teenagers grabbed him and pulled him into an alleyway. Unable to keep his balance, he fell to the ground. Puffing out his cheeks, he glared at the teens. There were 3 of them. He didn't seem to be afraid. On the outside anyway. On the inside, he was worried. Even as a kid, he knew that the odds here were not in his favor. Before he could even finish, one of the teens punched him. You don't have that right to even talk. You killed our parents. You should have been the one to die, not them. The 3 boys started to kick at the small child. Naruto curled up and took the abuse. He had no idea what he had done. He knew, even at that age, that he hadn't killed anyone. The trio got bored and left after about 5 minutes. Naruto stayed curled up for a little while longer. He was in a lot of pain. Once he was sure that there wasn't anyone around, he ran back to his house. Locking the door the moment he got in, he ran to the bathroom. Looking in the mirror, he saw how badly hurt he was. Both of his eyes were black, he had BLD running down the side of his forehead and a bloody nose. His arms and legs were covered in bruises. Taking a deep breath, he washed his face off. What do I do? Naruto muttered under his breath. This was when Kurama realized that this was his chance. Pulling Naruto into his subconscious, he spoke up. This was a bit of a shock to Naruto. Whipping around, he faced the huge face of the fox in front of him. He could only see the face and the cross of the arms that it was leaning on. Part of him knew he should be scared, but he wasn't. He had overheard people calling him a demon fox. He clicked the 2 pieces. He smiled at the fox. Hello. Are you the fox people think I am? Kurama blinked. This wasn't the reaction he was expecting. He was still a kid, so that might be it. Nodding, he spoke up. Why didn't you fight back? Naruto shifted. I was worried that if I fought back, they would hurt me more. Kurama smiled. I see. I didn't expect a kid to be this smart. Naruto crossed his arms and puffed out his cheeks. That's mean. But that aside, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. What's your name? Kurama gave a small smile. I am the Kubiai, the nine-tailed demon fox. My name is Kurama. Naruto's eyes brightened and he gave a big smile, letting his arm fall to his side. I like that name. But where are we? I was in my house a second ago. Kurama laughed. This is your subconscious. All you humans have one. I brought you here. I wanted to help you. Naruto tilted his head. How? Kurama snorted. I'll show you. The next second, he gave Naruto a tiny bit of chakra. He didn't want to give him too much, as that would hurt him. As Naruto's body absorbed it, his bruises healed. The swelling in his eyes died down and the small gash on his head closed. Naruto clapped his hands. That was so cool. Kurama smiled. Listen, kid, don't think that I can keep doing this for you. That power I gave you was small, but your body isn't strong enough. Naruto looked at him. Is it because I'm a kid? Kurama tilted his head back and forth. That's pretty much it. Naruto walked closer to the cage. Kurama, you said that you were the nine tails. Does that mean that there are others like you? Like one with only one tail? Kurama gave a sad smile. Yes. There are 8 others like me. Naruto stood just outside of the cage. Can you tell me about them? Kurama smiled. Maybe another time. Using my power will cause you to go get tired, you should sleep. Naruto lowered his head. But it was nice to meet you, Kurama. Prologue 2 trigger warning. BLD, hurt Naruto and Iruka, an assassination plot. As the years passed, Naruto spent a lot of time with Kurama. He had taught him a lot of skills. He still couldn't fully use Kurama's chakra, but he had gotten good at tapping into it. He did make sure that he never used it around people. Both he and Kurama agreed that it would be better if the villagers didn't know that he was communicating with the beast that had attacked the village, even though he was being controlled. Naruto did struggle with the shadow clone, but because Kurama also didn't know much about it, it wasn't going well. He was still young, so that was probably the reason. One day, in an attempt to make friends with his classmates, he was wandering around the woods just outside the village. There was a shinobi from a different village that was taken down. His classmates wanted him to find that person and bring something back to prove it. I don't know about this kid. Kurama spoke in his mind. But Naruto responded. It took him an embarrassingly long time to learn that all he had to do was think, and Kurama would hear it. That person was attacked. Then there might be people from their village. You should be careful. No one knows that you're here. To be fair, I'm supposed to be in class. Iruka-sensei might come looking for me. There's a good chance that Chojikin will tell him. I'm pretty sure that he saw me talking to them. If you say so, kid. If something does happen, I'm helping. You can't stop me. Naruto gave a little chuckle. I won't try to stop you if it gets that far. But at least let me try to handle what happens on my own. I don't want to get in the habit of relying on you. Fine. If something happens, wake me up. I'm taking a nap. Naruto slipped down a ledge. But after a few hours of wandering, he hadn't found much of anything. He did find some mushrooms to eat for lunch. Iruka-sensei had been looking for him, but he was able to get away using a transformation jutsu, turning into a rock. As he was walking around, a glint caught his eye. Moving closer, he found a shuriken. A piece of bloody cloth was pinned to the tree by it. Following the other gashes and ninja tools, he found the body of a man. A kunai in his neck. Naruto took a deep breath. He knew that the ninja died, but he had never seen a dead body before. Looking around the body, trying not to get BLD on his clothes, he found a few things. There was a really cool kunai hidden in his bag. The thing that caught his eye was a scroll. Opening it, he found a lot of complicated business stuff that he didn't understand, but there was something in it that caught his eye. It was a plan to kill the Hokage. Naruto was now starting to get worried. He transformed the scroll into a bracelet, not wanting the man's comrades to know he had it. Before he could transform the kunai, he heard the sound of the ninja coming to him. Moving away from the body, he acted like a normal kid that was wandering around. He couldn't hide the kunai, but this might fool them that he knew about the scroll. When he got 50 meters away, a trio of female ninjas landed in front of him. Acting clueless, and he was still a little clueless, he looked at them. "Who are you?" He could tell that they weren't from the Leaf, as weren't wearing what their ninja wore, and they matched what the dead man was wearing. The woman in the middle scoffed. "That doesn't matter. Where did you get that kunai?" Naruto took a step back. He figured that Kurama was still sleeping, so he had to be careful. Furuka Sensei might also be around, and he knew that Kurama, when he was controlled, had killed his parents. "I found it." "So what?" Her eyes narrowed. "Give it?" Naruto took another step back. He knew that there was an animal trap behind him. All he would have to is run back, and he was sure they would follow him. He had this area memorized, and he knew where all the traps are. They wouldn't be activated by him as he didn't weigh enough. "No, I found it. Why should I give it to you?" He took one more step back. The middle woman snapped her fingers. The two on either side pulled their swords out. "I said give it." Naruto scrambled back. The three women landed right on the trap. They were lifted right up into the air. Without a second to lose, he ran and started to head to the next trap that was on the way to the village. As he ran, he heard the leader scream, "I'm going to kill you." Naruto was pretty sure she wasn't bluffing. He might have been a kid, but she had serious anger issues. As he ran, he heard the sound of people falling to the ground. One of them must have used their sword to cut themselves free. Naruto bit his lip. The next trap probably wouldn't hold them for long. He had to hurry and lose them. Before he even got to the next trap, he felt a sharp pain in his leg. Stumbling to the side, and with some bad luck, he managed to fall off a cliff. As he tumbled down, the pain in his leg got worse. When he looked down at his leg, he found that one of the women managed to get a kunai in his leg. On his tumble down the cliff, the kunai dug deeper into his leg. As he grasped his leg, he heard. Naruto looking up, he saw that Iruka was jumping down to him. He stopped his hand right before he touched his leg. "Oh God! What happened?" Before he could answer, the three women appeared on top of the cliff. Iruka glared at them. "You not from here. What are you doing here?" The middle woman scoffed. "That doesn't matter. Just leave the kid to us." Iruka put his hand in front of Naruto. This caused Naruto to scoot closer to his sensei. "That's not going to happen. I'm in charge of this child." The woman on the left laughed. "What are you? His teacher? That's lame. Difficult students are just that more rewarding." Iruka gave the response without a second of hesitation. Naruto clung to his teacher. The pain in his leg was getting worse. Iruka glanced at him. He knew he had to get Naruto out of there. He had to get that leg treated. He also wanted to know why Naruto had that kunai. And since when did he have that bracelet? Throwing down a smoke bomb, he got Naruto onto his back and raced off. Naruto held on tight and tried to stay awake. "Kid, what happened?" Kurama's voice boomed in his head. "I'll explain later, but you can't come out. Iruka Sensei is here." "I'll be okay." Kurama stayed quiet for a bit. "All right, kid. I hope you know what you're doing." "Dai," a voice rang. Iruka whipped around and blocked the women's sword with his kunai. "I will not let you kill Naruto." Iruka parried her blade away and kicked her. After the other two caught her, the one on the left attacked when she knew Iruka wouldn't be able to turn around. Naruto, realizing this, grabbed a few shurikens from Iruka's bag. When she got close, he chucked one at her. She was able to dodge, but it stopped her from attacking. "Surround them. Don't let them get away." The three went on either side of them and launched a series of shurikens and clasped their hands. The three yelled in unison, "Multi-Phantom Shuriken Jutsu." The shurikens they throw multiplied. A few cut them as they raced by. Iruka growled, "I can't dodge them." Then a kunai flew past his face. Both noticed that there was an explosive tag attached to it. Iruka quickly hid behind a tree as the explosion rang out and stopped the shurikens. Kakashi dropped down in front of them. "You two all right?" "Kakashi's-an," Iruka said, sounding quite shocked. "What are you doing here?" "Your students told me what happened, and I got worried." Naruto smiled. This meant that they would be okay. He had been fighting to stay awake for so long with his leg that he fell asleep on Irika. Right before he passed out, he heard the white-haired man, Kakashi, was it, yell. Go Irika. Kurama noticed that fell asleep, so he put a bit of his chakra into the transformation jutsu that Naruto had done on whatever it was, which he made into a bracelet. It was a nice bracelet too. Simple, only a braid of multicolored string, but nice. He woke up only a few minutes later, as the pain also made it strong to stay asleep. He was leaning against a tree. His leg was bandaged, but a bit of blood was leaking through. When he looked up, he saw that Irika was being bandaged by Kakashi. Urka-sensei. Looking up, Irika let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you're okay. He let Kakashi finish bandaging, then came over to him. How are you feeling? Naruto looked at his leg. It still hurts, but not as much as before. Kakashi walked over. Why did they attack you? Naruto touched the bracelet before he started talking. I found the guy that the leaf guards took down. When I looked around, I found the kunai that Iruka-sensei is holding. Irika looked down. He hadn't even realized that he was holding the kunai. Naruto continued. I also found this. He took off the bracelet and said, Release. In a puff of white smoke, the bracelet turned into a scroll. Kakashi took it and started to read through it. The one eye visible widened. Irika looked worried. Kakashi, is everything okay? When the third Hokage learned about this, Naruto said that he wanted nothing to do with it. As far as anyone knew, this never happened. After all the years, Naruto forgot about it. Prologue 3. Naruto was in his house. He didn't have to go to the ninja school. But it was the weekend. Naruto was on his bed. He had been talking with Kurama about the other tailed beasts. Then an idea popped into his head. Hey, Kurama. Yeah. Do you know if any of the other tailed beasts are sealed? Note: Naruto knows the names of all the tailed beasts, and not the names of the Jinchurikis yet. Kurama only knows the names of the other Jinchuriki. All of us are actually. Kurama admitted. Shikaku is in a kid your age. Gaara, from what I've heard. Matatabi is sealed in Yujito, and Isabu is in Yagura, who's the Mizukichi. Son Goku is in a guy called Rashi, Kokuo's sealed in someone called Han. Saiken's in Utakata, Gomi's in a girl younger than Yufu. Lastly, I know that Gyuki is in a guy called Killer Bee. Do you think I can get in contact with them? I want to know more about people like me. Naruto stared at the ceiling. I think so. You've been in the forest, seeing the foxes, right? Kurama asked. Yeah, what? Naruto sat up. If you can train them to use transportation jutsu, they can be used as messengers. Naruto smiled. He got to his feet. Well, let's get to work. After several weeks, Naruto was able to train his foxes in transportation jutsu. While he struggled with it, he found that it was because of his lack of chakra control, thanks to the massive amounts he had. They're ready. Naruto clipped the last amulet to Aminaraka, the fox for Killer Bee. What should I say? Why are you asking me? Kurama snorted. I don't know. Maybe just tell them you're a Jinchuriki. I guess it's worth a shot. Naruto pulled out a dozen sheets of paper and a pen. He started with Gaara. Dear Gaara, my name is Naruto Uzumaki from the Hidden Leaf. I understand that you are the Jinchuriki of the One Tails. I am also a Jinchuriki. I have the 9 tails anyway. I'm writing to you to let you know that there is someone like you. Your fox, Nora, will let you stay in contact with me if you want to. I hope that I'll hear from you. Naruto reread the letter. I think it's good. You still have 8 more to write. Quiet you. Naruto thought jokingly. He got to work. Next was the letter to Yujito. Dear Yujito, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm from the Hidden Leaf. I know that you are the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails, Matatabi. I am the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. I'm writing to you as I want to get in contact with you and the other Jinchuriki. I know that we all have suffered and been hurt for something we have no control over. I want to know more about people who are in the same situation as me. I hope that you can write me back. You can do so with this fox. His name is Kai. Naruto then Yagura. Dear Lord Yagura, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. I am a student of the Ninja Academy in the Hidden Leaf. I know that you are the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails. My tailed beast, the 9 tails, told me about you. I'm writing to all the Jinchuriki as I want to know the people who are like me. I hope that you can find the time to write me back. I understand that you are in the middle of a revolution. To do so, you can use this fox. Her name is Lula. I hope it goes well. Naruto. Next with Rashi. Dear Rashi, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I am the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, so you know I'm from the hidden leaf. On to the point of this letter. I'm getting in contact with all the Jinchuriki. As you have the 4 tails, I know that you are likely in contact with Han, who hosts the 5 tails. Anyway, I hope that I can keep in contact with you. If you want to write me back, you can use this fox. Her name is Carrie. Naruto. His letter to Han was mostly the same. Dear Han, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I am the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, so you know I'm from the hidden leaf. On to the point of this letter. I'm getting in contact with all the Jinchuriki. As you have the 5 tails, I know that you are likely in contact with Rashi, who hosts the 4 tails. Anyway, I hope that I can keep in contact with you. If you wish to do so, use this fox. His name's Ribeye. Naruto. Then he did the letter to Utakata. Dear Utakata, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I host the 9-tailed fox. I know that you have the 6 tails. I wanted to get in contact with you. I'm doing with for all the Jinchuriki. Anyway, if you ever need someone to talk to, I'm happy to listen. You can use the fox, Tara, to talk to me. I hope to hear from you. Naruto. Naruto was excited to write to Fu. Dear Fu, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I have the 9 tails. Like you, I'm a Jinchuriki. I want to get in contact with people like me. I know that you have the 7 tails. Can you tell me about yourself? I want to learn more about you. To write me back, use the fox that has been given to you with the letter. Her name is Kori. Naruto. Lastly, was his letter to Killer Bee. Dear Killer Bee, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I am the 9 tails Jinchuriki of the hidden leaf. I'm writing to you as I want to know more about the other Jinchurikis. Can you tell me about yourself? To send a letter back to me, send it with this fox. Her name's Amanaraka. I've also written to Yujito, so you can talk to her about this. I hope I can hear from you soon. Naruto put his pen down and reread all the letters. I think these are good. All right, let's get them sent. Kurama rested his chin on his arms. Naruto put the letters into the messenger bags of the respective fox. He had handmade them, using a good sum of his money, for he was going to eat a lot less. But hopefully it would be worth it. Soon, the other would be in constant contact. Not only with Naruto but with some of each other. Prologue 4, I'm going in order of tales. Gaara sat in his room, on a chair by the window. He hadn't slept in a week and he was on edge. His father, Raza, had now tried to kill him 6 times. Gaara had started to believe that Raza would use Temari and Kankuro to try and kill him. If not, he would try to do it on missions. When he heard a yip, he turned and imminently went to attack it. He assumed that it was from his father. Surprisingly, the fox dodged the sand. Gaara did it again, but the fox continued to evade his attacks. Curious, Gaara stopped. The fox trotted up and sat by the redhead's foot. It wagged its tail and yipped again. Gaara noticed the bag that fell at its side. He leaned down and flipped it open. Inside was a folded piece of paper that had a seal of the letter N on it. He pulled it out. Unfolding the paper, he found that it was a letter. Dear Gaara, my name is Naruto Uzumaki from the Hidden Leaf. I understand that you are the Jinchuriki of the 1 tails. I am also a Jinchuriki. I have the 9 tails anyway. I'm writing to you to let you know that there is someone like you. Your fox, Nora, will let you stay in contact with me if you want to. I hope that I'll hear from you. Naruto. Gaara narrowed his eyes. Of course, he was suspicious. He guessed that this was a trick from his father. And yet, something about it felt different. The style didn't sound like his father's. It was friendly. Like someone who wanted to connect. Gaara looked down at the fox, Nora, as the letter said. Why do I trust this person? I've never met him. Nora put a paw on his leg. Her tail wagged. A knock rang on Gaara's door, breaking him out of his thoughts. Nora scrambled under the bed, and Gaara quickly stuffed the letter into his bedside table. He walked over to the door. When he opened it, he found that it was one of his father's servants. The servant told Gaara that Raza wanted to talk with him. Gaara glared at the servant. Tell him I don't want to talk to him. Tell him that if I find that someone else comes to get me to talk to him, they will die. He shut the door. Nora crawled out from under the bed. Gaara took the letter back out and made up his mind. He grabbed a pen and paper. Dear Naruto, I am Gaara of the Sand. I find it odd that you contacted me. My father has been trying to kill me, to get me to have complete control of the One Tails, Shikaku. I don't trust you, but if you can give me a way to prove that you don't want to cause me harm, I will stay in contact. Gaara folded the letter and realized he had nothing to stamp it with. Nora yipped. Gaara looked down to see that she was showing him her side bag. He put his hand in and found a candle, a small box of matches, and a stamper with the letter G on it. Gaara felt a smile tugging at his mouth. He lit a match, dripped some wax onto the letter, and stamped it. He put the letter in the bag. Nora trotted to the door, yipped, and vanished in a shimmer of red chakra. Yujito was finishing up some paperwork when she heard a yip. She looked down to see a small fox with a messenger bag, and an amulet with a fox that had 2 tails around its neck. She leaned down and picked up the fox. The fox licked her nose, causing the Cloud Jonin to giggle. Well, are you cute? She put the fox on her lap. She opened the bag, saw the folded letter, opened it and started to read. Dear Yujito, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm from the Hidden Leaf. I know that you are the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails, Matatabi. I am the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. I'm writing to you as I want to get in contact with you and the other Jinchuriki. I know that we all have suffered and been hurt for something we have no control over. I want to know more about people who are in the same situation as me. I hope that you can write me back. You can do so with this fox. His name is Kai. Naruto Yujito's eyes widened as she read the letter. She had never imagined that a Jinchuriki from another village would contact her, much less the other Jinchuriki. Is he writing to Killer Bee-san? Yujito asked herself. She decided to write him back. Dear Naruto, thank you for writing to me. I've never had another Jinchuriki write to me, much less from another village. You are quite right that I have been scorned by other, but having Killer Bee around, I assume that you are also writing to him, makes it a little easier. I do like the idea of having another Jinchuriki in contact with me. So, thank you. I would like to know more about you as well. Can you give me some pointers? I hope you can write me back. Yujito, who saw that candle, matches, and stamp, sealed the letter and gave it to her fox. She set him down. Good luck, Kai. Kai trotted to the door, yipped, and vanished in a shimmer of red chakra. Yagura rubbed his forehead. He was swarmed with paperwork. The revolution was in full swing, and he wasn't the most popular. Yagura turned to see an orange fox with an amulet and messenger bag standing next to him. Yagura blinked. He opened the messenger bag and took out all its contents. Dear Lord Yagura, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. I am a student of the Ninja Academy in the Hidden Leaf. I know that you are the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails. My tailed beast, the 9 tails, told me about you. I'm writing to all the Jinchuriki as I want to know the people who are like me. I hope that you can find the time to write me back. I understand that you are in the middle of a revolution. To do so, you can use this fox. Her name is Lula. I hope it goes well. Naruto Yagura smiled as he read the letter. Another Jinchuriki was trying to get in contact with him. An act of pure kindness. Yagura quickly wrote a reply. Dear Naruto, thank you for contacting me. I must say that I was surprised. No other Jinchuriki has tried to get in contact with me. I'm quite glad that you have a way for me to keep in contact. Should you have tried to use eagles, they would have been seen and captured by the revolutionaries. I will try and keep in contact. Yagura completed the letter and gave it to Lula. He gave her a pat on the head before sending her on her way. Rashi happened to be chopping wood by his house when he heard a yip. He looked down and saw a fox looking up at him. Assuming the animal was hungry, he went inside and got a small chunk of raw meat. Walking back outside, he half expected the fox to be gone. When he noticed the fox sitting at his door, he knelt to feed it. That's when he noticed the messenger bag. As the fox ate the meat, he opened the bag to find a letter, a candle, a small box of matches, and a stamper with the letter R on it. Rashi flipped open the letter. Dear Rashi, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I am the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, so you know I'm from the hidden leaf. On to the point of this letter. I'm getting in contact with all the Jinchuriki. As you have the 4 tails, I know that you are likely in contact with Han, who hosts the 5 tails. Anyway, I hope that I can keep in contact with you. If you want to write me back, you can use this fox. Her name is Carrie. Naruto Rashi had to reread the letter a few times before he looked up at the sky. Is this real? So you got one too? Rashi turned to see Han. He too had a letter in his hand. Standing next to him was a fox that looked almost identical to the one that gave Rashi his letter. The 2 foxes ran up to each other and started to run around, clearly playing. Han walked over. What are the odds of this? Rashi held out his letter. I don't know. Do you think he let the thought trail off? Han watched as the foxes played. Honestly, it might be. They seem genuine and the facts line up. Rashi scratched his bread. So, shall we write back? Han nodded. You got a candle, matches, and a stamper, right? Rashi nodded. Let's get to work. This was Rashi's. Dear Naruto, thank you for the letter. It is a bit of a surprise to get a letter from the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. It's good to know that someone wants to know more about us. You are correct that I am the Jinchuriki of the 4 tails. I am also friends with Han, who does hold the 5 tails. I have faced discrimination, but it has waned as I've grown. I hope to hear from you again. Rashi, and this was Hans. Dear Naruto, I appreciate your letter. To receive a letter from a citizen of the Leaf, who is also a Jinchuriki, is a pleasant surprise. I am indeed the 5 tails. The 2 of us get also well enough, and we can use each other's power without much trouble. I don't know what else to say, other than that I hope to hear back from you. Han. The 2 sent off their letters, hoping to hear back from the young boy. Yudakata ran his hand through his hair. He was sick of being in the mist. The only time he found that he was happy was when he was on missions. The further, the better. He was sitting on a rock, looking out over the water. When he heard a fox yip, he turned to see what it was. He was a little surprised to see a fox with an amulet and messenger bag standing a few feet away from him, wagging its tail. Yudakata bent over and held out his hand. The fox moved closer and licked his hand. It yipped again. Opening the bag, Yudakata pulled out a letter. He blinked, confused as to who would send him a letter by a fox. Dear Yudakata, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I host the 9-tailed fox. I know that you have the 6 tails. I wanted to get in contact with you. I'm doing with for all the Jinchuriki. Anyway, if you ever need someone to talk to, I'm happy to listen. You can use the fox, Tara, to talk to me. I hope to hear from you. Naruto. Yudakata smiled as he read the letter. He pets the fox, Tara, as stated in the letter. He pulled a pad of paper and a pen from inside his kimono. He decided the moment he finished the letter that he would write back. Dear Naruto, thank you for the letter. I appreciate you getting in contact with me. Using a fox is very clever of you. I'm guessing that you got that from the 9 tails. I do someone who needs someone to talk to at times. I will surely keep in contact. Again, thank you. Yudakata. The 6 tails Jinchuriki sealed the letter. He put it in his bag of Tara. He gave her a pat on the head. Good luck, little one. Tara moved her head, and Yudakata scratched her behind her ear. She walked off, yipped, and vanished in a shimmer of red chakra. Food dangled her legs off a tree. She had finished her tree house. She needed to get away from everyone treating her like she was a monster. She tried to be upbeat, but it was getting harder. Yip yip yip. Fu looked down. At the base of the tree, she saw a fox. At first, she thought it wanted to eat her, so she didn't go down right away. Then she saw the messenger bags that rested on their sides. She jumped down, and the fox patterned around her, yipping and wagging its tail. She knelt and opened the bag. A letter? She asked herself. She pulled it out. Dear Fu, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I have the 9 tails. Like you, I'm a Jinchuriki. I want to get in contact with people like me. I know that you have the 7 tails. Can you tell me about yourself? I want to learn more about you to write me back. Use the fox that has been given to you with a letter. Her name is Kori. Naruto, a friend. Fu picked up the fox and spun around. Kori's mouth opened and let her tongue hang out. Fu hugged the fox. She adjusted the small animal and jumped through the trees. In a matter of minutes, she arrived at her treehouse, where she lived alone. She let the fox down, and Cory patterned around, talking in the room. All that was there was a bed, table, and a single chair. Fu quickly wrote a reply. Dear Naruto, thank you so much for your letter. I don't have any friends, and I'm not yet a ninja. I live alone, in a treehouse I made myself. It's small, but I like it. I never knew there were more people like me, much less having them write to me. The foxes you use are so cute, by the way. Well, I enjoy training, and I love the sushi that I can make. What do you like to do? I want to know so much about you, Fu. Fu realized. I don't have a stamper or even wax. Yip. Fu looked at Cory. The small fox leapt into her lap. Fu opened the bag again and found the candle, matches, and stamp with the letter theft on it. She smiled. Thanks, Naruto-kun. Killer Bee was sitting in his room when he heard the yip of a fox. He looked over to find a small fox looking up at him. It yipped again, wagging its tail. Killer Bee leaned down and held out his hand. The fox stepped closer and nudged its hand into his hand. As Killer Bee scratched the animal's head, he opened the bag and took out its contents. He sat up and opened the letter. Dear Killer Bee, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I am the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of the Hidden Leaf. I'm writing to you as I want to know more about the other Jinchurikis. Can you tell me about yourself? To send a letter back to me, send it with this fox. Her name's Aminaraka. I've also written to Yujito, so you can talk to her about this. I hope I can hear from you soon. Naruto. Killer Bee chuckled. What do you know? It's not from a foe. Will you ever stop rapping? Yuki asked, annoyed. Killer Bee laughed. Not a chance. Fuiful. The Cloud Ninja gets a pen and paper to write a reply. Dear Naruto, your letter made me go whoa. Hey, you've contacted me, the rapping Killer Bee, to be contacted by someone from the Leaf. Strangely, it makes me feel relief. But why get in contact? You might not get anything back. Well, I'll make sure that doesn't happen. Besides, it gives me a chance to practice my rapping. Do you have the Nine-Tails Fox? That's a lot of power to unbox. I hope to hear from you again, even if I don't know when. From the Eight-Tails Hachibi. Killer Bee folded the letter and gave it to the fox. Give the letter to Naruto, little one. Then go have some fun. Siege 0. Naruto jumped around the rooftops of the Leaf. He was bored out of his mind and was trying to entertain himself. You do remember that today is graduation day, right? Kurama yawned. Naruto stopped at the base of Hokage Rock. Yeah, but aren't you going to practice the clone jutsu? The fox asked. It's your worst one. Why not surprise them with the shadow clone jutsu? Naruto jumped up the trail that lead to the top. You do remember that one. I taught you that too. It's a forbidden jutsu, and 3. You shouldn't have any knowledge of it. Naruto made it to the top. I didn't think about that. Clearly. Naruto sat on the head of the 4th Hokage, his father. But I can't do the clone jutsu, not with my chakra control. Besides, don't they look the same? The chakra's different. Kurama spread his tail. Also, I think that one of them wants you to fail. What do you mean? Naruto asked, laying on his back. Mizuki. Kurama said. I can sense his malice. So, what do you want me to do? Fail. What? Naruto shot up. But we can find out what he wants. Kurama said nonchalantly. It's the easiest and the fastest. Fine. Naruto said. But if this goes wrong, you're paying. After Naruto failed, it's the same as canon, and I'm too lazy to write it. He sat on the swing on the tree, listening to the parents talk bad about him. Is this worth it, Kurama? Naruto didn't make eye contact with anyone. I'm sure. Kurama kept his eyes closed. Hey. Naruto looked up to see Mizuki. Let's talk. When they got to the vantage point, Mizuki started talking. You know, Irika didn't want to fail you. Naruto looked down. I know. But I wanted to graduate. Mizuki smiled at him. Let me tell you something. I really shouldn't be saying this though. So keep it a secret. Naruto looked at him with fake wonder. Yeah. Am I doing a good job, Kurama? You could make it a profession. But Naruto didn't break his face. Mizuki put one leg up. There's this thing called the Forbidden Scroll. If you can learn a jutsu from it, you can graduate. It is the Hokage Manor, 7 doors down from Lord Third's office. Bingo. Kurama sat up. That's his motive. He can't get the scroll himself. He wants you to try and get it. Even if you fail, What are the chances the elders are going to believe you over him? Naruto faked a beaming smile. Thanks Mizuki-sensei, he stood up and leaped away. I need to brush my teeth. Calling him sensei. Kurama laughed. He didn't stop laughing for a good few minutes as Naruto went back to his house. Naruto closed and locked the door. Should I do it? Kurama collected himself. Well, you have the skill to steal it. And you can say you learned the shadow clone jutsu from it. It is in there. Heck, it's the first one. Naruto smirked. Wait until night. Wait until night. Kurama confirmed. Naruto stood outside the Hokage manor. There wasn't anyone around, and Naruto had a trick up his sleeve. Because of his bright orange outfit, Naruto learned an invisibility jutsu with the help of Kurama. He did need to hold his breath though. Weaving the signs, he took a deep breath and vanished. He entered the large building. He ran up the stairs and got into the Hokage's office. The door was open, so he didn't need to worry. Naruto grabbed the keys to the room that held the forbidden scroll, which vanished when he grabbed them. Naruto ran out, keeping his steps silent. He got to the room, which was close, but not so close that Hiruzen would hear it open. Naruto glanced back and forth, saw no one, opened the door, closed it, and released his breath. He took a few deep breaths. That was a little harder than I thought. But you got in. Kurama had his head on his hands. Now get the scroll and let's get out of here. Naruto slung the scroll on his back, weaved the signs once more, took a deep breath, and vanished once again. He stepped out, dropped the keys, causing a loud sound, and ran. He raced out of the manor and continued to hold his breath as he raced to the wooded area of the village. He went to an old shack and performed the shadow clone jutsu several times to appear exhausted, while he waited for some ninjas to find him. To his surprise, it was Iruka who found him. Naruto sat panting with his back to the shack. He looked up with fake surprise. Iruka glared at him with anger. There you are. Naruto put his hand behind his head and laughed. Oh, I guess you found me. Iruka blinked. He was surprised at how calm Naruto was. Naruto smirked internally. Time to cause mischief. Hey, do you want to see what I've learned? Then I can graduate. Iruka blinked again. What are you talking about, Naruto? Naruto got to his feet. If I learn a jutsu from the scroll, I get to graduate, right? Iruka's hands were shaking. Naruto, who told you that? Mizuki-sensei. Naruto gave a bright smile, which was only half faked. He told me everything where the scroll was, that learning a jutsu means I could graduate, everything. I'm so throwing that JRK under the bridge. I wish I had popcorn. This is amazing. Kurama smirked. Iruka suddenly gasped. Watch out, he shoved Naruto to the side. Naruto wasn't expecting this. He fell as a volley of kunai was launched at Iruka. A number of them hit his sensei. Iruka-sensei, Naruto yelled. Did Mizuki find us? Up there, Kurama said. I'm surprised you found this place. Naruto and Iruka looked up to see Mizuki. He had two massive shurikens on his back. Naruto was good at acting. What's going on? Naruto. Mizuki, one hand on the tree he was standing on. Give me the scroll. Iruka was panting. He pulled a kunai out of his leg. Naruto. Whatever you do, don't give Mizuki the scroll. Mizuki chuckled. Why should he trust you? You're keeping something from him. Naruto looked between the two of them with faked shock. What is he talking about, Iruka-sensei? Don't tell him, Iruka yelled at Mizuki. That's an Shrank's secret. It's probably a fact that I'm your Jinchuriki. Naruto kept his shocked expression on. Mizuki didn't stop. He told the story of what happened on the night of his birth. He framed it in a way that Naruto was the Nine Tails. Naruto didn't move. He acted like he was in shock. Iruka had tears in his eyes. Mizuki spoke about his parents' death. Mizuki unclipped one of the shurikens on his back. If I kill you, I'll gain fame. You're dead. He chucked the shuriken. Naruto scrambled to get out of the way, but he miscalculated where the shuriken would be. It headed right at him. Naruto had to keep his act up, so he put his hand over his neck, but the blow never came. Naruto turned around and a genuine shock crossed his face. Iruka shielded Naruto with his own body. The massive shuriken had buried itself in his back. Iruka coughed out a bit of blood drops fell on Naruto's face. Iruka-sensei, Naruto muttered. But why did you do that? He wanted to protect you. Me being in you doesn't make him hate you. Kurama smiled softly. I'm sorry, Naruto. Iruka tried to hold back his tears, but some still fell. He gave Naruto his story. After he finished, Mizuki laughed. Oh really? You're the same. So, you're a demon too. Naruto. Iruka breathed out. Run. Get out of here, but Sensei Naruto started. Go, Iruka yelled. Naruto got to his feet and raced off. He still had the forbidden scroll on his back. I swear I'm going to kill Mizuki. Mind if I join? Kurama joked. You shouldn't encourage murder. Naruto scolded. He glanced up to see Iruka with his fingers crossed and a log under his arm. In a puff of smoke, he turned into Naruto, and the log turned into the forbidden scroll. He's going to trick Mizuki with a transformation jutsu. Naruto smiled at him. Nice, Iruka-sensei. Looks like Mizuki had the same idea. Look, at 8 o'clock Naruto looked up to see Mizuki enveloped in a puff of smoke, turning into Iruka. Naruto smirked. That's not going to work on the real Iruka. You want to listen to what happens? Hell yeah. Naruto performed his invisibility jutsu and followed them from the ground. Naruto, Mizuki yelled to Iruka. What Mizuki told you was a lie. Give me the scroll, I'll get it away from him. Iruka jumped up and hit Mizuki in the chin. This knocked the two to the ground. Mizuki struggled to his knees. Naruto, how did you know? He turned back into his real form. That I wasn't Iruka? Iruka chuckled. He turned back. Because I'm Iruka? Mizuki got to his feet. Why do you protect him? He killed your parents. He doesn't think. All he's going to do is kill without remorse. He's just a beast. Naruto hid behind a tree. Don't listen to him, Iruka-sensei, you're right. Naruto clamped his hand over his mouth when he heard Iruka's words. No. No, that is how beasts are. But Naruto's not a beast. Naruto smiled. Iruka-sensei. Sure, he's not the smartest, but he's motivated. He will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He's no beast. Iruka glared at Mizuki. He's Naruto Uzumaki of the village hidden in the leaves. I told you, Kurama said, smiling. He believes in you. Mizuki unclipped the second shuriken. I see you're blind to the truth. I was going to kill you after I got Naruto. But I changed my mind. You're dead. He flung the shuriken at his fellow ninja. Iruka didn't move. His leg was badly injured, and he had lost a lot of BLD. His adrenaline was fading, and the pain was getting worse. The massive wound to his back was still bleeding. Naruto didn't hesitate to save his sensei. He knocked the shuriken to the side with the scroll and punched Mizuki in the mouth. The force knocked him back. Naruto stood in front of his teacher. If you lay one hand on Iruka-sensei, he glared at Mizuki with murder. I'll kill you. Oh yeah. Mizuki got to his feet. You can't even lay a hand on me. Naruto crossed his fingers in the sign for the shadow clone jutsu. Whatever you try to do to me, I'll give it to you 1,000-fold. Yeah. Mizuki yelled. Bring it, demon fox. Naruto smirked internally. You don't know what you're in for. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. 1,000 puffs of smoke appeared. Out of each one, a Naruto appeared. Mizuki's eyes widened, and so did Iruka's. Iruka smirked. Those aren't just images, but solid clones. Now that's an advanced jutsu. Well, all the Narutos spoke. Aren't you going to attack? Mizuki stumbled and fell on his rump. He was shaking. Well, if you're not going to come at me, a few Narutos said. Then we'll come after you, different Narutos answered. Mizuki cried out as the Narutos attacked. After he finished, all the clones vanished, and Mizuki was sufficiently bloodied up. Naruto went to Iruka. The ninja had watched the entire thing. He hadn't moved from his spot. Naruto knelt next to him, with the scroll slung over his back. Are you Iruka-sensei? Iruka nodded. He tried to stand, only for him to collapse. He grunted in pain. Naruto pulled some bandages from the bag on his leg. He wrapped the wound on Iruka's leg. Once he finished, he pulled out gauze and tape. Iruka knew what he was going to do, and willingly complied. He took off his vest, turned around, and rolled up his bloody shirt. Before he applied the gauze, Naruto used the tiniest amount of chakra to pull the wound together, like stitches. He then put on the gauze and held it down with tape. Once he finished, Iruka pulled his shirt down and put on his vest. He turned and smiled at Naruto. Well done. Naruto tilted his head. Ah. Iruka smiled. Close your eyes. Naruto followed the instructions. He felt Iruka gently grab his hand and press something into it. Open your eyes, Naruto. The blonde opened his eyes and saw a headband in his hand. Absolute joy filled Naruto. He jumped into Iruka's arms. Thank you, Iruka-sensei. Jinchuriki Unite. Trigger warning. Assassination attempts, murderous intent, Mizuki, mentions of death. After Naruto saved Iruka, he was able to graduate. He did have to act a little when Mizuki told him that he was the nine-tailed fox, but it did hurt when he told him Iruka hated him. When Iruka believed in him, that was all the proof he needed that Mizuki was wrong. Now he was waiting for his new sensei. He was teamed up with Sakura Harano, who he used to have a crush on, but he now found annoying. His other teammate was Sasuke Uchiha. This was okay. He was no longer jealous of him, and at least he was quiet. Naruto, having gotten bored waiting for their sensei, placed the very dirty eraser in the door frame. He ignored Sakura's protests and soon heard their sensei coming. When the door opened, a man with gravity-defying gray hair stepped in. It was clear to Naruto that he saw the trap, but he let it fall on his head regardless. Naruto laughed. Sasuke only scoffed and Sakura apologized and laid all the blame on Naruto. The white-haired man sighed. Whatever. Now, all three of you, meet me on the roof in 5 minutes. With that, he vanished. Sakura fumed. He shows up late and we have to meet him on the roof. Naruto was already out the door, and Sasuke soon followed. Naruto was very fast from training with Kurama for years. He had secretary gotten good at sealing jutsus and he was now in contact with all the other Jinchurikis. He was able to befriend foxes and they were messengers. They could use a transportation jutsu. Some had responded more than others. Gaara, the one-tail, wasn't the most talkative, but Naruto was getting him to open up. His father had tried to kill him 6 times and Naruto helped him with the trauma. He was from the hidden sand. Yujito, the two-tails, was very polite and she was friends with Killer Bee, the 8-tails. Killer Bee liked to rap instead of speaking normally. Naruto found it funny. They were from the same village, the Hidden Cloud. Yagura, the 3-tails, and the 4th Mizukage were quite formal, but they had become good friends. He knew that he was thought to be very violent, but he was in the middle of a rebellion. He was from the Hidden Mist Rashi, the 4-tails, was nice but they didn't have much in common. Han, the 5-tails, was in the same boat as Rashi. Both of them were from the Hidden Stone. Utakata, the 6-tails, was now a missing nin and was from the Hidden Mist as well. Naruto had a harder time getting in contact with him because he was always on the run. Naruto was trying to decide if he should tell him that his Mizukage was also a Jinchuriki. Fo, the 7-tails, was a little younger than him. They had a similar sense of humor. She was from the Hidden Waterfalls. Naruto made it to the roof in 2 minutes, and he wasn't even out of breath. He found his sensei leaning against the rails. Naruto sat down across from him on the steps. The gray-haired man raised an eyebrow. You got here fast? Naruto gave him a bright smile. Is there something bad about that? The man chuckled. Before he could respond, Sakura and Sasuke came up the stairs. Sakura was slightly winded, and Sasuke seemed to be fine. Sasuke sat next to Naruto and Sakura sat next to him. The man cleared his throat. Alright, now that you're all here, let's do some introductions. My name's Kakashi Hatake. I have many interests and I will be your sensei. Sakura, you go. Naruto told Sakura. He had a pretty good idea that she would fangirl over Sasuke. Sasuke's talking now. Naruto leaned back and looked over at Sasuke as he talked. Sasuke sighed. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I don't have many interests, and my goal is to kill a certain someone. Naruto shifted. He didn't like the idea of killing someone. And from the way Sasuke was talking, Naruto guessed that it was for revenge. Naruto gave a smile before he started talking. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like ramen and foxes. My dream is to become Hokage. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. The foxes thing was a little odd and very specific. He sighed. Alright, tomorrow, I want you to meet me at Training Field 26 at 5 a.m. sharp. Also, Don't have breakfast. Later. He vanished. Sakura seemed a bit miffed, but she didn't say anything. Naruto shrugged. He jumped away. He wanted to get back to his house. He was expecting a message from Gaara. When he entered his house, he found one of the orange foxes on his bed, fast asleep. Its messenger bag flopped on either side. With a soft smile on his face, he gently removed the letter from the bag. Dear Naruto, I'm glad that you were able to graduate from the academy. I know that the Leaf does the same team setup as my village. As you know, I'm on a team with my 2 siblings. They still have no idea that I'm corresponding with you. Your foxes are very sneaky. I would like to know who your teammates are. My father has not made any more attempts to kill me. I think that because I am now friends with my tailed beast, I'm not losing control. I am still cold with everyone else, even my siblings. You are still the only one I've opened up to. I guess I can't connect with even my siblings. I have been doing a lot of missions lately. I still haven't gotten hurt. I hope to hear back from you soon. Gaara. Naruto smiled. Sitting at his table, he started to write back to Gaara. Dear Gaara, you are right that other villages do the same thing for teams. I think that most villages do that. My team captain is Kakashi Hataka. He's a bit aloof, so I don't know much about him. He was late to meet us and was going to do a training drill tomorrow. I don't know what it is, but I think it will be fun. My 2 teammates are Sakura Harano and Sasuke Uchiha. Sakura is a bit annoying. She's a fangirl of Sasuke. She has bright pink hair that is long. She's not the best fighter, but I think she would be good at medical ninjutsu. I know that you need good chakra control to do it well. I'm not saying that because she's a girl. Sasuke, the other hand, is very good at hand-to-hand combat. He's good with shurikens. He is a bit of a JRK though. I do know that his clan was killed, so I guess that it's a defense thing. When we had our first talk as a team, he said that his goal was to kill someone. I hope that we might meet in person someday. Naruto figured that he would send the message in the morning. It would be mean to the fox, whose name was Nora, if he made her do it now. He sat down on the bed and began to meditate. He would be training with Kurama, and changing his mindscape from a sewer to a grassy plain. This was not only for him but also for Kurama. He wanted him to feel less trapped. He hadn't removed that seal, as his body still wouldn't be able to handle the chakra. He hoped that tomorrow would be fun. E2 trigger warning. Explosions, kunai, shurikens, smoke bombs. Am I forgetting anything? You worrying too much, kid? Have you eaten? Kurama asked. Yes. But are you sure I should have? Kakashi-sensei said not to. Don't let him scare you. If you don't eat, you won't have any energy. You should probably bring some food for your team. I bet that they didn't eat. You got a point. Putting a few apples in his bag, he raced off to the training ground. He knew that Kakashi would come there at 5, so there was no point in coming early. When he got there, he found Sakura and Sasuke waiting. Both looked tired, and Sakura was clutching her stomach. He smiled and waved. Hey, guys, Sakura glared and tried to smack him, but he dodged. Why are you so late? You're as bad as Kakashi-sensei, Naruto shrugged. I figured that he wouldn't be here at 5, so why would I get up so early? Did you two eat? Sakura scoffed. Of course not. Kakashi-sensei said not to. A ninja always follows orders. Naruto put his hand on his hip. And a ninja needs to be ready for action. How is a ninja supposed to do that if they don't have any food? Sakura opened her mouth, then closed it. She had no rebuttal. Naruto sighed and pulled the apples out of his bag. I figured you would need it. Sakura hesitated, but Sasuke took the apple. Thanks. Seeing that Sasuke took it, Sakura grabbed the apple and took a bite. She couldn't believe how good it tasted. She wasn't eating a lot. She, as well as most of the other girls, were dieting to impress Sasuke. At around 10, Kakashi came walking up. Though, Sakura pointed a finger and screamed. You're late, he shrugged. Sorry. I got lost in the path of life. Sasuke glared. Why did you make us come here so early if you were going to come 5 hours late? Kakashi gave a smile. That doesn't matter. Did you? Sakura and Sasuke didn't say anything, but Naruto interjected. I did. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Why did you disobey my order? Naruto looked him dead in the eye. Because a ninja needs food to follow orders. Kakashi nodded. Very good. You need to look beneath the beneath. Naruto sighed. Kakashi put a timer on a stump. Behind it was 3 wooden poles. Alright. This timer is set for noon. Kakashi pulled 2 bells out of his belt pouch. What you need to do is take these bells from me by then. Sakura shifted. But sensei, there are 3 of us and only 2 bells. Kakashi nodded. Very good, Sakura. Whichever one of you doesn't get a bell will be sent back to the academy. The 3 genin stiffened. Kakashi yelled. Begin. The trio jumped away and hid in the trees. Naruto bit his lip. There's something off about this. Ninja teams are meant to stay together. Do you think that's probably the point of the test? It's to see how well you work together. Are you cool with me not using your chakra? I don't think they should know I talked to you. That's a fine kid. Thanks. Naruto heard a scream. It sound like Sasuke. Naruto clenched his fist. Looks like Kakashi-sensei got Sasuke. I've gotta find him. After running around, he found Sasuke buried up to his neck. Hey, Sasuke, Naruto said as he landed in front of him. Sasuke growled. What are you doing here, Naruto? Naruto rolled his eyes. I'm going to get you out. Besides, I know the point of the test. It's teamwork. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Idiot. The point of the test is for him to see how good we are. Naruto sighed. You do know that he is a jonin. We just graduated from the academy. We have no chance of beating him. Sasuke sighed. Fine. I guess you have a point. Just get me out. Naruto shrugged. Okay. He crossed his fingers. Shadow clone jutsu, Sasuke snorted. Idiot. Clones can't. He was cut off by Naruto and his clone pulled him out. Naruto laughed as the clone dispersed. Shadow clones are solid. Come on. Let's get Sakura. She is part of our team. Sasuke groaned. Fine. I don't like her. Naruto laughed. As they raced around, they found Sakura on the floor, unconscious. Sasuke knelt next to her and sighed. Kakashi got her with a genjutsu? He raised his hand and said, Release. Sakura woke with a start. Sasuke-kun. I thought, he got you in a genjutsu? Naruto sat on his knees next to the 2. Anyway, we need to work together if we ever want a chance at getting even one of the bells. Sasuke clenched his fist. I even touched one of them. Naruto's eyes brightened. I got an idea. What do you think of this? In the trees, Kakashi watched them. What are they doing? 5 minutes before the timer went off, Kakashi was waiting in a clearing, reading his perverted book. A series of kunai from either side was launched at him. Kakashi quickly noticed that a few of them had explosive tags. Jumping in the air, he let the tags explode. Now Naruto's voice rang out. Several shurikens were thrown at him in midair. He was easily able to dodge them and caught Sasuke just in the clearing. Sasuke pulled his arms back and the shurikens were pulled back toward him. He hadn't seen that they were attached to wires. Kakashi knew that he would need to take this a bit more seriously. Putting his book away, he dropped just enough to be out of range of the shurikens. When he looked, he saw that Naruto had made 2 clones. The clones launched Naruto into the air. Preparing to defend himself, Naruto went up into a puff of smoke and turned into Sakura. Transformation jutsu? Kakashi muttered. Sakura grabbed onto his tea and spread his arm apart. This left the bells exposed. Now Naruto raced into the clearing and had the clone launch him into the air. Grab for the bells. This was when their plan went wrong. Naruto knew that they still only had a small of getting the bells, but he was a bit optimistic as it had been going smoothly. When he got close to his sensei, Kakashi kicked him in the cheek. This knocked the wind out of him and also made him lose focus with the shadow clones. Naruto fell to the floor as the clones dispersed. Naruto, Sakura yelled. Taking her eyes off Kakashi's let him shove Sakura off, and he got her pinned to the floor. Sasuke then charged at Kakashi, thinking that because he has his hands occupied, he would be able to get the bells. Kakashi shot out his hand and backhanded Sasuke away. Before any of them could make another move, the timer for noon. Kakashi stood up and walked over to the timer. Well, it looks like you failed the test. The 3 genins struggled to get up. Naruto was the first one to speak. But we didn't. Kakashi narrowed his eye. What makes you say that? Naruto laughed. Easy. The point of the test wasn't to get the bells. It was to teamwork. Kakashi leaned against one of the poles. An old friend of mine once said, those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. I'm surprised you got that. Naruto smiled. The fact that there were only bells was a dead giveaway. Ninja teams are meant to work together. With there only being 3 bells, that meant that one of us, even if we got the bells, would need to go back to the academy. We would have to abandon a teammate. Kakashi laughed. Intuitive. Good work, Naruto. Sasuke dusted off his clothes. Now what? Kakashi pulled out his book. Tomorrow we will start on drank missions. Once we complete 30 drank missions, we'll be able to do a crank mission. Get that? Naruto nodded. Let's get to work. Sich 3 trigger warning. Alcohol, fighting, BLD, smoking. How many drank missions have you done now? Kurama sounded a little annoyed. We're doing our last drank mission today. What? Naruto put a few containers of cookies in his bag. The mission was to bake cookies for a nursing home. I just don't see the point in doing these. It's not like teamwork comes into play in a lot of these. What do they want you to do? Pass weeds to one another. Locking his door, Naruto started walking to the nursing home. I know that. I also don't get the point, but there's nothing we can do about it. I'm going back to bed. Wake me up if something interesting happens. Kurama let out a yawn. Naruto rolled his eyes. He had no clue why Kurama liked to sleep so much, but there probably wasn't much to do in his mind. After deriving the cookies, Team 7 went to the Hokage's office to request a crank mission. Iruka was with him and gave Naruto a nod. The 3rd Hokage puffed out a bit of smoke from his pipe. So, you're ready for your first crank mission. The 4 nodded in unison. The Hokage smiled and nodded to Iruka. Iruka, let the guest in. Iruka gave a quick bow and went to the door. The moment he opened it, the smell of alcohol wafted into the room. Naruto wrinkled his nose. He did not like the smell of alcohol. A man walked into the room. He was old, maybe around 50, with a wooden hat and a bottle of booze in his hand. Are these the people who will protect me? Iruka nodded. This is Team 7. He turned to them. This is Tazuna. You will be escorting him to his home in the Land of Waves. Naruto's eyes light up for a second. No one noticed, however. The reason that he was excited was that meant that he might get to meet the 4th Mizukage and the 3 Tails, Yagura. Kakashi nodded. Tazuna-san, we are pleased to be your escorts. Tazuna hiccup. You better do a good job. Kakashi nodded. Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke. Go get ready. Be at the gate in 20 minutes. Yes, sir. The 3 headed out the door and headed to their house to get ready. Naruto was very excited. He quickly got a pen and paper and wrote a letter to Yagura. Yagura didn't know what he looked like. The only one he described appearance to was Gaara. Dear Yagura, I got my first crank mission, and it's going to take me into your area. We're going to be escorting a man named Tazuna to the Land of Waves. If we are to run into each other, I think I should tell you what I look like. I wear an orange jumper and blue accents with black boots. I have bright blonde/yellow messy hair and bright blue eyes. My most distinctive feature is my whisker marks. I have 3 on each cheek. I will be traveling with Kakashi Hatake. I believe that he's pretty well known, so I don't need to describe him to you. My 2 teammates are Sakura Harano and Sasuke Uchiha. Sakura has long pink hair and green eyes and wears a red outfit. It's strong to miss her. Sasuke has shortish black hair. He wears a blue shirt with the Uchiha crest on the back and short shorts. If you describe yourself to me in your reply, I would appreciate it. Naruto. Attaching the letter to the fox, Lula, and the fox walked to the door. When it yipped, it vanished in a shimmer of red chakra. Grabbing a bag, Naruto stocked it with everything he needed for a crank mission. A change of clothes, shurikens, explosive tags, wires, food, water, a first aid kit, and a few other odds and ends. He also added his pen and papers to the bag in case his foxes showed up. Checking the weight, Naruto found that it wasn't too bad. Got there in 10 minutes. The only one who was there with him was Tazuna. He had a bag, a towel over his shoulder, and his wooden hat. 5 minutes later, Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi were there. Naruto was a little surprised that he was here. Not on time, not late, but early. Kakashi sighed. Well, since all of us are here, we might as well go. All of them nodded and hit the road. Naruto found something odd about Tazuna. He kept looking around like he was expecting an attack. Walking next to Sasuke, he muttered, "Is it just me, or does the old man seem nervous?" Sasuke bit his lip. "So you noticed it too." The two looked at each other and come to a silent agreement. Keep an eye on him. After about an hour of walking, they passed a few puddles. Naruto had been talking with Kurama. These puddles are how the twin demon bro hides hide. They're skilled chunin, be careful. Sasuke, he muttered, putting a hand on his kunai bag. Sasuke nodded and took similar action. A second later, two men in armor leaped out of the puddles and wrapped chains around Kakashi. A second later, he was cut into pieces when the two men pushed the chains back. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura yelled. Naruto and Sasuke leaped into the air. Naruto landed behind one of the men and stabbed his kunai into one of the chinks in the armor. The men roared in pain. This gave Naruto a chance to wrap his legs around the neck of the men, using the man's weight and lack of balance to slam his head into the ground. Looking to the side, he saw that Sasuke had taken care of the other one. Good job, you two. Looking up, they found, of course, Kakashi. Naruto smiled. I guess. Also, nice work with the substitution jutsu. Sakura and Tazuna looked to the spot where Kakashi had been killed. All that was there were pieces of wood. Kakashi helped them tie up the men. These are the demon brothers. They're high chunin. He turned to Tazuna. Could you please tell me why high chunin is after a bridge builder like you? Tazuna sighed. I guess there's no hiding it. He proceeded to explain that a businessman named Gato had taken over the land of waves and was after him because he was building a bridge for the people. He told them that his land was too poor to afford an rank mission. Sakura started shaking. Kakashi-sensei, we should go back to the village. We're only Genin. Naruto and Sasuke yelled at the same time. No, Kakashi sighed. Sorry, Sakura. The majority has spoken. She looked worried but sighed and nodded. After walking for several hours, the sun starts to set. Kakashi slipped his bag off. We should stop here and rest for the night. Sakura and Tazuna nodded and sat down strong. Naruto felt like he could go for several more hours. Soon, they had a campfire and had eaten their dinner, which consisted of fruit, dried meat, and some instant tea. After dinner, everyone but Naruto and Kakashi was asleep. Naruto was leaning against his backpack, staring at the star. Kakashi sat next to him. Why are you still up? Naruto smiled and smiled at him. Why are you up? Kakashi gave a quiet laugh. I'm just about to go to sleep. I was just worried about you. Good night. Naruto nodded. Good night. After about 10 minutes, Naruto heard a yip. Looking over, he saw Lula had returned. Getting the letter out, he started to read. Stage 4 trigger warning. Killing intent, fighting, swords. Dear Naruto, I must warn you of something. The man that you are escorting will be attacked. Tazuna is a bridge builder from the land of waves. That part of my territory has been taken over by a businessman named Gato. He will send people after him and they will not have mercy on you guys just because you're a kid. The first people he is likely to send after you are the twin demon brothers. If you survive them, then the men he will send after you next will cause you a lot of trouble. His name is Zabuza. He was once one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, but he deserted the village. He is very dangerous. If you get across the river, that is when he will attack you. If you survive the twin demon brothers, please contact me again. I will then come to you and if things go wrong, I will help. Please stay safe. Yagura. Naruto now found himself with a difficult choice. If he told Kakashi that this Zabuza person was coming, he would have to admit that he was in contact with the Musicage, and that would lead down a very deep rabbit hole. Or, he could keep quiet and potentially put his team in danger. But they did have Kakashi-sensei with them. And Yagura would be in the background. Pulling his pen and paper out of his bag and started to write. Dear Yagura, thank you for giving me that information on this Gato guy. We have already run into the twin demon brothers. Thank you for telling me that we will likely run into a man named Zabuza. We're almost to the river, but we're not across yet. There is something you should know about the foxes that deliver the messages. If I'm in danger, they will come to you and will constantly yip. This is to let you know something has happened to me and I need your help. The fox will go to the person that is closest to me. Naruto tying the message to Lula, he gave her a gentle embrace on the forehead and sent her on her way. It took him a bit of time to fall asleep, but he managed. When morning came, Naruto was the second one awake, the first one being Kakashi. After the others woke up, Naruto packed his bag and looked at Kakashi. Do you think that more people will come after us? He said this quietly, not wanting the others to hear. Kakashi stiffened. I'm not sure. If this Gato is serious about killing Tazuna, then there's a good chance that more people will come to try and kill him, but we will stop them. The way that he said it gave Naruto a boost of confidence. As they walked to the river, Naruto started messing with one of his kunai. This did cause Sakura to think that someone else was close. Finally, she couldn't stand it. Naruto, stop playing with that kunai, you're making me think that someone else is coming. Naruto gave an awkward chuckle. Sorry, Sakura-kun. Ironic, isn't it? Kurama said with a laugh. No kidding. When they got to the river, they found a boatman waiting for them. Hey, Tazuna. This the group protecting you? Tazuna nodded and turned to Team 7. This is a friend of mine. He will take us closer to the land of waves than most others would. The 5 of them loaded up into the boat and pushed off into the water. The river soon turned into an ocean. Naruto, having gotten bored in the half-hour of silence, asked Tazuna something that he had been curious about. Why did you go there, Leaf, in the first place, if it's this dangerous to get back home? Tazuna sighed. It was for my grandson. He wanted something from a different village. He's never been out of the land of waves. I got it for him for his 5th birthday. From his pocket, he pulled a small keychain. A green leaf. Naruto smiled. That looks nice. Sakura nodded in agreement. Kakashi and Sasuke said nothing. After about 15 more minutes, they came to a dock covered in fog. This is as far as I go. The boatman seemed nervous. Tazuna nodded. Thanks for risking it this far. They started walking and soon, they were in a forested area and the fog seemed to have cleared. Unknown to the others, both Naruto and Kurama were on edge. Kurama knew that if he were to take control then he could beat Zabuza in a snap, but he would probably seriously hurt Naruto. Naruto had spent the past 15 minutes convincing Kurama to stay out of the fight. He had no problem with him healing him, but he did not want the others to think that he was a monster. Kakashi was also a little on edge. He was running all the people that might attack them on their way to the land of waves. Sakura caught something out of the corner of her eye. The bush to the northwest. As they passed it, she looked into it. She cooed. Kakashi looked at her. What is it? Sakura pointed into the bush. There a white rabbit? Kakashi's eyes widened. Everyone get down. The second after they ducked, a blade passed over their head. A man's voice rang out. Every nice. Kakashi of the Sharingan. Sasuke took a sharp breath. Sharingan. What? When the 5 of them looked up, they saw a man standing on the hilt of the executioner's blade. He had bandages covering his mouth and throat. The only thing covering his iste was the strap that would hold his sword to his back. His pants were a light gray with thin black stripes and he wore thick, black sandals. Kakashi snarled. Zabuza. The demon of the mist. The man, Zabuza, as the rest now knew, chuckled. I suppose I was in your bingo book. I'm sorry, but I need to kill that bridge builder. Kasashi pulled out a kunai. Sorry, but we have been hired to protect this man. I can't let you kill him. Zabuza pulled this blade out of the tree. Very well then. I'll just kill you all. Let me fight him. I'll teach him to watch his words. Kurama snarled. He was itching for a fight. No, Kurama. Let Kakashi-sensei handle him. You saw how good he was during that bell test. Naruto bit his lip and pulled out a kunai of his own. He knew kunai would have to stay out of this fight if he could. He got really lucky with the demon brothers. He knew he would be no match for this man. Kurama growled, but he backed down. Zabuza made the first move. Weaving a few hand signs, he said. Hidden mist jutsu. The area was suddenly covered in a thick mist. It covered thick enough to completely limit their vision, but it did make it strong to see. Kakashi asked, Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke guard Tazuna. I'll handle Zabuza. Right, the trio said. They quickly surrounded Tazuna. Zabuza lunged at Kakashi. SWNG his sword, Kakashi blocked it with his kunai. His face hardened. Both jumped back and Kakashi chucked a few shurikens at him, which Zabuza blocked with his blade. Kakashi ran at him and launched a series of attacks. Zabuza was able to block them all. Naruto quickly got that Kakashi was testing to see what Zabuza could do. After about 5 minutes of this, Kakashi was able to lead Zabuza away from them. Zabuza got in a solid hit, cleaving Kakashi straight through the Sakura gasped, Kakashi-sensei. The two pieces of their sensei turned into a log after a puff of smoke. Zabuza took a sharp inhale. A substitute? Before he could act further, a kunai was pointed at his neck. Nice try. Zabuza. Jinchuriki unite trigger warning. Hurt Naruto and Sasuke. Zabuza, assumed wrongs, stitches, BLDIC. Zabuza sounded very calm, despite the kunai to his neck. I guess you're not a fool. Naruto noticed that his left eye was now uncovered. His eye was a bright red, with 3 black ink marks surrounding the pupil. Kurama. Is that the Sharingan? Kurama gave a snarl. Naruto gulped. Even with the revelation that his sensei had a Sharingan, it was strange how calm Zabuza was. But, Zabuza said, I am not a fool either. A second later, Zabuza dissolved into water. Kakashi lurches back. A clone. Just then, kunai with explosive tags were launched at Kakashi. He jumped back and dived into the water that was close by to escape the explosion. When he surfaced, he gasped and looked around, trying to find Zabuza. Before he could find him, he was suddenly encased in water. He could still breathe, but it was clear he was trapped. Kakashi, Sasuke yelled. Zabuza appeared out of the water. You are now in a water prison. There is no way for you to get out. Zabuza then created a clone out of the water, and the clone began to hold the prison and keep it stable. The real Zabuza stepped forward. Now I can have a little fun with your team. I wonder how good they are. Sasuke's eye twitched and charged at Zabuza. No, Sasuke, you idiot, what is that Uchiha thinking? He's no match for this guy. Sasuke threw a kunai at Zabuza, who dodged it easily. The moment he got close enough, Sasuke tried to stab him in the CST. This didn't go well. Zabuza was able to grab his arm and pinned him to the ground. He then slammed his foot into Sasuke's. Sasuke cried out in pain. Kakashi yelled out. No, you get out of here. Naruto narrowed his eyes. There was no way for them to get away. Zabuza would chase them down and kill every last one of them. Zabuza raised his blade, and it was clear he was going to stab Sasuke right in the teeth. Naruto quickly came up with a plan. Charging in, he crossed his fingers and muttered, Muti Shadow Clone Jutsu. 2 clones grabbed Zabuza's arms and pulled him back. Naruto grabbed Sasuke and handed him to 2 clones that dragged him away. This angered Zabuza. You little brat. Breaking free from the clones, he slashed Naruto across the teeth. He did jump back, but the cut was still deep. Zabuza then kicked him back and Naruto slammed into a tree. Naruto cried out in pain. His injury made his clones disappear. Kakashi was now starting to panic. Naruto was badly hurt and without medical attention, that injury could get infected fast. Zabuza lunged at him, but before the blade got within 5 feet, a new voice rang out. Water-style Aqua Mirror Jutsu, a mirrored version of Zabuza, appeared out of the mist from the direction of Naruto. It slammed the mirrored bland, forcing him to jump back, even if it was mostly in surprise. Kakashi's eyes widened. None of them could have done that jutsu. Sakura was still next to Tazuna, and Sasuke was still on the ground, trying to get up. So who was it? A tremor went through the ground. The mist cleared. Standing in front of a collapsed Naruto was a shortish man. He had pale blonde hair and bright pink eyes with a stitches-up scar under the left eye. He wore green and dark gray robe-like clothes with eltisha boots. They held a staff with a blue flower on the curved tip. There was a crack under the staff. Kakashi realized that this was the person who not only saved Naruto but also cleared the mist. Zabuza started shaking. Yuti said it with so much hate. As if that word alone was a 3-paper essay on this person. The man said nothing. He only narrowed his eyes and lunged at Zabuza. What happened next was a shock to the four others. Zabuza barely managed to block the man's staff, and then get kicked in the ribs. The man then shot a blast that moved so fast that only Kakashi's Sharingan was able to follow it. The blast hit the water clone right in the sea. It was too much damage for it, and Kakashi was now free from the water prison. He ran right to Naruto. Zabuza, knowing he couldn't fight this man, slammed his blade into the ground, creating a lot of dust. The blonde man closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, Zabuza was gone. Taking his mind off Zabuza, the man raced back to Naruto. The rest of Team 7 and Tazuna surrounded Naruto. The cut on his CST was still bleeding. They hear footsteps and looked over to see the mystery man. Only Tazuna recognized him and immediately backed away. Both Sakura and Sasuke drew kunais wanting to protect Naruto. The man stopped a few feet away from them. "I would like to heal Naruto." Sakura backed off. Sasuke was a bit more hesitant, but let the man through. The blonde man put his hand on Naruto's wound. A soft green light glowed around the man's hand. When the two other genin looked closely and saw that, slowly but steadily, Naruto's wound was closing. After about 5 minutes, the gash was gone. The only thing that was left was a blood-stained slice in his jacket. Sakura gasped. "How did you do that? And who are you?" The man stood up called medical ninjutsu. "And my name is..." Before he said his name, Tazuna fell to his knees. Sakura put her hand on his shoulder. "Tazuna-san, are you okay?" Tazuna pointed to the blonde man. "That's the fourth Mizukage." Kakashi's eyes widened. He had heard stories of this man. He cold-blooded killer. Why was he here? Why did he bother to heal Naruto? Kakashi took a deep breath. "Lord Mizukage, why are you here? Why help us hidden leaf ninja?" The Mizukage sighed. "As I was trying to say before, my name is Yagura. I am here because I wanted to meet Naruto. I didn't expect to see Zabuza here." Kakashi stood up. "Thank you for helping us. Now, I will take Naruto to our client's house. He can rest there." "No," Yagura said. His voice screamed, "Obey me. I will be taking Naruto with me. We have things we must discuss. He will be returned to you by tomorrow or the day after." The Mizukage knelt and gathered the now sleeping Naruto into his arms. Before Kakashi could protest, he then vanished. Kakashi growled. "A transportation jutsu?" Letting out a sigh, he covered his left eye and said, "We have to hope that the Mizukage will stay true to his word." H6 trigger warning. JRK guard, hurt Utakata. BLD Yagura stepped into his office after using his transportation jutsu. Naruto was sleeping like a baby in his arms. He was surprisingly light. He sat behind his desk and laid Naruto's head on his lap. He started to get to work on a few different battle plans. After about an hour of work, he heard a groan. Looking at his lap, he saw that Naruto was starting to wake up. He didn't blame him for sleeping. That cut on his sissy was deep and he hit his head. He sat on his knees and blinked at Yagura. "Ooh." Yagura smiled. "Hello, Naruto-kun. I am Yagura. It's nice to finally meet you." Naruto's eyes widened. "What happened with Zabuza? Is my team okay?" Yagura raised his hand. "Don't worry. They have made it to Tazuna's house. I did briefly battle Zabuza, but he fled." Naruto let out a deep sigh. "That's good to hear. Where am I now?" The Mizukage let out a short laugh. "You are at my office. I brought you here in case I needed to help you again." Naruto blinked. "Help me again?" He looked down at his He gave then Yagura a big smile. "Thank you." Yagura smiled. "It was the least I could do. After all, you were the one who get in contact with me." Naruto looked at the papers on Yagura's desk. "What's all this? I mean, I know you're in the middle of a revolution, but this looked like a lot." Yagura sighed. "Both of our armies are on standby. The revolutionaries are planning an attack, but I have no idea where that is. They have a plan to kill me." Naruto's eyes widened. He gripped Yagura's arm. "You're not going to die, right? I don't want to lose you." This was a bit of a surprise to Yagura. He put a hand on Naruto's hand. "I do not fear death. Of course, I would rather live. I do have a plan." Naruto looked right into his deep pink eyes. "Promise?" Yagura nodded. I promise. He looked back at his work. I do not like to kill, and I'm running low on forces. He muttered this under his breath. Of course, Naruto being right next to him, heard him. He thought this was a good time to tell Yagura about Yudakata. He took a deep breath. You know about Yudakata, right? Yagura looked at him. You mean the recently missing nin, right? Yes, what about him? Naruto laughed. I thought you know Yagurakan Yudakatakan is the six tails. The look on Yagura's face was pure gold. Shock, happiness, and frustration are all battling for Dems. For the love of, I have another Jinchuriki right under my nose and I had no idea. Naruto laughed again. Yagura gave a smile, as when Naruto laughed, it was impossible not to feel good. Get that demon fox out of here. Both Jinchuriki jumped up and rushed to the door. When they opened the door, a guard was holding one of Naruto's foxes. Terra, the fox for Yudakata. Let her go, Naruto shouted. He cared for his foxes. The guard glared at him. Yagura crossed his arms. Put the fox down. The guard dropped the fox and scampered away. Naruto dropped to his knees. His fox curled up into his lap. I'm so sorry, Terra. Yagura touched the fox and sighed. The good news is that she's not hurt. Terra licked Yagura's hand. Naruto opened the bag from Terra and read the letter aloud. Dear Naruto, I'm glad that your fox is still able to find me. I'm sending this letter to tell you that it might be a while before I will be able to write to you again. I was injured by ANBU members and Hunter Nin. It was quite silly of me to not learn medical ninjutsu when I had the chance. I will contact you again when I'm safe. Yudakata. Yagura clenched his fist so strong that blood started to drip from them. God damn it. Naruto looked up. Is there some way we can get Yudakatakan to come back? Yagura looked at the fox. Around the neck of each fox was a gold amulet with a red fox carved into it like it was asleep. Each was a little different. Each fox had the same number of tails as the one to that they sent messages. Yagura slipped the amulet off the fox. Naruto tilted his head. What are you going to do? Yagura snapped his fingers, and an ANBU member appeared behind him. Yes, Lord Mizukage. Yagura held out the amulet. Find Yudakata and bring him back to the village. Do not bring any harm to him. Give him the amulet and this message. Yudakata raced through the trees, trying to shake the Hunter Nin. His leg was injured and he hadn't eaten in 2 days, so he was slower than usual. Yagura's voice yelled. Turning his head, Yudakata saw that a group of ANBU members had arrived. One of them was clutching something. It wasn't a kunai or a shuriken. We have just received new orders from Lord Mizukage. Yudakata grits his teeth. This was bad. He had to get out of here. We are to bring Yudakata back to the village without harming him. The Hunter Nin and ANBU members stopped, and so did Yudakata. The pain in his leg was getting worse. This made little sense to him. Why did the Mizukage want him back? And not to harm him? What was that about? The ANBU member held out his hand. In his hand was an amulet. Gold with a red fox with 6 tails carved into it. Yudakata gasped. That was the amulet from Naruto's Misager fox. How did they have it? The ANBU members began to speak. I also have a message from the Mizukage. I am the 3. The 9 is with me. The 9 wishes for you. That is the message from the Mizukage. Yudakata's eyes widened. The 9 was Naruto. Was the Mizukage also a Jinchuriki? He sighed. I will come. The ANBU member nodded. Let us go then. Yudakata walked through the Mizukage's office with ANBU members on either side of him. He was still suspicious of this, but if it was true, then he would get to meet Naruto face-to-face. When he entered the office, he saw the Mizukage sitting behind his low desk. His staff was off to the side. His eyes were calm. The Mizukage smiled at him, which was a surprise to him. He nodded to the ANBU members and they vanished. Hello, Yudakata-san. It's good to see you. As I said in my message, I am Yagura, the 3 tails. Yudakata narrowed his eyes. So they weren't lying. Yagura nodded. Yudakata looked around. I thought you said that Naruto-kun was here. Yagura sighed. Naruto-kun was briefly in a fight with Zabuza, and he was injured. I was able to heal him though. Yudakata relaxed after hearing that. He is changing into new clothes as they were damaged. Yudakata nodded. I see. A door from the side opened. A servant stepped in. Lord Mizukichi, your guest is finished. Stepping in from the door, a blond boy with warm blue eyes and 3 whisker marks on each cheek. He was wearing a light green kimono with white accents. His feet were bare and he looked a little nervous. He looked like he was only 12, maybe 13. Yagura gave him a kind smile. You looked very nice, Naruto-kun. Utakata stiffened. You're Naruto-kun. Naruto looked at him and nodded. Are you Utakata-kun? Utakata nodded. It's nice to see you, Naruto-kun. But you knew of this. Why didn't you tell me? Looked down and clasped his hand. I wasn't sure how you would react. I didn't want you to hate me. Utakata gasped. Naruto-kun, there's just about nothing you could do to make me hate you. Naruto looked up, ran up to Utakata, and hugged him. Thank you. Yagura clapped his hands. Now that we're all here, let us have a feast. I'm sure that all of us are hungry. As they ate dinner, Utakata asked something he had been wondering about. Naruto-kun, why did you run into and fight Zabuza? Naruto shifted. I was on my first crank mission. It was escorting a man named Tazuna. As it turns out, a man named Gato is trying to kill him because he's building a bridge to help his village in the land of waves. Utakata tapped the table. I've heard of Gato. He's a nasty piece of work. He wanted me to work for him, but I refused. Yagura grunted. That's good to know. He nodded. Anyway, Naruto-kun, continue. Well, first we ran into the twin demon brother, but we were able to defeat them easily. When we ran into Zabuza, Kakashi-sensei was able to fight him, but Zabuza was able to trick and trap him. My teammate, Sasuke-kun, tried to fight him but was overpowered. I rushed in to save him, but Zabuza was able to hit me across the CTST. When he kicked me into a tree, I hit my head and lost consciousness. Yagura stepped in. That was when I arrived. I pushed Zabuza to retreat. I then healed Naruto-kun and brought him here. Utakata nodded. I see. I'm glad that you're okay, Naruto-kun. Yurura nodded in agreement. I'm having your clothes repaired. You and Utakata-san will stay in my hall. In the morning after breakfast, I will send you back to Tazuna-san's house. Naruto nodded and smiled. Thank you, Yagura-kun. 7 trigger warning. Uchiha clan massacre, assumed wrongs, scary and harsh Naruto. In the morning, Utakata tried to shake Naruto awake, and it was taking a lot longer than he thought it would. Naruto-kun, you need to get up, he said for the 5th time. Naruto groaned and waved at Utakata. I need more sleep. Utakata sighed. Naruto-kun, Yagura-san said that you need to get up, or your breakfast will get cold. Naruto groaned and sat up. But I'm up. Utakata gave a small smile. Good. Now come on. I believe that your clothes have been fixed. After getting his normal outfit on, Naruto and Utakata headed into the dining hall. There, Yagura was waiting for them. I see you two are awake. How did you sleep? He said as they sat down. Naruto gave a big smile. Great, thanks for fixing my jacket. Yagura smiled. It was nothing. Now, how will you tell us about your teammates? Naruto nodded. Sure. My team captain is Kakashi Hatake. He's a really good fighter and can be very nice. He does come off as a bit aloof, and he's often late, but I can live with that. He's good at tricking people. Utakata tilted his head. I've heard of Kakashi-san. He's known by many names. The copy ninja, Kakashi of the Sharingan, and the ninja of a 1000 jutsu. Huh, Naruto said. I didn't know that about Kakashi-sensei. One of my teammates is Sakura Harano. She can be a bit bossy, and she's not the best at ninjutsu. She is a bit of a fangirl for Sasuke-kun. Yagura winced. I don't like fangirls. Utakata grunted in agreement. Naruto laughed. My last teammate is Sasuke Uchiha. From what I know about him, he's the only person who survived the Uchiha clan massacre. He's skilled with shurikens and ninjutsu. He can be a bit of a JRK. Utakata sighed. It's probably a defense tactic. Naruto shrugged. I guess. After breakfast, Yagura grabbed his staff and grabbed Naruto's shoulder. You ready? Naruto looked at Utakata. What about you, Utakata-kun? Utakata smiled. I will be staying with Yagura-kun. You don't need to worry about me. Naruto smiled. But I'm ready now. Yagura nodded. This should only take a second. Tazuna-san's house. Naruto nodded. Kakashi had been waiting by the door since the early morning hours. The only time he left the house was a few hours after they got Tazuna to his house to give Sasuke and Sakura some new training. Tree climbing. Sakura had mastered it, and Sasuke was struggling a little. A knock shook Kakashi out of his thoughts. Opening the door, he found Naruto standing next to the fourth Mizukage. He didn't seem to be hurt, and his jacket had been fixed. Lord Mizukage, I see you kept your word. Kakashi kept his voice level, but he was still nervous. The Mizukage nodded. Naruto looked at him, almost like he was looking for permission. The Mizukage looked at him and whispered something into his ear. Naruto nodded and walked to Kakashi. When he got to Kakashi, the Mizukage vanished. Kakashi grabbed his shoulders. How do you know the Mizukage? Do you know what he can do to you? Naruto looked him right in the eye. His blue eyes were cold. That is personal. He wouldn't have done anything to me. This was a surprise to Kakashi. Did Naruto have some dirt on the Mizukage? Sakura came into the room, saw Naruto, and stomped up to him. Naruto looked at her. Hey Sakura, what are you? He was cut off by a smack from Sakura. You idiot, what were you thinking? Going with the evil Mizukage, he's a ruthless killer. Naruto looked at her with dead eyes. They went from a bright sky blue to the color of deep ocean water. It had no hope. It was so scary that even Kakashi took a step back. If the Mizukage is evil, why did he save us? Why did he heal me? Answer me that. Naruto said with a bitter edge, and his arms crossed. Kurama wished he had some popcorn. Hell yeah, kid, this is getting good. Sakura started shaking. Well, that's right. You do not argue. He saved us and you are ungrateful. Had he not come, we would all be dead. Naruto had said this with so much certainty that Kakashi's hands started to shake. Sakura was shaking so badly that she was having a strong time staying on her feet. What they didn't know was that a little boy was watching them. Mari, the grandson of Tazuna. To him, the blonde-haired boy was right. They had no chance of beating Gato or any of his men. They should go home. Not wanting to get involved, Inari slipped away. Naruto turned to Kakashi. Where is Sasuke-kun, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi cleared his throat. He's out training. He's working on tree walking. Naruto tilted his head. What's that? Kakashi found it scary how fast Naruto went from terrifying to a little kid that was curious about what a friend was doing. He shrugged. I'll take you to where he is. You can do the training too. Naruto gave a smile that rivaled that sun. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. Later, when Naruto got back with Sasuke, both were a bit beaten up, but they seemed happy. Greeting them from the kitchen, a woman with long black hair smiled at them. I'm Tazuna-san's daughter, Tsunami. Thank you for protecting my father up to this point. Naruto smiled. It's nothing. Tsunami sighed. Please, come and have dinner. Coming into the dining room, they found Kakashi reading his perverted book, Sakura nibbling on a piece of pork, and Tazuna drinking wine right out of the bottle. Naruto wrinkled his nose. He sighed and filled his plate with food. He started to eat. Once he finished, he leaned back. That was delicious. Thank you, Tsunami-san. She smiled. It was nothing. A little boy entered the room. He looked about 5. A blue and white striped bucket hat sat on his short black hair. He had round black eyes and wore blue overalls over a white shirt and no shoes. Who are you guys? Naruto looked at him. We're Team 7 from the Hidden Leaf. Who are you? The boy crossed his arms. I'm Inari. Why are leaf people here? Tsunami gave a worried glance at the ninja. Inari, please be nice. These are the people who protected your grandfather on his way back. Inari glared at his mother. Why should they still be here? They're going to die, Naruto scoffed. You don't know what we can do. Kakashi looked at Naruto. He had a good idea where this was going and he wasn't liking it. Inari started to cry. That doesn't matter. No one can defeat Gato. You're going to end up like my dad. You have no idea what the pain of that feels like, Naruto growled. What? He stood up and walked over to Inari. He stood over him and continued talking. Are you going to keep crying? Are you going to just wallow and do nothing? Don't bother with that. What makes you think I don't have any pain? Naruto grabbed the cuff of Inari's shirt. Sakura squeaked, but she was scared to get close. Sasuke shifted and looked uncomfortable. Kakashi closed his book and looked like he wanted to intervene. Naruto growled into his ear. You know nothing of my pain. Your pain is nothing compared to mine. Naruto let go of the crying Inari and walked to the bedroom. Sakura glared in his direction. He was too harsh. Kakashi looked at her. He wanted to ask her, then why didn't you do anything? But he kept his mouth shut. Sasuke sighed and put his plate in the sink. I'm going to bed. Night, guys. Later that night, Inari sat outside the house. Kakashi walked over to him. Mind if I sit? Inari grunted, and Kakashi sat down. After a few minutes of silence, Kakashi spoke up. I know that what Naruto said was harsh, but he has a point. Like you, Naruto grew up without a father. In fact, he didn't know either of his parents, and he was always alone. Inari looked at him. He didn't know that. Kakashi gave him a masked smile. As harsh as what he said was, I can tell you that he has told himself that 1,000 times. See 8 trigger warning. Unsure Naruto, weapons, attempted kidnapping, hurt Kakashi plus Sasuke plus Naruto. Naruto lay awake for several hours. Kurama, so you think I was too harsh on Inari? No. You had every right to say what you did. He was being selfish. Naruto rolled over. I don't know. He did suffer. And so have you, kid. He had no right to say that to you. Naruto was still unsure, but he dropped it. In the morning he woke up a little bit early. Grabbing an apple he let a note. Going for a walk to clear my head. See you later. Naruto slipping out, he walked through the forest, eating the apple. Would this count as abandoning the mission? Kurama asked. I doubt it. He said aloud as he was alone. It's not like I'm leaving forever. I mean, I was with Yagura for a bit. Fair point, kid. Naruto climbed up one of the trees, using the training to his advantage. It took him a while to get the hang of it. Hey, Kurama? Naruto asked when he got to the top. Can't ninja do the same thing with water as I'm doing on this tree? I think so. I mean, your mom did it. Naruto smiled. He liked to hear stories about his parents. After a few hours, he figured he'd head to the bridge. On his way there, he found a boar. It had been cut up pretty badly. Kid, these cuts have been made with a katana. Kurama cut in. Katana? Naruto muttered. Do you think it probably has something to do with Gato and Zabuza? Kurama agreed. Looking around, Naruto saw that there were cuts all over the trees. The cuts are heading to Tsunasun's house. I bet that Gato would stoop low enough to kidnap Tsunami and maybe even kill a kid. Naruto raced back to the house. I hope I'm not too late running through the forest. Naruto used a bit of Kurama's to increase his speed. As he ran, he created several shadow clones and had them turn into shurikens. He made sure to have them in a different bag than his real shurikens. When he got within the sight line of the house, he saw that a wall had been cut apart in a similar to the way the trees were. Slipping under the docks, he waited for the swordsman to come out. A second later, 2 men came out with Tsunami, who had her hands tied behind her back. One with an eye patch, several scars, and sparse black hair. The second man had silver hair and a light blue shirt. When they got about 15 yards away, Inari came running out of the house and charged at the men. One of the men knocked out Tsunami with a chop to the back of the neck. Naruto realized that this was his chance to get Tsunami away from the men, and he would have to use Substation's jutsu. When Inari got close enough, the 2 men slashed at him. Here, Naruto substituted a log and got Inari away. When the log was cut into 3 different pieces from the 2 slices, the men looked down. The black-haired man looked shocked. What a substation, the second man looked in between them. The woman, she's gone. Naruto felt like sass was in order. Sorry I'm late? The men looked at him and snarled. As he laid Tsunami down and held Inari on his shoulder, he said, You know, heroes are usually late. Inari looked at him. Naruto, you came? Naruto looked at him and smiled. Inari, you did great. Inari tilted his head. Naruto looked down at Tsunami. Thanks to you distracting them, I was able to use a cool jutsu to save you and your mom. Inari gasped. Naruto, how did you know those sword guys would be here? Naruto blinked. Well, in the forest, I saw a boar that had been cut up. and the trees had marked into two like someone had been practicing with a sword. They lead your house and I got worried. Inari looked impressed. That way smart. One of the swordsmen scoffed. It's one of those leaf ninjas Tazuna hired. The other laughed. So what? He's just a kid. Let's get him. Yaminari started to shake. They're coming. Naruto pulled out two of his transformed shadow clone shurikens and tossed them at the men. As he expected, they deflected them easily. Something like that isn't gonna work. Naruto turned and smiled. Idiots. As the man ran towards them, Naruto's shadow clones came up behind them. I want him. He's mine, one of the men yelled out right before he got kicked in the back of the head. After the men fell to the ground, the shadow clones puffed out of existence. Inari looked back at Naruto. Wow, Naruto nodded. Inari, I know I was a bit harsh last night. Inari smiled. It's okay, Naruto-Nayakan. It helped me. Naruto smiled. I'm glad. Now, I better go help my team. If I know Zabuza, he's going to be there. As he raced to the bridge, began talking to Kurama. If this goes bad, I'm fine with you letting loose a little, but don't do the cloak. That way Kakashi-sensei will think Fairy reacting to my anger. Kurama grinned. It's about time. Thanked Naruto when he got to the bridge. He found it covered in mist. Enhancing his senses, he sensed that Sasuke was in a jutsu made of icy mirrors. He was covered in cuts and had several spikes in him. Grabbing a shadow clone shurikens, he chucked it when a masked boy appeared out of one of the mirrors. The second it got closed, and the fact that it was chucked at such a sharp angle so the boy wouldn't see it coming, it turned back into a shadow clone and hit the boy in the C. The boy quickly recovered and stabbed the clone in the CST, causing it to vanish. Sasuke gasped. He didn't expect Naruto to come, as he left the house earlier that day. Naruto landed just outside the ice mirrors. Am I too late? Kakashi sighed. Oh. I'm glad you're here, Naruto. What about Tsunami-san and Inarikan? Naruto glanced at him. He noticed that Kakashi had a big cut on his ST and had his Sharingan uncovered. They're safe. You okay, Kakashi-sensei? He sighed. I've been better. Zabuza's voice rang out. I see that your last member has arrived, but no matter. Haku will kill him with no problem. Before Naruto could react, he felt a hand grab him and pulled him into the mirror prison. He landed next to Sasuke with a grunt. That was rude. He got up and stood back to back with Sasuke. You okay, Sasuke-kun? Sasuke sighed. I'll be fine. Nice to see you here. I got a plan to get us out of here. Naruto looked around. I'm all ears. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and muttered the plan to Naruto. I want you to distract him with your shadow clones. I can't melt the ice with my fire style, so we have to attack the boy himself. If you can get him to come out of the mirrors, then I can get him. Naruto grinned. Sounds good. You ready? Sasuke nodded. Let's go. Jinchuriki unite. Trigger warning. Weapons. Hurt Sasuke plus Naruto, angry Naruto plus Kurama. BLD. Naruto took a deep breath and crossed his fingers. Muti Shadow Clone Jutsu. In a puff of smoke, several clones appeared and rushed outward. Haku launched out of the mirrors and attacked the clones. Weaving the signs quickly, Sasuke took a deep breath. Fire-style Fireball Jutsu. Haku was able to dodge the jutsu with ease and dipped back into the mirrors. Naruto asked, Do we want to try again? Sasuke's eyes narrowed. I don't see another way. Naruto sighed. I guess. I'll try more clones. Sasuke blinked. You made over 20. I doubt that even Kakashi can make more than 30. Naruto grinned. Oh, Sasuke. You know so little about me. He crossed his fingers once again. Muti Shadow Clone Jutsu. More than 50 clones appeared and raced around. You can't win. Haku said. The moment that he dipped out of the mirror, Sasuke weaved the signs again. Fire style. Fireball Jutsu. This time, the fire was able to burn the heel of Haku's pants. Naruto looked at Sasuke. He could see that he was going to run out of chakra soon. Not only did he use most of the chakra training yesterday, and chakra needed quite a bit of time to fully recharge. Doing the Fireball Jutsu over and over again was going to drain his chakra even more. Sasuke started panting. I'm going to run out of chakra. We need to end this fast. Naruto nodded. I've got to agree. Haku moved through the mirrors and appeared in all of them. He launched spikes at them from all directions. Naruto created clones to surround them and protect them. Sasuke sighed. That was too close. Naruto nodded. Yeah. Naruto was now starting to run out of chakra, but he was now hesitant to use Kurama's chakra. Sasuke whipped his hands on his shorts. I think I can only do a few more fireballs. You got an idea on how I can make it hit? Naruto bit his lip. Weave the signs as I make the shadow clones. Sasuke breathed out. It might work. I'll start now. Naruto made more clones and had them wait a few more seconds before going in. Haku moved out of the mirror just as Sasuke released his fireball jutsu. This time, however, Haku went for the real Naruto. Sasuke noticed this and dived in to block the blow. The cluster of spikes hit Sasuke in the stomach. It didn't go deep enough to hit the stomach organ itself, but it did cause a lot of pain. Haku jumped back and dipped back into the mirror. Sasuke collapsed and Naruto caught him. Sasuke-kun, why did you do that? Sasuke gave a weak smile. My body moved on its own. Naruto looked at the BLD as it soaked into Sasuke's clothes. Sasuke gave him a short, strained laugh. What? Don't tell me you're scared of BLD, Sasuke's eyes closed, and Naruto gently sat him down. Naruto's eye twitched. Kurama. Chakra. No. Kurama nodded. He could feel Naruto's rage and didn't want Naruto mad at him. Blazing red chakra filled the air. The killing intent was clear. Naruto roared and sent a blast of chakra that cracked the ice mirrors. When he looked at Haku, the boy saw his eyes. They were now red. An angry, hate-filled red. His pupil was now a slit, and there was murder in them. Naruto lunged at him, and Haku barely had time to establish mirrors. Realizing he had to move fast and kill the boy, he appeared in every and chucked his spikes at him. Naruto let them hit him, then roared and blasted them out of his body. His wounds healed within a second and his body continued to change. His whisker became more extreme, his teeth started to become fangs, and his nails turned into claws. This shocked Haku and let Naruto smash the mirror he was in. Dropping out of the mirror shards, he tried to hit Naruto. This didn't work as Naruto was easily able to dodge and flipped around several times in midair. Haku tried to get back into a mirror, only for Naruto to grab his arm and start to release a massive amount of chakra, knowing that it couldn't be contained. Haku tried to hold the chakra down and managed to do so for a few seconds, but he stood no chance against the Nine Tails' power. Naruto wasn't even using 1% of Kurama's chakra. Naruto roared again and sent shock waves of chakra out. He clenched his fist and punched Haku. The punch hit him right in the face and blasted him out of the mirror prison. Cracks appeared in his mask. The mirrors shattered and fell to the ground. Naruto lunged forward and grabbed Haku by the neck. He sent a blast of chakra out and the mist, which had thickened while he was in the mirror prison, vanished. Zabuza was now exposed. He stood in the middle of the bridge. He turned to see Haku being held up by the neck by the blonde boy that he had managed to hurt in the forest in his first attempt to kill the bridge builder. His eyes widened and his hands started to shake. He whispered. Haku's mask fell to the ground as he tried to turn to Zabuza. Zizabuzasama, leave me here. Both Naruto looked at Zabuza and both his and Kakashi flinched. Getting a look into Naruto's bright, but cold red eyes would give everyone the chills. I suggest that you give up Zabuza, Naruto said with no emotion. He was trying his best to keep Kurama's voice out of his own. If you value Haku's life at all. He squeezed Haku's neck a bit harder, causing him to choke. Zabuza was torn. He never wanted to lose Haku, but he also wanted to kill the old man. A new voice rang out. The demon of the mist. More like a child who's scared of the dark. All heads turned to the voice. A short man in a business suit with light blonde hair and dark glasses covering his eyes. Zabuza snarled. Gato, Naruto turned to look at him. He dropped Haku, who fell to the ground, clutching his throat as he gasped for air. Naruto created a shadow clone and said the clone held a kunai to his neck. He stepped forward and looked at the man, his eyes still red and his face and body a little animal-like. So this is that's great, Gato. Kakashi looked at Naruto. He still seemed to be in control of his mind and body. He could see behind him, Sasuke laying on the ground, who seemed to be hurt. He looked back to Gato, who sneered at Naruto. "Who are you?" "A little runt who thinks he's big." Naruto's eyes developed a dark lining around his eyes, like a fox, and his teeth got bigger. Zabuza clenched the handle of his sword. He wanted to kill this man. Before he could do anything, he felt a new presence. Looking up, he saw a man in a blue kimono with a flute in a bubble. He recognized him as Utakata. Kakashi followed Zabuza's gaze and saw Utakata as well. Kakashi recognized him as well. Gato looked at Utakata. "Utakata, have you reconsidered my offer to join? I would still love to have you." Kakashi tightened his grip on his kunai. If Utakata was here to join Gato, then they stood no chance against him. Utakata laughed, which shocked all of them but Naruto. "That's funny, Gato. I'm not here to join you. I am here on behalf of the Mizukichi. Sich 10 trigger warning. Death, hurt Naruto, hurt Sasuke, BLD, Kaki gang members." Kakashi's eyes widened. A person who was here because of the Mizukichi. He thought that Utakata was a missing nin. Utakata landed gracefully next to Zabuza. "Mizuka-jesama has a provision for you." Zabuza blinked. "And that is?" Utakata gave him a small smile. "To come back." These words shocked everyone on the bridge, even Naruto. He could only guess that Yagura was trying to get more people on his side. Zabuza was stunned. "Why would he want me?" Before Utakata could respond, Gato laughed. "Haha, as if Zabuza could never live without me." Naruto saw Haku's fist clench. He could tell that Haku wanted to kill Gato. He guessed that Gato had hurt both of them and kept his men in line through fear. His clone glanced at the real Naruto, who nodded. The clone leaned down and whispered in Haku's ear. "I know you want to kill Gato. If I were to let you go, would you kill him?" Haku gave a slight nod. "I want to kill him with every bone in my body." The clone smiled. "If you can rush him, I'll remove my kunai." Haku narrowed his eyes. "I doubt that I could get away from his men." Naruto smiled and spoke through his clone. "We've got you covered." Haku assumed that he meant the clone a real him, but Naruto meant something different. He had Kurama do something whenever he was near another Jinchuriki. He would create a mental link to all other Jinchurikis. "Utakata-kun, can you hear me?" Naruto thought. Utakata gave no visible sign that he heard Naruto, but Naruto heard Utakata's voice in his head. "Yes, but I have no idea how." "I'll explain later." Naruto thought. "But I need you to listen. The boy that I have a kunai to the neck is named Haku. When I remove the kunai, he's going to rush in and kill Gato. After he kills him, I want you to get him out of there. I need to make it seem like I have no idea he was going to do that. I also have to release Kurama's power soon, or it was starting to damage my body." Utakata tightened his grip on his flute. He continued to start down Gato. "I assume Kurama is the QB. I understand the plan." Naruto's clone leaned once more to talk to Haku. "When I dip my kunai a bit, you are to attack me. I will need to release this mode soon. Are you ready?" Haku gave a slight nod. Gato sneered. "Now, Utakata. I will give you one more chance to join me. If you don't, everyone on this bridge will die." Naruto saw this as his opening. As his eyes turned back to blue and his body returned to normal, his clone dipped the kunai and Haku made his move. Stabbing the clone in the tsitsi with a spike, he raced to Naruto and hit him in the chin with an uppercut, and grabbed one of his kunai. Now, while Naruto had been expecting this, it still caught him off guard. He fell back and hit his head, causing his vision to blur. Naruto, Kakashi yelled and ran to him. He wasn't sure if Haku would attack doing this, but he did care. He had to get to Naruto to make sure he was okay. To his surprise, Haku ran right past him. More than that, he ran past Tazuna and Sakura. He even charged past Zabuza and Utakata. Haku charged at Gato. He moved too fast for Gato to react. Haku grabbed onto him and slit his throat, but he put too much force into the hit. This, combined with Gato's short stature and lack of balance, two of them to fall off the side of the bridge. Haku, Zabuza yelled. He wanted to fling himself off the bridge to save Haku, but when he saw Utakata blow a bubble, he realized that Utakata had a plan. The bubble raced over the side of the bridge and enveloped Haku. This was a surprise to the boy, and he tried to pop it, but the kunai in his hands did nothing. He found he could still breathe, and he was no longer falling. As he watched Gato fall into the water, he was lifted back onto the bridge. The bubble popped when he was next to Utakata. Haku looked over at Naruto. The boy was sitting next to the kneeling Kakashi. He smiled. Father Zabuza and Utakata noticed this. And Utakata said, "He is a wonder. He was the one who made me come back home." Zabuza looked at him. "Really? Anyway, you said that the Mizukage wanted me to come back." Utakata nodded. "As you know, we are in the middle of a revolution, and we need all the manpower we can get." Haku turned to him. "Does Naruto-kan approve of the Mizukage?" Zabuza gaped under his bandages. Haku never, and I mean never, called anyone Chan. Utakata nodded. "He's a friend of the Mizukage. They are quite close." Zabuza sighed. "I see no reason not to." The gang members sent their hate to Haku. "You killed our meal ticket." Naruto glanced at the gang members. Kakashi put a hand on his shoulder. He didn't want Naruto to go running in. He was hurt and dazed from the hit on the head. "You will pay for this," a different gang member yelled. "We'll just raid the village." A crossbow arrow hit the ground right in front of the gang members. Team 7 and the 3 missed shinobi turned to see who shot the arrow, and Naruto smiled. Standing at the other end of the bridge was the town citizens who were armed with the makeshift weapon. Kitchen knives, pitchforks, frying pans, and an odd assortment of food. Standing in the form was Inari, a toy crossbow in his hands. "You're not getting anywhere near our village," the gang members snarled. They had only a small chance of winning with all the people. Naruto, seeing this, chuckled. "You think you have a chance? How about against a few more?" Crossing his figures, he whispered, "Muti Shadow Clone Jutsu." Suddenly, around 100 Narutos appeared. Kakashi saw that this was mostly a bluff. Naruto was dazed and wasn't going to be able to keep the clones here for much longer. Kakashi crossed his fingers and did the same. Around 20 Kakashi clones appeared. All the Kakashis spoke at once. "So, are you ready?" The gang members screamed. "No," and all of them turned and ran. Inari laughed and ran to Naruto. "Naruto-kan, did you see what I did? Wasn't that cool?" Naruto nodded. "Yes, Inari." "Yes, it was." Sakura came up to Kakashi and Naruto. "Naruto, what happened to Sasuke?" Naruto's eyes widened and he struggled to his feet. "Naruto," Kakashi said with worry clear in his voice. "He jumped in front of an attack to protect me." Naruto ran to where the mirror prison was. The rest of Team 7 followed. Sasuke lay on the ground, and his shirt was covered in blood. Kakashi lifted his up and checked for a pulse, sighing in relief when he found one. He grabbed bandages out of his bag and started bandaging the wound on Sasuke's stomach. "He'll need rest. But he's going to be okay." Naruto sighed. "That's good to know." Kakashi turned to the 3 mist ninjas. "What are you going to do?" Zabuza shrugged. "Haku and I are going to see what the Mizukage wants." Utakata put his flute to his mouth. "I'll be taking them there. It was a pleasure to meet you, Kakashi Hataka." Kakashi narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean by that?" Utakata gave a small smile. "You will know soon." Utakata met the eyes of Naruto. "Will we be able to talk like this all the time?" Naruto looked at him. "No. We need to be in fair proximity." Utakata took a deep breath. "You need to tell Kakashi that you're talking to Kurama." "I will." Naruto thought. "I will." "Do you have to go?" Inari asked as he held onto Naruto's jacket. Naruto gently pulled Inari's hand off him. "I'm sorry, Inari, but yes. I will be back though. Someday." Inari looked at him with puppy eyes. "Promise?" Naruto nodded and held out his pinky. "Promise?" As they left, after a few days of recovery, of course, Tazuna looked at his completed bridge. "What should we call the bridge?" Irani smiled. "The Great Naruto Bridge." Tsunami laughed. "Of course. It's the perfect name." Siege 11 trigger warning. Mentions of bullying, secrets, sad Naruto. Once they got back to their villages, Kakashi went to the Hokage's office to report what happened. Sakura and Sasuke went back to their homes to unpack. Naruto did the same, but he was thinking about what he had promised Utakata. "Do you think that I should tell Kakashi? What if he hates me, or what if he tells the Hokage? I'm fine with it, but I will need you to hold back my chakra. Should you let him enter your mindscape, he will feel the full power of my chakra if you don't hold it back." Naruto sighed. I should probably wait a few days then. I want to give him some time to recover if he needs it. I can bring people into my mindscape easily. Once he entered his room, he found Gaara's fox, Nora, asleep on his bed. The letter was already on his table. Opening it, he read the letter. Dear Naruto, I will be in Konoha for the chunin exam. I would like to know if you will be in it. I know that it is slim, as you only just graduated, but I do think that you're skilled enough to do so. I also know that another village will be there as well. The sound. It's a new village and I heard that they have some interesting jutsu. You should also try to get in contact with your godfather, Jiraiya, the Toad Sannin. Should you make it to the finals, you will have a month to train. I think that training with the Toad Sannin will do good for you. I will warn you, he is a pervert. He is the one who writes the perverted books your sensei likes so much. Hope to see you there, Gaara. Naruto. He was excited to see Gaara for the first time. He quickly wrote a response. Dear Gaara, I'm so glad that you're going to be in Konoha. I might be in the chunin exams. I just got back from the Land of Waves on a crank mission. I got to meet up with Yagura, who's the Three Tails. I can't wait to see you, Naruto. He continued to unpack when a knock was heard on his door. He quickly shook Nora awake. The fox, able to understand what Naruto wanted without him taking it, hid under his bed. Naruto hid the letters in his desk and went to answer the door. He was surprised to find Kakashi standing at the entrance. Naruto blinked. Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing here? Kakashi's eyes had little emotion. I went to talk to you about something. Naruto nodded. Sure, come in. Sorry about the mess, he said as he let Kakashi in. It wasn't as bad as it was when he was a kid, but he still had a few clothes on the floor and some ramen cups in the trash, along with a few other things. Naruto sat on his bed, and Kakashi sat next to him. What did you want to ask about? Kakashi leaned back. I want to know what you know the Mizukage. I also want to know why you defined him so much from Sakura, aside from the fact that he saved us. Do you think I should do it now? Naruto asked Kurama. Kurama sighed. I'm fine with it. Naruto shifted. I don't know if I can explain it alone, but with some help, I can. Kakashi raised his eyebrow. Some help. I can see that it might be complicated. Should we go? Naruto gave a weak smile. We don't need to go anywhere. The one who can help me is already here. Kakashi narrowed his eye but didn't say anything. Naruto held out his hands. But I need you to trust me. Kakashi was hesitant, but he had no reason not to trust Naruto. He did already know he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and he had no beef with him. He sighed and put his hands on Naruto's. Already, Naruto. What are you going to do? Naruto didn't say anything, but his eyes had a lot of sadness and worry in them. A warm chakra flowed through Kakashi's body. The room around him melted into a grassy landscape. The sky was a cloudless blue with a bright sun. It was warm, but not hot. When he looked at the sun, he felt no pain in his eye. Naruto, he said. Where are we? He looked at Naruto and almost fell over. He was now wearing a black and orange yukata. His shoes were now black sandals with a smile heel. There was a hanging crown on his head. He looked down at his clothes and was relieved that wasn't changed. Naruto's hand grabbed Kakashi's hand and pulled him through the landscape. As they walked, Naruto talked. We're in my mind. I'm able to let people into my mind. They have no control, so it's not like the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer jutsu. Kakashi looked around. He found that Naruto's mind was appealing. Dotted around the grassy fields were thick oak trees that provide shade. There were large rocks for sitting under the trees, and foxes roamed around. They were orange with a bit of white fur, or they were pure white. All of them had different numbers of tails. While most only had one tail, Kakashi saw some with 3, 6, 2, 5, 7, 4, and even a few with 8. He didn't see any with 9 tails though. After they walked for a little bit, Naruto stopped. Kakashi had been so distracted by the landscape that he hasn't noticed the cage. The cage did simmer in and out of existence. Kurama, Naruto called. The 9-tailed fox appeared from the darkness of the gate. The fox was so big that he could only see his snout and only some of his face. He couldn't even see the ends of the fox's ears. The fox's mouth opened and he started to speak. I see that you have come, Kakashi. Kakashi's knees felt weak. He had never prepared himself for seeing the fox, and he never would have thought it would have been so big. Naruto squeezed his sensei's hand. Kakashi-sensei, this is Kurama, the nine-tailed fox. Kakashi blinked at the fox, lost for words. Kurama laughed. The voice boomed in Kakashi's ears. I thought you were strong, Kakashi. This snapped Kakashi out of his thoughts. So, you're the Nine Tails. I didn't know you had a name. Kurama rolled his massive eyes. What? Did you think that I was called Nine Tails forever? Naruto let go of Kakashi's hand and patted Kurama on his nose. Be nice, Kurama. Kakashi stuck his hands in his pocket. I didn't know you were in contact with the Nine, Kurama. Naruto shrugged. I've known for most of my life. Kakashi took a sharp breath. What? Naruto gave a childlike glare at Kakashi. Let me finish. Anyway, Kurama said that, even when I was a newborn, I wasn't afraid of him. I don't remember that though. The first time that I met Kurama that I can remember was when I was 4. I had been beaten up by a group of teenagers whose parents had been killed by Kurama's rampage. Kakashi noted the way Naruto said rampage. Like Kurama wasn't in control. Naruto smiled at him. Kurama kept me company when I was a kid. I couldn't use his chakra as my body was too weak. I got stronger though. Most of the time, I try not to rely on Kurama's power. I feel like it would be cheating. Kakashi walked up to Kurama. He didn't touch him. I get how you used Kurama's chakra on the bridge, but that doesn't answer my question on how you know the Mizukage. Naruto looked at him. Because Yagura is also a Jinchuriki? Kakashi stared at him. What wait? Naruto continued to pet Kurama's nose. I'm in contact with all the Jinchurikis. I'll show you when we leave, but anyway, I told Yagura that I was headed to the land of waves, and he told me about Gato. I got his message when we camped out on the road. He told me about Zabuza. Kakashi took one more step toward Kurama. So you knew. Why didn't you tell me? Naruto looked at him. Would you have believed me? And even then, that would have led down this very rabbit hole. I spent a good few hours trying to decide whether to tell you or not. Kakashi sighed. I get your reasoning. Do you mind telling me who the other Jinchurikis are? Naruto shook his head. I can't tell you all of them as that might cause trouble, but I will tell you that Utakata is the 6 tails. Kakashi sighed again. So I saw 2 Jinchuriki in a week? Naruto laughed. He noticed that Kakashi was considering petting Kurama. You can pet Kurama, you know. Kakashi looked at him, then gently touched Kurama's fur. It was a lot softer than he thought. I see. I get it now. Can you now tell me how you got in contact with the other Jinchuriki? Naruto nodded. Before I do, I need you to promise me something. Kakashi nodded. What is it? Naruto met Kakashi's eyes. Don't tell Hokage-sama. I don't want him to know yet. I need to tell him in my own time. Kakashi sighed. I won't. I get why you want that. Will you tell your other teammates about this? Naruto put his hands out. I will. Kakashi took Naruto's hands, and, in an instant, he found himself back on Naruto's bed. When he looked at the clock, he found that only a few seconds had passed. I see that time moves slower in the mind. Naruto shrugged. It's more like a fluid. When I take someone into my mindscape, no matter how long we're in there, only a few seconds will pass. However, when I'm asleep, time moves faster. Kakashi nodded. Now show me how you got in contact with the other Jinchurikis. Naruto smiled and snapped his fingers. A small orange fox crawled out from under the bed. These foxes can use space-time ninjutsu. Can travel hundreds of miles in only a few seconds. They can't do it continuously as they only have a small amount of chakra. They are still only animals. Kakashi nodded and stood up. Thank you for answering my questions. This conversation will stay between us. Naruto nodded. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. I owe you one. Kakashi smiled. You don't owe me anything. Jinchuriki Unite trigger warning, mentions of BLD. Do you think that Kakashi-sensei will let us take the chunin exams? Sakura asked as they ate in Ikaraku's Ramon. Sasuke shrugged. Based on the fact that we were able to hold our own against those two, there's a good chance. Kakashi had told them not to let the other genin know what happened in the Land of Waves. Naruto nodded. He wasn't talking as he currently had a mouthful of noodles. He had also gotten stronger. It had been a few weeks after they got back from the Land of Waves, and he had been practicing a new style of jutsu. Barrier jutsu. With the help of Kurama, he found a special barrier jutsu that would let him fight while the barrier was still up. It acted almost like a shield. It could only be broken a few ways. One was being disabled by the caster when the caster ran out of chakra, when the caster fell unconscious, or if the barrier took enough damage, though this was strong to do. Swallowing his noodles, he said, "I hope so. I want to show off what we can do." Sakura nodded. After they got back from the Land of Waves, she had been training a lot harder and had stopped dieting. She found she needed the energy to keep training. She also wanted to learn medical ninjutsu. She knew with her small chakra levels, she had great chakra control. Sasuke twirled his chopsticks. If we are to enter the chunin exams, we need to come up with strategies for all situations. Naruto snorted. All might be an exaggeration, but for many. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Whatever. After they paid for their food, they walked to where they were going to meet Kakashi. "Yo," Kakashi spoke up from the arch above them. He was a few minutes late, but they had gotten used to it. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto called and waved up to him. Kakashi dropped down and held one of his hands behind his back. "I have something for the three of you." Sakura tilted her head. She had a good idea what it was. "What is it?" Kakashi smiled, holding out his hand. The three genin looked at them. They were recommendation letters for the chunin exam. Naruto hugged Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, you rock." Kakashi pulled him off his "Hey, don't slobber on my vest." Naruto swayed back and forth on his heels. Sasuke only grunted, and Sakura thanked Kakashi. Kakashi looked at them. "You all don't have to enter, but I do encourage it." Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura looked at each other and nodded. Sasuke looked at Kakashi. "We know that all of us must enter for any of us to take the exam. Don't worry though. All of us want to take the exam." Kakashi smiled. He was glad that his students were smart enough to know that. "Anyway, I have to go. See you later." Naruto sighed. "I'm going to go home. See you later." Sakura looked confused. "Why?" Naruto smiled at her. "Secret. Later." He jumped away. Sakura sighed and said goodbye to Sasuke as she was going off to train. Sasuke wandered off and later decided to train as well. The reason that Naruto was going home was because he was trying to track down his godfather Jiraiya. He couldn't just send him a letter with his foxes, but he was able to use his foxes to track down Jiraiya. When he got him, he saw 4 of his tracker foxes waiting for him. He also saw that Yagura's fox was also waiting for him. "Dear Naruto, I am happy to tell you that both Haku and Zabuza have rejoined the Hidden Mist. Utakata also rejoined, but I'm sure that you expected that. Things have been going well in the revolution, and I no longer feel like I'm in danger. I have requested to watch the chunin exams in Konoha. I want to make better relationships with the other hidden villages. Let me know if you will be in the exam. I hope that I get to see what you can do. Utakata told me what happened on the bridge, and I'm very curious. See you soon if they let me come. If I do get to go, you will be the first one to know." Yagura Naruto smiled and pulled out his pen and paper. He had sent the letter to Gaara after he hid it from Kakashi. He did tell him that Kakashi knew he was in contact with the other Jinchurikis, but he didn't know who they were. He also told him about the mental link he would do when they met. "Dear Yagura, I'm happy to let you know I will be participating in the chunin exams. The One-Tail, Gaara of the Sand, will also be there. I'm sure that no one knows you're a Jinchuriki. If you do come, I'm guessing that you will be taking Utakata as one of your guards. That will make it so there will be 4 Jinchuriki in one village. We need to be careful that people don't find out about this. If they find that there are that many Jinchuriki in the same place, it could cause a lot of trouble. If we are to meet, it would need to be in secret. If you do come, then I have a place we can meet. The famous Hashirama statue is actually hollow. Kurama told me about this. It was used for war meetings. It has a BLD seal on it, so it can only be accessed by people my father trusted, as he was the one who made the seal. I'll be able to open it as I am his son. I hope that you're there with Utakata and Naruto." After strapping the letter to the fox, he laid down on his bed and let his foxes give their reports on Jiraiya. Most of them hadn't found anything, but one of them was able to pick up on his scent, but wasn't able to follow it as it went into a public place. I don't think there might be a place Jiraiya might be. Kurama's voice called out. And that is? Naruto asked aloud. There's a hot spring that's a bathhouse. He might be there doing research for his books. Naruto nodded. That might be a good idea. Thank you, Kurama. After finishing the preparation for the chunin exam, he headed for the hot spring, hoping to find his godfather. Sich 13 trigger warning. Small amount of BLD. Naruto kept looking down at his outfit as he walked to the hot springs. He had left his jacket at home, as it was pretty hot today. He also left his headband at home. Pervert, a lot of women's voices rang out. Naruto looked up to see a man with long white hair and a scroll on his back being chased by a mob of women in bathing suits. I'm going out on a limb, but I think that's him. Kurama laughed. That's probably Jiraiya. I told you he was a pervert. Naruto smiled and followed the mob of women chasing his godfather. He stayed back, not wanting to get involved. After the mob of women left, Naruto found the toad Sannin sitting next to a lake. He was covered in bruises and had several lumps on his head. He even had a bloody nose. Naruto walked up to him. Are you Jiraiya? The toad Sannin looked up at the blonde boy standing next to him. He nodded, and the boy gave him a big smile. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I found out that you're my godfather. Jiraiya's eye widened. You're Naruto? He nodded. I know that you were supposed to raise me, but I don't blame you for not doing it. Jiraiya looked at the water. He didn't know what to say. He had been planning to train Naruto during the month between the finals if he made it that far. There is something that I want to ask you about, Naruto said with his hands behind his back. Jiraiya looked at him. He had expected that Naruto would be mad at him. Never expected Naruto to be so calm and not be mad at him for not raising him. And that is, he took a deep breath. I was hoping that you could train me. Maybe during the chunin exams. Jiraiya smiled. He looked calm, but on the inside, he had been panicking. I was planning on doing so if you made it to the finals. Naruto smiled. Thanks, pervy sage. He then walked away. Pervy sage? Jiraiya muttered. He wanted to know if Naruto knew he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kurama was still laughing at the nickname Naruto gave to the Sannin. That was amazing to watch, kid. When he got back home, he found Fu's fox, Kori, Yagura's fox, Lula, and Killer Bee's fox, Amanaraka. Killer Bee and Yujito often used the same fox, as they lived in the same village. Dear Naruto, I have the best news. I'm going to be in Konoha. Your Hokage suggested that all the Kage come to the chunin exam as a sign of peace. My teammates are really excited to see Konoha. They want to go to see what it looks like, but I'm sure you can guess that I'm excited to see you. I should tell you what I look like. I have teal, straight hair in a bob cut with orange clips. I have orange-brown eyes. I wear my headband on my arm and I show my stomach. Are you going to be in the chunin exams? I hope to see you there. Naruto smiled. If all of these people were coming to the chunin exam, he might be able to get all the Jinchurikis together. He now opened the letter from Killer Bee. Dear Naruto, sorry that this letter won't wrap. Yujito won't let me. Anyway, my brother, the Raikage is going to be in Konoha for the chunin exam. He chose me and Yujito to be his guards. I guess that means 4 Jinchuriki will be in the village. I know that the Mizukage is the 3 tails, and maybe we can meet up. Are you going to do the chunin exams? Yujito and I want to see what you can do. Killer Bee and Yujito. Naruto laughed. He opened the letter from Yagura. Dear Naruto, I'm pleased to tell you that Utakata and I are going to be in Konoha. You're right that I'm taking Utakata as one of my guards, and a close friend who knows I'm a Jinchuriki. I would like to know if any other Jinchuriki will be there. Please let me know. Yagura. Naruto sat at his table to put his head in his hands. This could good. Gaara, Yujito, Yagura, Utakata, Fu and Killer Bee were going to be there. The only Jinchuriki that were missing were Rashi and Han. Should I ask them to come? Naruto asked. I think so. Rashi and Han talk to each other using Rashi's fox. You can use Han's fox and just make 2 copies of the letter. The foxes can clone themselves. They can only make on though. Naruto sighed. That's good. Getting a pen and several papers out, he sent a letter to all the Jinchurikis. Dear Fu, I'm glad that you're going to be in Konoha. I will be doing the chunin exam. There's an added bonus of the chunin exams. Most of the other Jinchurikis will be here. Gaara from the sand is going to be competing, Yujito and Killer Bee are going to be the guards for the Raikage, Yagura is the Mizukage, and Utakata is going to be one of his guards. I'm planning on asking Rashi and Han to camp outside of the village, so all the Jinchuriki will be here. If that does work out, then all of us Jinchuriki can meet up. It could be like a Kage summit. I have a place in mind, but I'll tell you that if this works out. I should tell you what I look like. I have blonde/yellow hair and blue eyes. I wear an orange outfit with blue accents. I have 3 whisker marks on both my cheeks. You can't miss me. Naruto slipping the letter into Kori's bag, the fox trotted off. He then quickly wrote a letter to Yagura. Dear Yagura, I'm glad that you'll be here. Most of the other Jinchurikis will be here. That only means that might not be here are Rashi and Han, but I think I can convince them to be here. Gaara, Fo, and I will be competing in the chunin exams. Yujito and Killer Bee are going to be guarding the Raikage, and you know what's happening with you and Utakata. Sorry for the letters short, but I've got a lot going on. See you soon. Naruto shook his hand and put the letter in Lula's bag. He sighed and started on the letter to Han. Dear Han, I want to ask a favor of you and Rashi. I'll be writing to him as well. Would you be willing to camp outside of Konoha? All of the other Jinchurikis will be in Konoha, and I was hoping that we could all meet up. Like a Kage summit. I want to be able to talk to all of you face-to-face. I hope you will take me up on the offer. Naruto summoned Han's fox, Ribeye. He had Ribeye create a clone and strap the letter to each of them. He wasn't able to summon Rashi Fox, Tarami, as she was sending a letter at the moment. He hoped that Rashi and Han would accept his request. Jinchuriki Unite Trigger Warning, BLD, Jarke Kenkro, Scary Gaara. After Naruto got the letters back from both Han and Rashi, he told them the plan. During the Hanami festival, all the Kage would be there for and was taking place before the finals of the chunin exam. They would create clones so they would have an alibi for where they were. However, in reality, they would be inside the Hashirama status. The statue was hollow and had been used for war meetings during the Third Great Ninja War. There was a BLD seal that had been made by Naruto's dad. Naruto had tested it with a clone that had some of his BLD, and the clone was able to get in. In the middle of the room, inside the status, was a table with 10 chairs. Because they only need 9, as only the Jinchurikis would be there, the clone removed it. He had gotten the approval from all the Jinchurikis that they were okay with it. Naruto gave them a bit of his BLD, secured in a glass vial. He asked them to keep this meeting a secret. As the day for the chunin exams grew closer and Team 7 walked past the building where they learned the essentials of being a ninja. Sasuke looked at the letter. So we go to room 3? Naruto nodded. So you think that chunin will try to trick us into going into the wrong room? Maybe with something like a genjutsu? Sakura shrugged, and with her sleeveless top, one could see the muscles she had built up. I would think so. If they did, it would probably be to weed out the weak ones. If you can't even see through a genjutsu, what chance do you have of complicating the exam? Naruto nodded, but before he could respond, an explosion rang out. They were walking past Ikaraka's Ramon and looked over to see Kinomaru with his 2 friends Udon and Genmi. Udon wiped the gunpowder dust off his glasses. I told you we used too much gunpowder, Naruto laughed, and the 3 ninjas in training looked at him. Kanehamaru looked at him. Naruto, are you going to play ninja with us today? Sasuke looked at him. Really? A ninja playing ninja? Sakura laughed. That's cute. Kanehamaru looked at Sakura. Hey, Naruto, is she you knew? Naruto snorted. No, Kanehamaru-kun. She's not my girlfriend. Sakura gasped as Kanehamaru sighed in relief. That's good. She's as flat as a board. Sakura's eye twitched and she clenched her fist. Kanehamaru tilted his head. And ugly too. That's it, come here. Sakura made a grab for the boy, but he ducked and ran away. Nope, you can't catch me, uglies, Kanehamaru said as he ran. Get back here, Sakura yelled as she chased after the boy. Naruto looked at Sasuke, who was very amused. When they met each other's eyes, they both burst out laughing. Their laughter was cut short by Kanehamaru's scream. Naruto and Sasuke immediately ran to help. they found was Kanehamaru being held up by his scarf by a boy in a black jumpsuit with purple markings on his face and cat ears. He also had a large bandage thing on his back. Standing next to him was a blonde girl with 4 pigtails, white clothing, and a large fan on her back. "Watch where you're going, punk," the black-dressed boy yelled. "Oh, I'm sorry, it's my fault he ran into you," Sakura stammered. Sasuke walked up and glared at the boy. "Put Kanehamaru down." The unknown boy sneered. "Why should I?" Before Sasuke could answer, a new voice spoke up. "Kankuro, put the child down." All eyes looked up to see a redhead standing upside down on the tree. He wore red and white robes and had a large gourd on his back. The kanji for love was carved onto the left side of his forehead. The boy in black, Kankuro as his name turned out, started shaking. Yagura, too, was just about to. The moment he dropped Kanehamaru, the small boy ran and hid behind Naruto. Gaara glared at the blonde girl. "Tamari, why didn't you stop him?" The blonde girl, whose name was evidently Tamari, started to shake as well. Naruto clapped his hands. "It doesn't matter whether she stopped him or not. What's important is that Kankuro let go. Right, Garakan?" The 2 other Sand siblings gasped. They were sure that their younger brother was going to kill this boy for calling him Chan. Gaara didn't even let his siblings call him that. The thing was, they hadn't tried since Gaara started talking with Naruto. Gaara now had no problem with if his siblings gave him honorifics. As for the Leaf Genin and Genin in training, they were shocked to hear Naruto call a stranger Chan. To the Sand and Leaf ninja's surprise, as Kanehamaru had run off to join his friends, Gaara smiled. "Naruto-ken." Gaara went up, yes up, into the tree and appeared in front of Naruto. What a pleasant surprise. Naruto smiled and gave him a hug. To the Sand siblings, they thought that this wasn't the real Gaara. What was even more surprising to them was that Gaara hugged him back. They had never been able to hug Gaara. Naruto let go and smiled. "I'm glad I get to meet you in person." Kankuro gasped. "What is going on? How is that kid not dead?" Naruto's teammate flinched. Sakura looked at the Sand siblings. "Wait, what, dead?" Tamari nodded. "We're Gaara's siblings, and even we haven't been able to hug Gaara." Sasuke blinked. "This is confusing. First the Mizukage and now this kid. How does Naruto know all these people?" Tamari cleared her throat. "Gaara, how do you know this kid?" Gaara looked at her with no emotion in his eyes. "That's not something you need to know." Naruto gently hit Gaara on the back of the head. "Be nice to your siblings." Gaara rolled his eyes, but he didn't say anything. Before they could continue talking, a man with similar markings to Kankuro came up to them. "Gaara-sama, Kankuro and Tamari, we need to go." The Sand siblings nodded. Before they went, Naruto thought to Gaara, "I've made a mental link between the 2 of us. I'm doing this for all of us Jinchuriki. When we're close, we can talk like this." Gaara blinked and gave a slight nod, making it clear he understood. As the Sand ninja left, Sasuke and Sakura looked at Naruto. "Explain," Sasuke said, his arms crossed. Naruto smiled at them. "It called connections, Sasuke-ken." "Connections." Naruto walked off waving his arms like a wave. He turned a corner and vanished. Sakura sighed. "What do you think our chances are that we'll get anything out of Naruto?" Sasuke stared at the spot where Naruto vanished. "Not high. Not high at all. Ch-15 trigger warning. None." Team 7 walked into the Ninja Academy for the chunin exams. After they climbed 1 flight of stairs, they saw that 2 of the gatekeepers were transformed into young chunin and blocked a door. Looking at the sign hanging next to the door, Naruto saw it said 3. Whispering to his team, he said, "Genjutsu. They want to make us think that's where we're supposed to enter." Sasuke nodded. "My Sharingan is preventing it from entering my system." Sakura looked at the stairs. "We've only gone up 1 flight of stairs. Even though it looks like it to me, I know that that's only 2E. Team 7 headed up to the 3rd floor, where they found Kakashi waiting for them. "So, you figured out the genjutsu. Did you tell anyone?" Sasuke shook his head. "The point of the genjutsu is to weed out the weak ones. Undoing it would create more trouble for us." Kakashi nodded. "Very good. You want it to be flashy thought." The 3 genin nodded and Kakashi chuckled. "You're going to have a lot of chances to be flashy. Are you ready? Team 7 smiled. Kakashi nodded. Alright, go on in. Entering the room, they found several genin waiting in the room. Naruto noticed Gaara and his siblings were already there. Gaara nodded to Naruto. Someone else caught Naruto's eye. A girl with teal hair and dark orange eyes. She was sitting in the top row and was looking around. Whoa. If it isn't the looser team, a voice rang out. Team 7 turned and saw Team 8, its members being Kiba, Hinata, and Shino. This was the rookie tracker team. Kiba wore a fur jacket that his dog, Akamaru, was in, and classic ninja jeans and shoes. He had red fang-like marks on each cheek. He had black hair and eyes and slightly fanged teeth. Kiba's clan had a dog familiar. If trained well, they were very strong. While Akamaru was still young, he would likely grow big enough for Kiba to ride him. Shino wore a thin jacket with a high collar that covered half his face. He wore the same pants and shoes as Kiba. His eyes were covered by a pair of thin black glasses, and his hair was black. Shino's clan was able to make beetles out of their bodies. These beetles were great for tracking, and could evolve for just about any situation. Shino's clan didn't talk much, but their actions spoke for them. Hinata wore a tan jacket and blue jeans with classic ninja boots. She had light purple eyes and deep purple hair that was cut in a short bob. Hinata was part of the Hyuga clan. They had a Kekigenki, which took the form of a dojutsu, or a special eye called the Byakugan. This gave the user 359 degrees vision. It also let the user see a person's chakra points and hit them with deadly accuracy. Hinata didn't like to hurt people, which made her stand out from the rest of her clan. Sasuke sighed. Hello Kiba, Shino, Hinata. Sakura nodded and Naruto gave them a smile. This caused Hinata to blush. Naruto looked next to Team 8 and saw Shikamaru Nara. A lazy boy with black eyes and his black hair tied back in a ponytail that looked like a pineapple. He wore plain gray clothes. Shikamaru's clan specialized in the shadow jutsu technique. They could stop a person dead in their tracks, it could strangle them, or force the opponent to copy the caster's movements. Shikamaru was also an amazing strategist. His IQ was said to be 200. He could plan 100 steps ahead of his opponent. Naruto looked around and saw his teammates Choji and Ino. Choji wore a green jacket with his family's crest, a white shirt, and tan shorts. He was quite big-boned and seemed to always be eating. Choji's clan needed the fat for their expansion jutsu. This lets the user expand all or parts of their body. They were quite strong hitters. Ino was the last member of Team 10. She wore a purple outfit and had her platinum blonde hair in a high ponytail. Her light blue eyes stayed fixed on Sasuke. Ino's clan was able to use the mind transfer jutsu. This lets them take over the mind and body of a target, letting them see what their target sees. However, it left their real body defenseless. Naruto sat down new to Hinata and thought to Fu. Can you hear me? Fu flinched a bit and thought back. Yes. But who is this? Naruto. Fu pricked up. Naruto-kun, I see you're right. You are strong to miss. But how can I hear you? Naruto smiled. This is a mind link. It lets us Jinchuriki talk to each other. Garakan, can you hear this? Yes. Gaara's voice answered. Fuchin, I need you to act like you don't know me. My teammates have already found out I know Yagura-kun and Garakan. I don't want them to know I know you as well. Fu thought and she looked out the window. Hey, do you think we can work together for the written test? Naruto rested his hand on his hand. I don't see why not. I found out from Kurama. Gaara asked. The Nine Tails. Anyways, he told me that the point of this first test is to cheat without getting caught. The door opened and a man with a bandana covering most of his face. Naruto recognized him as Ibiki, the head of interrogation. Alright, everyone get to your seats, the test is about to begin. As they worked on the test, Gaara used his sand eye and relayed the answers to Naruto and Fu. After they finished, Naruto looked around. He noticed that almost everyone was cheating. Sasuke was using his Sharingan, Shino was using a few beetles, and Kiba was using Akamaru. He noticed that Niji, Hinata's cousin, was using his Byakugan, Tenten had set up mirrors and Sakura was only using her knowledge. Alright, time for the 10th question. However, if you fail this question, you will never be able to take the chunin exam again. This means that you will be a genin for the rest of your ninja career. Several people protested, but Ibiki stayed firm. Looking into his eyes, Naruto realized the point of this. Naruto tapped the table, and Sakura and Sasuke looked at him. Naruto shook his head. Both nodded. This was the signal for them not to back down. Garakan, Fuchin, make sure that your teammates don't leave. All we have to do is stay. What makes you say that, Naruto-kun? Gaara asked as he twirled his pencil. This is like an information-gathering mission. That was the point of the first 9 questions. Now we've been caught. We need to stay firm and not give up anything. Naruto answered. Full looked to her teammates and shook her head, mouthing stay. Gaara used his sand and made it wrap around the wrist of his siblings, telling them not to leave. Much to Ibiki's surprise, no one left the room. Very well, Ibiki said. For all of you. Everyone held their breath, then Ibiki smiled. You passed? Naruto sighed. He was glad he was right. Good work, Naruto-kan, thought. Several people shout. What? Ibiki's face hardened. When on an information-gathering mission, you are to get the information and get out without getting caught. Should you get caught, however, you must never give up any information. He took off his bandana to reveal many scars on his face. Naruto noticed that several people flinched. Ibiki looked out the window. Enko isn't here yet. He sighed. We end a few minutes early, so feel free to talk amongst yourselves. He left the room. Ibiki entered a different room that had a few chunin. They bowed to him. So, how did they do? One of the chunin looked at his paper. There are a few good ones in there. Niji Hyuga used his Byakugan, Shino Aburama used some of his insects, and Sasuke Uchiha used his Sharingan. That's a bit of a surprise. Not only the fact that he already has it, but that he can activate it so quickly. Sakura Harano is probably my favorite. Ibiki raised his eyebrow. What jutsu did she use? The chunin grinned. She didn't use any jutsu. She used her own knowledge. Inoichi chuckled. That's impressive. After a few more minutes of discussion, the men heard glass shatter. Looking into the room, Ibiki found that Enko had arrived. Jinchuriki Unite trigger warning. Burns, fire, Orochimaru, hurt Naruto, cursed mark talk. The genin stood in front of the forest of death. There were 30 teams were waiting. The purple-haired girl named Enko stood in front of them. All right, brats, this is how the second part of the exam is going to go. She held out 2 scrolls. One of the seals on it said heaven and the other said earth. Each team will have one of these scrolls. Your goal is to take the one you don't have from another team. Should your scroll be taken, you will be not eliminated right away. You can try and get both scrolls. You have 5 days to do so. Enko put the 2 scrolls in her hand into a bag. You will be given a scroll in private so that this round can be fair. Naruto looked at Gaara and then at Fu. If you need help, we'll work together. Gaara thought. Fu rocked on her heels. You know it. When Team 7 got their scroll, it was the Earth Scroll. Sasuke slipped it into his bag. When all the teams got their scrolls, they met back up at the entrance to the Forest of Death. We have the Earth Scroll. What do you guys have? I have the Heaven Scroll. Gaara stood next to his siblings. Senfu said. Naruto smiled. If we meet up in the forest, how about we team up? Gaara and Fu gave their approval, and the 30 ninja teams entered the Forest of Death. Team 7 had agreed if they were to get separated. They had agreed on doing the last sign of the shadow clone jutsu but with the figure crossed backward. As they moved through the forest, Naruto kept looking around. Soon, they got to an area where they could easily trap people, or they could defend themselves easily. After an hour of looking around, Naruto heard Gaara's voice in his head. Naruto-kun, my team was able to get a Heaven Scroll. So I'm done already. I guess we got lucky. I'll be nearby. I left a sand clone with my siblings. Don't worry. I won't intervene unless I need to. Naruto smiled. But we haven't been able to find another team, so things are a little slow. You should be with your family. After 12 hours in the forest, Naruto got confirmation that Fu's team got a scroll, and no other teams had finished yet. After Team 7 had been in the forest for a day, a shuriken was thrown at them. Team 7 turned from where it had thrown. A man riding a snake appeared in front of them. His headband indicated that he was from the sound. Kurama growled. That's Orochimaru, the snake Sannin. He abandoned the village. From what I heard, he experiments on kids. I would bet he's here to mess with your seal. He might also want to brand Sasuke with a curse mark. Naruto bit his lip and discreetly put a seal on both Sakura and Sasuke. It wouldn't prevent them from using their chakra, but it made their chakra impossible to track. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Who are you? Where are your teammates? The man flicked his tongue. So you're Sasuke Uchiha. I will need you. Naruto growled and pulled a kunai out and wrapped a paper bomb around it. Sasuke-kun. I'm pretty sure that's Orochimaru. He was once part of the Leaf, but he deserted. From what I've heard about him, he can do something called a cursed seal. It takes over your chakra. Sasuke cursed. I don't think we have a strong chance of beating him. Sakura nodded. We'll have to make a diversion. Sasuke glanced at the two of them. Form 120. Naruto and Sakura nodded. Naruto threw down a smoke bomb. He and Sasuke ran to opposite sides of Orochimaru. Both launched a kunai with a paper bomb wrapped around it. When you got close to him, Orochimaru jumped into the air, and the snake he was standing on vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto created a rush of shadow clones, and Sakura launched kunai with wires to different areas under the cover of smoke. Orochimaru was easily able to defeat the clones, and his power was limited. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw Sasuke up in the air. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Orochimaru jumped up to the trees as the fireball reached him. The bottom of his clothes was singed, but he was fine otherwise. The wires from the kunai Sakura had launched caught on fire and created a lot of smoke. The three genin ran off under the cover of the smoke, but before they could get away, a snake appeared out of the smoke and grabbed Sasuke. Sasuke-kun. Sakura yelled. Naruto snarled. As the snake started to pull Sasuke back, Naruto jumped up into the smoke and used a small amount of Kurama's chakra to coat his fist. It took the shape of a fox's claw. With the smoke, Naruto was able to get close to Orochimaru and hit him in the face. Orochimaru yelled in pain, and Naruto took the chance to get Sasuke free. However, as he did that, Orochimaru managed to hit him in the back with a cluster of burning wires. Now, Naruto's clothes were flame retardant, so they didn't burn, but his skin was not flame retardant. As a result, Naruto got a bad burn on his back. Naruto pushed down the pain and ran with the rest of his team. As they ran, he put a chakra hiding seal on himself. They stopped when they got to a river. Sakura gasped. I think we got away. Sasuke nodded and looked around. There didn't seem to be anyone around then. Naruto, what happened? Sasuke turned to see Sakura kneeling next to a shirtless Naruto. This let him get a good look at the burn on Naruto's back. God, he muttered, wincing as Sakura applied burn cream to his back. I'll be okay. Orochimaru just managed to hit me when I got Sasuke-kun away from him. Sakura looked around. Should we wait here, or try to get the Heaven Scroll? She knew that Naruto would object to them telling people that Orochimaru was there. It might cause the chunin exams to be cancelled. They wouldn't get another chance till next year. Naruto put his shirt back on when Sakura finished putting bandages on his burn. I say we go find a team and get the scroll. I don't want to spend any more time in here. Sasuke nodded. I couldn't agree more. After they ran around for a little bit, they found a team from the sound. One of them had a Heaven Scroll out. They seemed to be talking. Team 7 looked at each other and agreed on Form 17. It was a surprise attack on an enemy. Sasuke would jump into the air and do Phoenix Flower Jutsu. This would stun the enemy and let Naruto and Sakura rush and knock out a team of 4 with the help of his shadow clones. The attack went perfectly. They took the scroll and left the Sound Ninja where they were. They made it to the place where they were meant to take the scroll and figured out the puzzle. Now all they had to do was wait 3 more days for the other contestants to finish. Over the next 3 days, genin teams arrived. Teams 8, 9, and 10 passed, as well as 2 teams from the sound. 3 teams from the sand, 2 from the mist, and 2 more from the cloud. Naruto smiled as they stood in front of the Joinin and the Hokage. He was excited for the next part of the chunin exam. Jinchuriki Unite Trigger Warning. Death, sickness, murder. A sickly new proctor came out. The leaf ninja recognized him as Hayate Gakko. Naruto glanced at Gar and Fu. That guy looks really sick. Should he be here? Fu asked. I don't know. Naruto responded. Hayate cleared his throat, and this resulted in him having a coughing fit. Once he finished, he said, for the next part of the chunin exam, you will be fighting in 1 versus 1 battle. Several people protested. Are you kidding me? We just got out of the forest of death. Silence, Hayate shouted. Once the genin stopped talking, Hayate continued. As I was saying, you will be doing 1v1 matches. If you don't wish to fight, you can forfeit now. This will not cause your teammates to forfeit too. A silver-haired boy with glasses sighed and walked away. His teammates protested, but he said he didn't want to fight. Naruto looked at his team, and the two of them nodded. Hayate sighed. Alright. Once we do the 1 versus 1, the winner will make it to the finals. Once the matches were posted, Naruto looked for his team's names. He saw that Sasuke was fighting some guy from the sound. Sakura got to fight Ino. Thanks to all the training she did, she was able to defeat her with little problem. Naruto saw that he was fighting Kiba. He smiled. This was going to be fun. After Sasuke's match, which he won easily, and Sakura's, which she also won, they waited up on the banister to watch Naruto's match. Kiba laughed. This is going to be easy. Kiba charged at Naruto and tried to punch him. Naruto was easily able to dodge and jumped back. He crossed his fingers and created a series of clones. Under the cover of the smoke the clones made, Naruto turned half of them into shurikens. Kiba charged at him again and the two of them threw hands for a few seconds, and Naruto jumped back when Akamaru tried to bite him. Naruto chucked the shurikens at the pair and they were easily able to dodge. The clones then transformed back and chucked their own shurikens at Kiba and his dog. When Kiba tried to dodge them, they transformed into clones. They punched Kiba in the gut and were able to knock him out of the ring. Naruto walked over to him after the match was called. He held out his hand for Kiba to get up. Sorry about that. Are you okay? Kiba scoffed, but he did take Naruto's hand. Whatever. Naruto gave him the smile that only he could pull off. I'm glad I got to fight you. As Naruto watched Gaara's fight with Rock Lee, he noticed how well Gaara was able to control Shikaku. When Fu finished her battle, Naruto gave them his address and told them he wanted to talk to them. Now, Naruto was waiting for them in his room. He had cleaned up his apartment, and he was pacing back and forth. When he heard a knock on his door, he tried to stay calm. When he opened it, he saw both Fu and Gaara. He could tell that something was wrong by looking in Gaara's eyes. As they sat down at the table, their foxes crawled and sat on their laps. Gaara noticed that Naruto's fox had 9 tails. Their foxes still only had 1 tail. Naruto looked at Gaara. Gaara, what's wrong? I can tell it from your eyes. Gaara took a deep breath. The sand and sound are planning to attack the leaf. Naruto and Fu's eyes widened. Fu gasped. What, why? Gaara put a hand on his fox. My sibling and I were told the plan. I'm meant to transform into Shikaku during my match in the finals. This is to kill all the ninjas in the stadium. Fu clenched her fist. But why? I thought the Kazakage wanted peace. Gaara looked at her. He does. My father does want peace, but he's no longer in charge. Naruto narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by that? Gaara took a deep breath. I thought that something was wrong with my father when he started talking to my siblings. Fu blinked. I don't understand. He talked to your siblings and that set you off. What? Gaara looked down. My father hasn't talked to my siblings for years. Not only that, but he was kind. He's never kind. Naruto growled. So why is he doing this? Gaara looked at him. It's not my father doing it. Fu tilted her head. But you said, Gaara stopped her with a glance. One night, I used my sand eye to spy on my father. What I found was that he was dead. Naruto gasped. What? Gaara looked at him. Orochimaru killed my father and he's been hiding in his body. He's the person who wants to attack the leaf. Naruto growled. So he caused problems for you too, huh? Fu looked at him. What do you mean by that? Naruto petted his fox. While my team was in the forest of death, we ran into Orochimaru. From what Kurama and I figured out, he wanted to study my seal. As he said this, Naruto touched his stomach. He also wanted to place a curse mark on Sasuke-kun. Fu started to shake in anger. I hate Orochimaru. Naruto put a hand on her shoulder. Calm down, Fu. If we rush in, then there's a good chance that we'll die. Fu looked down. But what do we do? Naruto looked at his fox. We can't rush out. What I think we should do is meet with the other Jinchurikis. If we work together, then we can beat him. Gaara nodded. I believe that you will be training with your godfather. Naruto nodded. I want you two to make sure that you stay safe. I'll tell the other Jinchuriki about what might happen. The 1 and 7-tailed Jinchurikis nodded. After they left, Naruto fell onto his bed. Did I do the right thing, Kurama? I think so. You should go find Jiraiya. You should get right to training. I want to make sure that we can beat Orochimaru into a pile of snake scales. Naruto sighed. I hope you're right. I'm going to find Pervy Sage tomorrow. I want to learn some new jutsu. Kurama sighed. Alright kid, get some sleep. Naruto rolled over and fell asleep. He hoped that his team would be okay. Jinchuriki Unite trigger warning. Body stealing, over-excretion. Naruto headed to the hot springs. He guessed that Jiraiya would be there. When he was halfway there, he heard a voice call his name. Naruto over here, turning to the voice, he saw Jiraiya waving at him from the forest. Naruto smiled and ran up to him. Hey, Pervy Sage, what are you doing here? Jiraiya smirked. I did say that I would train you, didn't I? Naruto gave him a big grin. Thanks, can we get to work? Jiraiya nodded. Come with me. I know a good place to train. They walked for about 5 minutes before they came to a clearing in the woods. In the middle, there was a river that poured into a lake. Jiraiya smiled. But now, do you know tree walking? Naruto nodded. Jiraiya smiled. But I have a few things for you to do. First, take this. He handed Naruto a piece of paper. Naruto blinked. What am I supposed to do with this? Jiraiya chuckled. He pointed at it. That is called chakra paper. When you pour chakra into it, it will change based on what your chakra nature is. If it becomes wet, you have water. If it burns up, you have fire. If it crinkles, you have lightning. If it crumbles, you have earth. If it's split in half, you have wind. Naruto looked at the paper and poured his chakra into it. The paper split in half. A clean line right down the middle. So I have wind, he said. Jiraiya nodded. Before we start on jutsus, I want to teach you water walking. Naruto blinked. What's that? Jiraiya put a hand on the scroll on his back. It's like tree walking, only harder because water is a liquid. Because of that, it moves out and away from you, so you have to use more chakra. Naruto smiled and nodded. Can I use shadow clones? Jiraiya tilted his head. Why? Naruto smiled. If I use clones, I can speed up my training. I get the memories of my clones when they disappear or are destroyed. Jiraiya nodded. I don't see why not. Naruto smiled. Thanks. He walked over to the lake and created 100 clones. After a few hours, Naruto had mastered water walking. He walked over to Jiraiya as his clones vanished. Jiraiya smiled. That's impressive. Okay, now I want you to create 80 clones. Naruto nodded. Muti Shadow Clone Jutsu. 80 Narutos appeared and started at Jiraiya. They were perfectly in sync, so they all blinked at the same time. Stop staring at me. Move into groups of 20. Each of you will work on a different jutsu. After they got into their groups, Jiraiya moved to each group. But you 20 will work on this jutsu. Wind style, gale force wind. Jiraiya pulled his hand back and sent a blast of pressurized air that knocked several trees down. Oh, the clones said. Jiraiya smiled. What you need to do is focus chakra in an open palm and push your fist forward. The clones nodded and went to work. Jiraiya moved to the next group. You'll do this jutsu. Wind style, wind arrow jutsu. Jiraiya made a few hand signs and held his hands in a finger gun and blasted an arrow made of air that went right through an oak tree. The clones nodded and got to work. Jiraiya moved to the next group. You'll work on this one. Wind style, dust storm. The wind from this jutsu created a dust storm that blinded the clones. They rubbed their eyes and nodded. Jiraiya went to the next group. You guys will do this jutsu. Wind style, air sphere prison. He clasped his hands together and then pulled them apart, creating a small orb of wind and chakra. The jutsu caught a clone and it found that it couldn't get out until Jiraiya put his hands down. This jutsu does require you to stay still, so fair warning. Jiraiya noticed that 20 more clones appeared in the group and the clones were paired off. He saw that Naruto sat down in the middle of the clones and put his hands together. Jiraiya walked up to him. "What are you doing?" Naruto looked up. "I have to keep putting chakra into the clones. If I put too much chakra into the clones, then they can't handle it. If they run out of chakra, then they'll disappear. I have to keep giving them chakra so they can continue practicing." Jiraiya nodded. "Alright, I'll let you focus." Jiraiya walked off and head away from Naruto. He sensed a dark chakra that was also very familiar. "Jiraiya-kun. Long time to see." The Toad Sannin turned to see Orochimaru. He was in the body of a woman and flicked his tongue in and out. Jiraiya snorted. "You're right. What are you doing here?" The Snake Sannin smiled. "I wanted to talk to you. Can't I see an old teammate?" Jiraiya laughed with no humor. "An old teammate? What kind of a team has a member that abandoned the villages, one that is almost impossible to track down, and only one is still loyal to the village?" Jiraiya had started to shout by the end of his sentence. Orochimaru hissed. "If you think I'm here to fight, you're sorely mistaken. I am only here to talk. I want you to join me." Jiraiya's eyes bulged. "That will never happen," Orochimaru sighed. "How disappointing, Jiraiya. I thought that I could get through to you." Jiraiya scoffed. "Get lost before I kill you." Orochimaru glared, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to win in this body. He slinked away and vanished into the shadows. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. "That was too easy. He's planning something. I have to keep an eye on Naruto." After several hours, Naruto had managed to grasp the basics of the 4 jutsus. Gale Force Wind was the easiest for him as it was mostly about the chakra, and he was already able to concentrate Kurama's chakra in his fists. Air Bullet was fairly easy as well, but he had to concentrate it in a smaller area. The Dust Cloud was a bit harder, but he was able to get the hang of it. The hardest one was the Air Sphere Prison. This was only because he had never done anything like it before. After his other clones finished with their jutsu, they would disappear. Naruto found that the only downside to using this was that he wore himself out fast. Once he mastered all of them, Naruto sat against a tree and whipped some sweat from his forehead. He heard a stick break and looked up. He found that Jiraiya was walking towards him. "Hey, Pevri Sage." Jiraiya looked at him. "Are you okay? Where are your clones?" Naruto smiled. "I finished the jutsu. The only downside to using clones for training is that you also gain their exhaustion." Jiraiya finished his sentence. Naruto nodded. "Yeah. I need a nap." After he finished talking, he fell asleep on the tree. Jiraiya smiled and lifted him onto his back. As they walked back to town, Jiraiya noticed Kakashi reading his book. Kakashi looked up and saw Naruto on the back of the Toad Sannin. He walked over to them. "Jiraiya-sama, what are you doing with Naruto-kun?" Jiraiya smiled at him. "Naruto-kun's my godson. I've been training him. I'm taking him back to his house. He exhausted himself." Kakashi nodded. "I understand. Thank you." The 2 men that care so deeply for Naruto parted ways. Jiraiya headed to Naruto's house, and Kakashi headed to help Sasuke with his training. Jinchuriki Unite Trigger Warning. BLD, Killing Intent. Naruto tugged at his yukata. Thanks to all the missions he had done with Team 7, he had quite a bit of money. His years as an orphan had him quite efficient with money. He also had to mend his clothes, so he knew how to sew. He had made his jacket, and he spent a month working on his yukata. It was black with orange folds. Small white foxes were around his sleeves. He had a black headband was an orange flower. He made a shadow clone that was wearing the same yukata. He hoped that his plan worked. The other Jinchuriki had his BLD, so they could get into the Hashirama statue. The festival started at noon and lasted for most of the night, so this would give him more than enough time to meet with the other Jinchurikis and get back to the village. He heard a knock on his door and motioned for his clone to open it while the real him hid. His clone opened the door and was greeted by Sakura. He said, "You look great." Sakura was wearing a red kimono with pink roses on it. Her hair was tied up in a large bun that was held up with real chopsticks. She blushed and waved him off. Whatever. Come on. Let's get Sasuke. The clone nodded and they headed to Sasuke's apartment. Sasuke opens the door. He was wearing a dark blue yukata. Sakura smiled. You look nice. Sasuke gave them a rare smile. Let's go, guys. The clone nodded and Team 7 headed to the center of the town for the festival. Still in his apartment, the real Naruto took a deep breath. Will this go well? You need to stop doubting yourself. Gaara appeared out of the shadows. He wore a black yukata with red sand swirls. Naruto smiled at him, but he was still nervous. Gaara walked up to him and placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Gaara had gotten good with touching others, but he still had some work to do. I'm sure it will go well. Shall we go? Naruto nodded and the two of them transformed into plain-looking young boys with matching black hair and brown eyes. They both wore black and white yukatas, but the patterns were swapped. They headed to the village gates. With people coming in and out, the gate guards had little time to look at them, so they made their way out easily. When they were about halfway to the Hashirama statue, they turned back. When they got there, Naruto looked up at the massive statue. He felt so small in the valley of the end. Naruto felt a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Gaara didn't need to say anything for Naruto to know what he meant. Naruto took a deep breath to calm his nerves. He bit his finger and smeared the BLD across the base of the statue. The BLD glowed and a door opened with a grinding noise. The 1 and 9 tails Jinchurikis walked in. They found that the rest of the Jinchuriki were already there. Fu waved at them, Utakata nodded courtly, and Yagura smiled. Naruto sat down at the head of the table, and Gaara sat next to him. Naruto smiled. Thank you all for coming. Let us start with the introductions. He nodded to Gaara. Gaara sighed. My name is Gaara. I am the Jinchuriki of the 1 tails, Ichibi. A gravelly voice spoke in their minds. My name is Shikaku. A woman with long blonde hair smiled. My name is Yujito ni. I hold the 2 tails, Nibi. An elegant voice spoke. My name is Matatabi. The voice of Matatabi fit with the calm and composed Yujito. Yagura smiled. I am Yagura Karatachi, the 4th Mizukichi. I have the 3 tails, Sanbai. Hi, I'm Isabu. The 3 tails sounded quite cheerful. A tall man with a teal marking on his face spoke. I am Rashi. The 4 tails, Yanbi, Jinchuriki. A gruff voice spoke. I'm Son Goku. Please call me by my real name. Son Goku was a prideful beast. A man dressed in red with most of his face covered raised his hand in greeting. Han. The 5 tails. Gobi. The 5 tails was a reserved beast. Utakata smiled. I am Utakata. Jinchuriki of Rokubi, the 6 tails. I'm Saiken. Nice to meet you all. Fu waved excitedly. I'm Fu. I have Shichibi. The 7 tails, I'm Gomi the lucky 7. It's so good to see you. Gomi was the same as Fu, so it was a match made in heaven. A blonde man with shades raised his hands. Yo, the 8 tails Hachibi. That's me, the rapping killer bee. Gaara's mouth twitched at Bee's awful raps. Naruto gave a short giggle. Gyuki. The Biju of this idiot. Naruto was glad that the 8 tails also didn't rap. Naruto took a deep breath as all eyes turned to him. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I have Kyubi. The 9 tails. Kurama's voice boomed. Kurama. It's great to see you all again. The Jinchuriki smiled. They were glad they weren't alone anymore. They had a family. They would never be alone again. The Jinchuriki talked for several hours. Many of them thanked Naruto for bringing them together. Naruto only blushed and said he was glad it worked out. Gaara told them about Orochimaru killing and taking over his father's body. He warned them that he was planning on attacking the Leaf during the finals of the chunin exams. When they had to get back to the village, Naruto gave them a bit more of his BLD so they could get back in if they needed to. He also left quite a bit of BLD in a BLD bag in the statue. As they left, Utakata was talking to Han and Rashi. Yagura walked silently next to Naruto. Fu was telling jokes to Yujito, who kept glancing at Bee, who was trying to crack Gaara's blank expression with his raps. Gaara almost cracked a smile when Naruto let out a strangled cry and grabbed Yagura's arm as his knees buckled. Gaara and Fu rushed to hold him up as the rest of the Jinchuriki surrounded them and looked around. Yujito held up her fingers. I don't sense anyone. Naruto was shaking. It's not something that happened here. It happened at the festival. My shadow clone was destroyed. Gaara's eyes widened. That's not good. Do you know what happened? The Jinchuriki gathered around Naruto. Naruto started to growl. Orochimaru, Han's eyes widened. The snake Sannin. What about him? Naruto's mouth pulled back, and Gaara saw that his teeth were becoming fangs. Looking at Naruto's hands, he saw that his nails were turning into claws. The whisker marks on his cheeks deepened and became more extreme. Naruto's eyes flashed red. Kurama's chakra bubbled out of his skin. He attacked my team. My home. He will pay Jinchuriki. Unite trigger warning. Killing intent, acid, hurt Sasuke plus Sakura waves of killing intent came off Naruto. Fu and Gaara flinched. When the red chakra touched them, it stung. Yagura bit his lip. He put his hand on Naruto's cheek and pushed some of his chakra into him. His sensei had done that with him when he was exhibiting killing intent. To Naruto, Yagura's chakra felt like a calm river. His eyes went back to blue, his whiskers went back to their straight lines, and his nails turned back to normal. Naruto took a deep breath. Sorry. I guess I lost control. The other Jinchuriki shifted, but Yagura put his hand on his shoulder. It's okay. Your friends were attacked. What happened to you would have happened to anyone. Naruto gave a weak smile. He stood up. We need to get back to the village, but not all of us should go. If Orochimaru finds out that all 9 Jinchuriki are here, Yujito chimed in. Then he'll run. And all of this will be for nothing. The others nodded. Naruto looked around. Garakan, Fuchin, Udakatakan, and Yagurakan should come with me. Yujitokan and Killer Bee-chan will go to the Raikage and make sure he's okay. Han-chan and Rashikan can't be seen, so they should stay on the outskirts of the village. If we chase him out, then they can follow him. Yagurakan, do you think you can transport us? If we go on foot, it will take too long. Yagura smiled. He didn't know Naruto was so good at battle tactics. He nodded. Everyone, link hands so I can transport us. The 9 Jinchuriki linked hands. The colors of the world melted around them and reformed into the outskirts of the villages. Han and Rashi broke off, then Yagura transported the rest into the village. Yujito and Killer Bee ran off to find the Raikage. Naruto closed his eyes and began concentrating. I have seals on Sasuke-kin and Sakura-kin. Only I can find their chakra. Orochimaru must have used snakes to find them, or he saw them in the festival. The 4 other Jinchuriki surrounded Naruto, making sure that, if they were attacked, Naruto would be safe. After a few seconds, Naruto opened his eyes. I found them this way. The 5 Jinchuriki ran with Naruto in the lead. Naruto noticed that there were giant snakes that kept the other ninja busy. Before they got there, they heard Sasuke scream in pain. Naruto was now panicking strong. When they turned a corner, they found the snake Sannin standing over Sasuke. BLD dripped from his neck. Naruto saw a black marking appearing on the nape of his neck. Kurama growled. He managed to get a curse mark on Sasuke. Let me kill him, let me go loose. Naruto charged and kicked Orochimaru in the face, causing him to stumble away for his teammates. His eyes turned red again and his body started to change again. I would love to let you go loose, but there are people I don't want them to get hurt. Naruto landed a few meters away from his teammates. Sakura was unconscious, with a nasty cut on her arm and her forehead. Sasuke collapsed and still had his hand over the area where Orochimaru bit him. Orochimaru jumped up to the roof of a building. So, you have come. Naruto-kun. Gaara and Fu ran up and stood on either side of him. Yagura and Udakata stood behind them. Orochimaru looked at the quintet. He spotted Yagura. What have I done to have the honor of meeting you? Mizuka-jesima. Naruto. Run. You can't beat him. Sasuke had gathered enough strength to raise his head. Naruto glanced back. I can't leave you here. I'm not alone, don't underestimate us. Sasuke gave a small smile. Ha. Don't be so cocky. Sasuke passed out. Naruto glared at Orochimaru. Garakan, can you use Sand to protect Sasuke-kin and Sakura-kin? Gaara nodded. I'll keep them safe. The rest of you can attack. He stepped in between the two of them and put his sand guard up. Fo held up her hands. Water style, shattered mist jutsu, a blast of mist attacked Orochimaru and blinded him. Naruto took a chance. Fuinjutsu seal lock. Orochimaru noticed that light around him and jumped up to avoid the seal. Naruto hissed. Demon. Yagura slammed his staff down. Water style. Water release jutsu. Water appeared out of the top of his staff and moved around Orochimaru. Utakata saw his chance. Water style. Acid bath. The water surrounding Orochimaru became acid and started to burn him. After he used a mud jutsu to get rid of the acid, he snarled. I'm not doing well. I'm against a Kage, 3 skilled genin, and a rough ninja. Why are they all working together? Are they all no? They would never work together. Orochimaru laughed. It seems that I'm not faring well. I still have a plan, so I'll be taking my leave now. He put his hands in a seal and vanished. No, Naruto closed his eyes and tried to find him, but he must have gotten too far. I can't find him, he said in defeat. Yagura sighed. Finding him is not our priority right now. We need to get your friends to the hospital. Naruto nodded and ran to his team. Gaara released his sand, and Naruto touched Sasuke. He was burning up with a fever. Naruto created 3 shadow clones, and with the help of them, he lifted his friends. Naruto, Sasuke muttered, barely conscious. Explain. Naruto looked at him. Later, Sasuke-kun. I'll explain everything. I need to get you and Sakura-kun to the hospital. Sasuke fell unconscious again, and Naruto looked at the other Jinchurikis. Yagura-kun, Utakata-kun, you should head back. Fuchin, you go back to your team. Gaara-kun, you should do the same. Naruto jumped away with his clones to get his friends to the hospital. Gaara smiled. I didn't know he could lead so well. Fu smiled. I know. She looked to the spot Orochimaru had vanished from. This isn't the end though, is it? Utakata shook his head. No, it's not. Yagura looked up. This is only the beginning. Jinchuriki unite trigger warning. Kurama taking over Naruto. What did you say? Sakura said. She was laying in a starch-white hospital bed. Sitting in between her and Sasuke, who was asleep, Naruto looked up. He took a deep breath. I fought Orochimaru. Sakura clenched her fist and hit Naruto in the back of the head. It wasn't strong enough to hurt him, but it didn't feel good. She couldn't do much more as both hers and Sasuke's legs were bound to the bed, as they had been thrashing when they got in. What were you thinking? Sakura scolded him. Taking on one of the legendary Sannin, you could have been killed. Naruto looked at her. He hurt you guys. What was I supposed to do? Let you die? Sakura looked at him. What if you run out of chakra? What would have happened then? As if we could run out of chakra. Not now, Kurama. Naruto thought. I'm sorry, Sakura, but I acted without thinking. Sakura scoffed. That's clear. Now get me some food. I'm hungry. Dango. Get me dango. Naruto smiled and stood up. Yes, ma'am. He walked to the door. And Sakura-kun? She looked at him. Yeah. He smiled. Thanks. He left. Where's he going? Sakura turned to see Sasuke woke up. He's getting me food. He'll probably bring some for you too. Sasuke gave a weak laugh. That sounds like him. Suddenly, pain erupted from where the curse mark was. It felt like 1,000 nails were being hammered into one spot. He started to scream and clutch his neck. Sakura gasped. Sasuke-kun, she tried to get out of bed, but the binds on her ankles stopped her. She screamed for the staff. She screamed for someone, anyone to help them. Where was the staff? Naruto, she screamed, hoping that he would. She continued to try to get to Sasuke, but she couldn't. The binds on her ankles cut deeper and deeper. She heard footsteps, and Naruto ran into the room. Following shortly behind him was Kakashi. Naruto ran up to Sasuke. What's going on? Sasuke's eyes flashed to the Sharingan, then back to his normal black, and back to the Sharingan. Kakashi cursed. The demon curse mark, damn it. Naruto looked at the mark. Kurama, what do we do? I need time to think. Naruto. Kurama panicked a bit. We don't have time. Naruto was basically screaming. Demon, demon, demon. An idea popped into Kurama's head. That's it, what's it? Naruto thought. The demon curse mark can be destroyed by a demon. I'm a demon. Naruto looked at his sensei. I'm going to do something. Don't try to interfere. Kakashi didn't know what he was planning, but he trusted his student. He stepped away. Naruto quickly waved signs. Fuinjutsu body locks. Sasuke froze. The seal stopped him from moving. Sakura stopped struggling and watched. Do it, Kurama, but it could hurt. I don't care, do it. Kurama took control of Naruto's body. His eyes turned bright red, his whiskers deepened, his teeth became fangs, and his nails turned into claws. Naruto, under the control of Kurama, bit Sasuke's shoulder. This shocked both Sakura and Kakashi. Sakura hoped that her sensei would stop him, but Kakashi did nothing. He figured out what Naruto was doing. Naruto had a demon inside of him that he could control. The demon curse mark could be destroyed by a demon. Naruto was going to try and destroy the curse mark. When Kurama bit Sasuke, he sent some of his chakra into his body to take away the pain. When the chakra enters Sasuke's body, the pain lessened. It wasn't completely gone, but it became bearable. He looked over through misted eyes. He saw Naruto biting his shoulder. When he saw what had happened to Naruto's appearance, he froze. Kurama started to absorb the curse mark. It went on Naruto's skin, but it didn't go past his whiskers marks. He stored it in Naruto's mouth and let go of Sasuke's shoulder. There was a bit of blood from where his fangs were, and there was a bit of the curse mark's dark chakra leaking out. Kurama bit down on it and pulled on it. Pulling his head back, he managed to completely remove the curse mark. Kakashi looked at him with wide eyes. He had never seen something like this. Kurama let the chakra out of his mouth and consecrated it into a small orb. It rose a few feet into the air above. Kurama put his hands on the bed to stabilize himself. He sent waves of his chakra into the orb, causing it to steam and disintegrate. Kakashi stared as the orb slowly started to dissolve. He looked at Naruto. He realized that Kurama had taken control of Naruto's body to destroy the curse mark. He guessed that Naruto had let him so he could help Sasuke. As he continued to watch, he was that burns were appearing on Naruto's arms, but they healed faster than they could form. He realized that using this much concentrated power was starting to damage Naruto's body, but it was also healing it. After a minute, the orb was gone, and Naruto swayed on his feet. Kakashi grabbed him, not wanting him to fall. Naruto's eyes were closed, and he was breathing like he just ran from across town. He saw that Naruto's whiskers went back to the normal 3 lines, and his claws turned back into nails. Naruto-kun. Sakura whispered. Naruto shook his head and opened his eyes. They had changed back to blue, but he looked tired. Did it work? Is it gone? Kakashi nodded. I don't know how you did it, but you did. Good work. Naruto nodded. Good. He struggled to his feet. Sakura sighed. That goodness. Naruto put his hand on Sasuke's arm. Release. He fell to his knees. Kakashi caught him. He guessed that removing the curse mark took a lot out of him. Sasuke felt the seal vanish. He touched his neck. The blood from where Naruto bit him ran onto his figures. How did he do that? None of the leaf ninjas noticed that sand eye in the corner of the room. Gaara, along with most of the other Jinchurikis, had felt a spike in Naruto's chakra and used his sand eye to investigate. During the Jinchuriki meeting, Naruto was able to increase the strength of their mental link, so as long as they were within 100 meters of each other. I figured out what the spike in Naruto's chakra was. Gaara thought. What happened? First, he removed and destroyed the curse mark Orochimaru put on Sasuke. What? Killer Bee said. I'm not sure how, but I'll ask him when he wakes up. He passed out when he finished. Gaara reported. Gaara undid his sand eye and sat on his bed. He would see if Naruto, whether he was in the hospital or at his house. He figured that he would be treated for his burns, and then sent home soon after. He sighed. Please be okay, Naruto. Ch22 trigger warning. Exposition. Naruto woke up and found himself in a white room. He sat up with a groan. His memory was hazy, but he remembered that he let Kurama take over his body to remove the curse mark from Sasuke, but he didn't remember much after that. I was able to remove the curse mark from Sasuke's body. Using so much of my chakra for so long, and it not being in the one-tailed mode, it hurt you. We were lucky. I was able to heal the burns that happened from removing the curse mark. Kurama's voice boomed. I see you're awake. Naruto looked over and saw Kakashi sitting next to him. He smiled. Hi, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. How did you destroy the curse mark? I guessed that because Kurama is a demon, that he was able to destroy it. But how did he do it? Naruto scratched the back of his neck. I'm not sure. I let him take over for a bit to do it. My memories are a bit fuzzy because of it. Kakashi sighed. Sasuke-kun and Sakura-kun have been trying to get any information out of me, but I did tell you that that conversation would stay between us? Naruto nodded. I'm going to tell them. There's one point in trying to hide it now. Kakashi nodded. That's a good move. I'll leave you be. He stood up and walked out of the room. Naruto sighed and threw off the covers. Thanks to his healing, he felt fine. But before he could get to the door, it opened to reveal Sasuke. The Uchiha blinked. You're up. Naruto nodded. Quite perceptive of you. He scoffed. How? What? Naruto tilted his head. Elaborate, please. Sasuke grabbed him by the shirt. Don't play dumb with me. You know exactly what I'm talking about. How did you absorb and destroy the curse mark? Why did you even do it? Naruto put his hand on Sasuke's arm, causing him to let go. I'll tell you, but I want to do it with Sakura. I don't want to explain it twice. Sasuke sighed. I get your point. When you get discharged, come to my place. We'll talk there. With that, he left the room. Naruto sighed. He figured that he could bring both of them into his mindscape as he did with Kakashi. He sat back down on his bed. He didn't see where his clothes were and he hated the hospital clothes. Agreed. Naruto sighed and waited for a nurse to enter. He ended up waiting an hour before a nurse came in. After a quick check, he was discharged. It took them long enough. Stop complaining. Naruto thought as he walked to Sasuke's apartment. Also, be ready for Sasuke-kun and Sakura-kun to be in our mind. It's still technically only your mind. I still think of it as our mind. You can't stop me. Naruto smiled. Accept it. Kurama didn't respond, so Naruto assumed that he accepted it. Naruto stood outside of his friend's apartment and took a deep breath. He had barely knocked when the door opened and he was pulled in by Sakura. He was shoved into a chair and Naruto's two friends stared at him with cold eyes. Sakura crossed her arms. Explain. Naruto looked at them. First let me ask you something. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. And that is, if you seal a kunai inside a scroll, is the scroll now a kunai? Sakura blinked. Of course not. Naruto sighed. But now, you know what the tailed beasts are, right? Sasuke nodded. I remember hearing that there was an attack on the leaf from the nine-tailed fox. From what I heard, Lord Fourth killed it. What? Naruto sighed. You can't kill a tailed beast? Sakura flinched. What do you mean? Naruto looked down. The tailed beasts are made out of chakra. They can't be killed. If they attack, the only way to stop them is to seal them inside of someone. That person is called a Jinchuriki. Sasuke's eyes widened. I didn't know this. How do you know this? Naruto looked at him, struggling to hold back his smirk. Because I am the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Dramatic much. Shut up, Kurama. Naruto looked at his friends. They seemed to be shocked. I think I broke them. Sasuke choked on his own tongue. So, when the Nine-Tails attacked, it was sealed in you? Naruto looked down. For most of my childhood, the villagers hated me. They still hate me. Even now. They see me as the Nine-Tails. I don't know why. Sakura looked down. So that's why you ask us that question? Naruto nodded. Do you see me as the nine-tailed fox? Sasuke shook his head. It's like what you before. If you seal a kunai in a scroll, that scroll isn't a kunai. Naruto smiled. Thanks. Sakura shifted. I get that you're the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but how did you destroy the curse mark? Naruto crossed his ankles. The demon curse mark can only be destroyed a few ways. It could be taken away from the person who branded the person. Sasuke scoffed. That could never happen. Naruto sighed. Or, it can be destroyed by another demon. The Nine-Tails is technically a demon. Sakura looked at him. But you're not the Nine-Tails. Naruto nodded. You're right, but I can let the Nine-Tails take control of my body. That's how I was able to remove and destroy it. Sasuke winced. That doesn't sound fun. Naruto gave a small laugh. It's not. Sakura looked up. Is it possible for us to meet the Nine Tails? I want to that him or her. Naruto smiled and put his hands. Grab on. His friend hesitated, but they took his hands. A moment later, they found themselves in Naruto's mind. Sakura looked around. Where are we? We're in my mind. The Uchiha and Harano looked at their friend. He was wearing a similar yukata to the one he wore to the festival. Only now there was a golden crown with orange gems that lay on his forehead. What? Sakura muttered. She looked down to make sure her clothes were the same. This place is appealing. Naruto gave a calm smile. Come on. Let's go to Kurama. Sasuke raised his eyebrow. Kurama? Does he mean the Nine Tails? Did he give him a name? Naruto led his friends to Kurama and explained the same things he did to Kakashi. Sasuke and Sakura warmed up to Kurama. Sasuke asked something that was on his mind. I get a lot of what happened, but I do also want to know how you knew the fourth Mizukage. Naruto, who was sitting on Kurama's paw, smiled. Simple. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, is also a Jinchuriki. Sakura nodded. I do know that there are 8 other-tailed beasts. Are they all sealed in people? Naruto nodded. Yagura is the 3-tailed Jinchuriki. Sasuke leaned against the bars of the cage. Do you know all the Jinchuriki? Naruto nodded. I've been in contact with them since I was 10. Sasuke looked up. Have you met all the Jinchuriki in person? Naruto nodded again. I met up with them during the festival. Sakura blinked. But you were with us the whole time. Shadow clone. Sasuke laughed. I'm surprised that you fooled everyone with that. Naruto grinned. What can I say? I'm good with shadow clones. Sakura sighed. We should get back. Naruto slid off Kurama's paw and held out his hands. You're right, let's go. His friends took his hands, and after a melting of colors, they were back in Sasuke's apartment. Sakura sighed again. Anyone else hungry? Sasuke shrugged. Wait, does Kakashi know about this? Naruto nodded. I told him after we got back from the Land of Waves. He came to my apartment. Sasuke grunted. All right. Come on. I'm hungry. /Jinchuriki Unite Trigger Warning. Body snatching. Fate-obsessed Niji. The finals for the chunin exams came much sooner than Naruto expected. During the month of training, Naruto worked strong training his body to handle more of Kurama's chakra for longer. He knew that he would need to use it to even stand a chance against Orochimaru. Now, he was able to keep his mind intact when he was in a 4-tails form. He couldn't use any more than that, but he was happy with how well he was doing. While he was sleeping, he was training in his mind. He managed to make it so time slowed down even when he was sleeping. He had managed to perfect a barrier style that he could leave shadow clones to do so he could still fight. Now, he was in the stadiums. He hadn't told Sasuke that Gaara was the one tail. He did tell Gaara and Fu that they should refrain from using their tailed beast power, as it could create a lot of problems. Looking up at the Kage's box, Naruto knew that Orochimaru was sitting there in the body of the Kazakage. He guessed that he had 2 of his most loyal minions within. On the bright side, there were 4 Jinchuriki in there with him. Okay guys, where are you? Naruto mentally asked. I am in the stands waiting for my match with Sasuke. Gaara said. I'm with my team across from Gaara. Fu's voice chimed in. Beacon, Yagura, Yuta and I are in the Kage's box. Yujito reported. Hankuin and I are just outside the village. When the attack happens, we'll get the civilians to safety. Rashi said. Naruto sighed. When the attack begins, I need the 4 in the Kage's box to protect Lord Third. We can't have him die. Make sure that we get Orochimaru away from this area. There are too many people here. We've got it. Also, Naruto-kun. Yagura said. Make sure you save chakra for the fight to come. Don't waste it all on your match. I know. Naruto said. In the Kage's box, Hiruzen smiled at the other Kage. It's good to see you all again. Orochimaru, disguised as the 4th Kazakage, nodded. Agreed, it's been far too long. They nodded. Yes, this should be quite interesting. Yagura nodded. It's a shame that the Tsuzakage wasn't able to come. Orochimaru nodded. But it's good for me. Yudakata wrinkled his nose. He was surprised that none of the others noticed that the Kazakage was Orochimaru. He must have been using a powerful jutsu. To be fair, if he wasn't told, then he would have been fooled as well. Naruto looked at the matchups and found that he was fighting Niji Hyuga. This could be a bit of a problem. Niji had the Byakugan, and it would be strong to land a sneak attack. He did know that Kurama's chakra directly countered the Hyuga clan's fighting style. I wouldn't suggest that you use the version 2 state. You might be able to use the cloak, but be careful. The third Hokage doesn't know that you talked to me. Kurama warned Naruto. Good idea. Naruto thought. He was using his private connection to Kurama so the other Jinchurikis couldn't hear his thoughts. My match is first. That's great. Naruto would normally be excited about fighting, but he was nervous about his match. He watched Niji's match against his cousin Hinata. If you need help, I'll step in. Kurama said. Thanks. He thought as he walked into the arena. Niji looked at him and he seemed calm. You can't win. Fate is on my side. He said. What is it with him and fate? Kurama asked. I don't know. Naruto said. Now be quiet. Rude. Naruto and Niji circled each other. The moment the match begins, Naruto created a rush of shadow clones. He wanted to try and catch Niji in Air Sphere Prison. Niji sighed. 8 trigrams rotation. Naruto's clones were blasted back, and it caught Naruto off balance and forced him to undo Air Sphere Prison. Niji rushed him and Naruto jumped into the air. Be careful. He's going to try and hit your chakra points. Got it. Naruto thought. Making a few hand signs, Naruto said, wind style. Wind arrow jutsus. Putting his hands in position, he shot the wind arrows at him. Niji was easily able to dodge them and ran at him. 8 trigrams air palm, a blast of pressurized air was launched at Naruto. Acting on his feet, he made a shield out of Kurama's chakra. Damn it, I couldn't have done that, Naruto thought. Now's not the time. He was going to find out anyway. Kurama called. In the Kage's box, the third Hokage puffed some smoke from his pipe. I never thought that Naruto-kun would be able to control the 9 tails. A leaned forward. So, that's the 9 tails Jinchuriki, huh? He's quite young. Yagura nodded. I must agree. To be fair, Garakan's also a Jinchuriki. Naruto landed on the wall and ran around. He had told himself that he wouldn't use Fuinjutsu in the chunin exams, and he was sticking by that. I have to get him to stop using the Byakugan. Naruto thought. Naruto jumped to the ground and, when he was only a foot away, he gathered chakra into his fist and broke up the ground. The resulting tremor caused Niji to lose his footing. Naruto rushed forward and punched him in the face. Niji was able to cross his arms to block the punch, but he was still blasted back. Weaving the signs, Naruto said. Wind-style air sphere prison. Niji found himself in a sphere of air. Gentle fist, they hit the prison, but it wasn't able to break through. Naruto put more chakra into it in case he tried again or tried something else. After about 5 minutes of Niji trying to get out, Genma Shiranui, who took over after Hayate passed away, called the match. The winner of the match is Naruto Uzumaki. He said. Naruto released Niji from the prison and held out his hand to him. Sorry about that. It looks like fate wasn't really on your side. Niji scoffed, but he took Naruto's hand. You may have won this time, but should we fight again, you will not be so fortunate. Naruto gave him a big smile. I can't wait. As he walked in, he realized that the next match was Shikamaru versus Gaara's sister, Temari. Checking his chakra levels, he figured he used about 10% of his chakra, with only a tiny bit of Kurama's. Good work, Naruto. Fu said. Rashihan Naruto won his match against Niji Hyuga. Good work, Naruto. Rashi said. Agreed. Son Goku said. Thanks, guys. In the Kage's box, what's going on with Orochimaru? He asked. He hasn't tried anything, but I think that the 2 men behind him are getting impatient. Yujito responded. He might not try anything until Garakan and Sasuke-kun's fight, but we should still be on guard. Naruto thought as he sat down next to Sakura. Sakura smiled at him. Good work, Naruto. Jinchuriki unite. Trigger warning. Body snatching. Fate-obsessed Niji. The finals for the chunin exams came much sooner than Naruto expected. During the month of training, Naruto worked strong training his body to handle more of Kurama's chakra for longer. He knew that he would need to use it to even stand a chance against Orochimaru. Now, he was able to keep his mind intact when he was in a Four Tails form. He couldn't use any more than that, but he was happy with how well he was doing. While he was sleeping, he was training in his mind. He managed to make it so time slowed down even when he was sleeping. He had managed to perfect a barrier style that he could leave shadow clones to do so he could still fight. Now, he was in the stadiums. He hadn't told Sasuke that Gaara was the One Tail. He did tell Gaara and Fu that they should refrain from using their tailed beast power, as it could create a lot of problems. Looking up at the Kage's box, Naruto knew that Orochimaru was sitting there in the body of the Kazakage. He guessed that he had two of his most loyal minions within. On the bright side, there were 4 Jinchuriki in there with him. "Hey guys. Where are you?" Naruto mentally asked. "I am in the stands waiting for my match with Sasuke," Gaara said. "I'm with my team across from Gaara," Fu's voice chimed in. "Beacon, Yagura-sama, Yudakata-san and I are in the Kage's box," Yujito reported. "Hankuin and I are just outside the village. When the attack happens, we'll get the civilians to safety," Rashi said. Naruto sighed. "But when the attack begins, I need the 4 in the Kage's box to protect Lord Third. We can't have him die. Make sure that we get Orochimaru away from this area. There are too many people here." "We've got it. Also, Naruto-kun," Yagura said. "Make sure you save chakra for the fight to come. Don't waste it all on your match." "I know," Naruto said. In the Kage's box, Hiruzen smiled at the other Kage. "It's good to see you all again." Orochimaru, disguised as the 4th Kazakage, nodded. "Agreed, it's been far too long." I nodded. "Yes, this should be quite interesting." Yagura nodded. "It's a shame that the Tsuzakage wasn't able to come." Orochimaru nodded. "But it's good for me." Yudakata wrinkled his nose. He was surprised that none of the others noticed that the Kazakage was Orochimaru. He must have been using a powerful jutsu. To be fair, if he wasn't told, then he would have been fooled as well. Naruto looked at the matchups and found that he was fighting Neji Hyuga. This could be a bit of a problem. Neji had the Byakugan, and it would be strong to land a sneak attack. He did know that Kurama's chakra directly countered the Hyuga clan's fighting style. "I wouldn't suggest that you use the version 2 state. You might be able to use the cloak, but be careful. The 3rd Hokage doesn't know that you talked to me," Kurama warned Naruto. "Good idea," Naruto thought. He was using his private connection to Kurama so the other Jinchurikis couldn't hear his thoughts. "My match is first." That's great. Naruto would normally be excited about fighting, but he was nervous about his match. He watched Neji's match against his cousin Hinata. "If you need help, I'll step in." "Kurama said, "Thanks," he thought as he walked into the arena. Neji looked at him and he seemed calm. "You can't win. Fate is on my side," he said. "What is it with him and fate?" Kurama asked. "I don't know," Naruto said. "Now be quiet. Rude." Naruto and Neji circled each other. The moment the match begins, Naruto created a rush of shadow clones. He wanted to try and catch Neji in Air Sphere Prison. Neji sighed. 8 trigrams rotation. Naruto's clones were blasted back, and it caught Naruto off balance and forced him to undo Air Sphere Prison. Neji rushed him and Naruto jumped into the air. "Be careful. He's going to try and hit your chakra points." "Got it," Naruto thought. Making a few hand signs, Naruto said, "Wind style." Wind arrow jutsu's. Putting his hands in position, he shot the wind arrows at him. Neji was easily able to dodge them and ran at him. 8 trigrams air palm, a blast of pressurized air was launched at Naruto. Acting on his feet, he made a shield out of Kurama's chakra. "Damn it, I couldn't have done that," Naruto thought. Now's not the time. He was going to find out anyway. Kurama called. In the Kage's box, the 3rd Hokage puffed some smoke from his pipe. "I never thought that Naruto-kun would be able to control the 9 tails." A leaned forward. "So, that's the 9 tails Jinchuriki, huh? He's quite young." Yagura nodded. "I must agree. To be fair, Garakan's also a Jinchuriki." Naruto landed on the wall and ran around. He had told himself that he wouldn't use Fuinjutsu in the chunin exams, and he was sticking by that. I have to get him to stop using the Byakugan. Naruto thought. Naruto jumped to the ground and, when he was only a foot away, he gathered chakra into his fist and broke up the ground. The resulting tremor caused Neji to lose his footing. Naruto rushed forward and punched him in the face. Neji was able to cross his arms to block the punch, but he was still blasted back. Weaving the signs, Naruto said. Wind-style air sphere prison. Neji found himself in a sphere of air. Gentle fist, they hit the prison, but it wasn't able to break through. Naruto put more chakra into it in case he tried again or tried something else. After about 5 minutes of Neji trying to get out, Genma Shiranui, who took over after Hayate passed away, called the match. The winner of the match is Naruto Uzumaki. He said. Naruto released Neji from the prison and held out his hand to him. Sorry about that. It looks like fate wasn't really on your side. Neji scoffed, but he took Naruto's hand. You may have won this time, but should we fight again, you will not be so fortunate. Naruto gave him a big smile. I can't wait. As he walked in, he realized that the next match was Shikamaru versus Gaara's sister, Temari. Checking his chakra levels, he figured he used about 10% of his chakra, with only a tiny bit of Kurama's. Good work, Naruto. Fu said. Rashi Han. Naruto won his match against Neji Hyuga. Good work, Naruto. Rashi said. Agreed. Son Goku said. Thanks, guys. In the Kage's box, what's going on with Orochimaru? He asked. He hasn't tried anything, but I think that the two men behind him are getting impatient. Yujito responded. He might not try anything until Garakan and Sasuke-kun's fight, but we should still be on guard. Naruto thought as he sat down next to Sakura. Sakura smiled at him. Good work, Naruto. Jinchuriki unite. Trigger warning. Skipping Shikamaru versus Temari, it's the same as in canon. Orochimaru's attack, Sasuke hurting Gaara, BLD after the match with Shikamaru and Temari, which Shikamaru won, was the match with Sasuke and Gaara. Be careful, Garakan. Sasuke-kun has a new move called Chidori. I think that it might be able to pierce your sand shield. Naruto had his foxes watch Sasuke's training. He was worried that Sasuke might try to kill Gaara. It might have just been his imagination, but he could help himself. When he saw how powerful the Chidori was, his concern only grew. When Gaara and Sasuke entered the ring, and the match started, Sasuke went on the attack. With his Sharingan activated, he was able to outmaneuver Gaara's sand. Naruto saw that he had studied Rock Lee's moves. Grunted. He's fast. He was able to punch Gaara in the face. Naruto wanted to intervene, but he knew he couldn't. If he did, both of them would be disqualified. Gaara managed to hit Sasuke back into a wall with his sand. He jumped back and put up his sand guard. Orochimaru smiled. Gaara was going to change into Shikaku. He's going to make his move. Yujito said. Gaara, try to stay in there as long as you can. Naruto thought. Rashi Han got ready to move. Got it. Gaara said. Roger. Rashi answered. Those in the Kage's box, get ready to fight. Fuchin, make sure to protect the civilians. You can count on me, Fu said. Naruto discreetly made a few hand signs. He put a counter genjutsu on himself just in case. Sasuke found his footing on the wall. He made some hand signs and laced his figure. Lighting chakra collected in his hands. A bird screech rang out. Sakura muttered. What jutsu is that? Naruto bit his lip. So he using Chidori already. He only has 2 shots. Sasuke ran down the wall and charged at the orb of sand Gaara stalling in. He stabbed his arm right through the sand. His hand hit Gaara in the shoulder. Gaara screamed in pain, letting down his sand guard, and all the Jinchuriki in the arena flinched in response. It wasn't enough for anyone to notice unless they were looking. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. He looked to Kabuto, who was disguised as an ANBU member. Kabuto cast a genjutsu that put everyone in the area to sleep. It's a genjutsu. Fuchin, you still there? Yep, I've got an immunity to genjutsu. Those in the box, you awake? Naruto asked. All of us are. Orochimaru's waiting for most people to fall asleep. Utakata's voice was laced with anger. Naruto stood up. Sakura fell victim to it, as did everyone around. The moment that snake moves, we can't waste any time. Several sound and sand joinin started to attack. Kakashi, Guy, and a few other jonin counterattacked. The kunai with a paper bomb wrapped around was launched toward Naruto's area. Naruto threw his hands up. Wind-style air sphere prison, he contained the kunai in the sphere. When it exploded, the blast did no damage. Good work, Naruto, Kakashi called as he cut down a sand ninja. That's a useful jutsu, Naruto nodded. You're welcome to copy it. Just then, Orochimaru blasted out of the Kage's box. He had the third Hokage by the neck. Lord Third, he yelled. Naruto-kun, Orochimaru prepared for this. There were seal traps around the other Kage and Yujito's voice rang in his head. Naruto snarled. Kakashi-sensei, can you cover for me? I need to get to the Kage's box. Kakashi looked skeptical, but he nodded. Naruto jumped to the Kage's box. Kunai were being thrown at him, but he ignored them. Before he got there, an ANBU member stopped him. Naruto smashed the mask, and he saw that it was the gray-haired boy that was in the chunin exams. Naruto growled. So you're with that snake? He entered his version 1 state with one tail. This surprised Kabuto, and Naruto wrapped his chakra tail around him and swung around to his back. Using Kabuto's back as a board, he jumped to the Kage's box and sent Kabuto plummeting to the ground. Naruto clambered into the Kage's box. There he found the Reikage straining against the seal that bound him to his chair. Killer Bee and Yujito were on their knees. Yagura had been slammed into the wall and sealed to it. Utakata was frozen in place. The remaining Kage and their guards gaped at Naruto. Naruto knew that he looked a little scary in this form. What are you doing here, boy? The Reikage yelled. Naruto raised an eyebrow and sighed. I expect an apology after this. Reikage fumed. Why should I? He was cut off by Naruto dropping to all fours and splitting his tail. He still only had one, but it created enough for him to hit all the seals. The moment his chakra touched the seals, they shattered. The Reikage stood up and scoffed. I'm going after the Kazakage, something's off. Naruto grabbed him with his tail. Before you go, let me tell you why the Kazakige's like this. The Reikage glared. He didn't like being restrained by a child, but he did want to hear the information. And that is. Naruto growled. That's not the real Kazakage. Orochimaru killed him and is using his body. I'll explain how I knew when we kill him. Reikage wanted to integrate the boy, but Yagura called. Lord Reikage, we must stop Orochimaru. Yagura and Utakata jumped out the window. Naruto followed shortly behind them. Bro, shall we go? Be wrapped. Yujito rolled her eyes. The Reikage nodded. Yes, come. In the arena, Gaara was on his knees. He clutched his shoulder as he used his sand to protect the civilians. His sibling tried to ask him why he was doing that, but he stopped them with a harsh look. Now, Temari and Kankuro, under Gaara's orders, were getting civilians in the village to safely. Sasuke saw a bombed kunai flying to Gaara. He knew that all of Gaara's focus was on protecting people. He didn't know why, but he wasn't going to complain. Sasuke grabbed his own bombed kunai and threw it at the flying kunai. They collided and blew up midair. Sasuke stood next to Gaara. I don't know why you're protecting the leaf, but I'll ask questions later. I'll make sure that you can concentrate. Gaara nodded. With his wounded shoulder, he doubted that focus on defending himself. At this point, Orochimaru had the Sound Ninja 4 create a barrier around him. Kimimaro was on the outside of the barrier and killed the ANBU members that were trying to break the barrier. C25 trigger warning. Death, 5 tails Naruto. Embarrassed Naruto prowled around the barrier. He had grown 2 more tails. The Reikage, Yagura, and Utakata were fighting Kimimaro. The Reikage couldn't go all out, as there were still civilians around. B and Yujito were back at the arena, helping to protect the civilians. Naruto suddenly paused. At the north corner, a girl with red hair was holding the barrier. Naruto was using Kurama's chakra to determine that this was the weakest. Naruto charged a pointed chakra blast. This move would only damage its target, so he could put more power into it. He blasted it at the barrier. When it hit, the barrier shook. This shocked the woman, and she activated her curse mark. Naruto snarled. This makes this harder. We can't absorb it through the barrier, we might have to do a mini-tailed beast ball. Kurama growled. No, Naruto shouted. That causes too much damage. We might be able to break it, but we're going to have to touch it. Won't touching the barrier burn us? Naruto asked. We won't physically touch it. Using the tails, twist the three into one large one. We'll pool our chakra into it and blast it. Naruto twisted the tails. It's worth a shot. He looked over and saw that the Raikage, Utakata, and Yagura had killed Kimimaro, and they were waiting at the barrier. When he touched the tip of his tail to the barrier, it felt hot, but there was no fire. Naruto figured that because it was made solely of chakra, the barrier couldn't damage it. A blast of chakra shattered the barrier. The Sound Ninja 4 fell back. The tree shattered into splinters. When the dust from the blast cleared, Naruto saw that they were too late. Orochimaru was standing over the dead body of the third Hokage. There was something wrong with his arms. They were purple and rotting. Seeing the snake Sannin standing over the dead body of the man he considered his grandfather, Naruto snapped. Naruto changed into his version 2 state, and he pushed his limits. He had 5 tails. He charged at Orochimaru and smacked him back. The man was thrown back hundreds of feet. Yagura took a sharp breath. This isn't good. If this keeps up, he might lose control. Yagura didn't know that Naruto was still in control, but he wanted to kill Orochimaru. The Sound Ninja 4 charged at Naruto, but they stood no chance against the enraged Jinchuriki. He used his tails to grab the 4 of them. The contact caused their skin to burn away. They screamed in pain. Naruto looked over and saw the horrified face of the 2 Kage. Naruto dropped the Sound Ninja 4 in an instant and raced after Orochimaru, who got up and was running out of the village. Yagura cursed. Let's get these 4 tied up. Then I'm going after him. The Raikage nodded. I'll come with Yagura. Cut him off. Naruto is a Jinchuriki. And so am I. There are other Jinchurikis here. We will go after Naruto. The Raikage tried to protest, but Yagura shut him down. Soon, they tied up the Sound Ninja 4 and put them in the care of the Leaf Jonin. Guys, we have a problem. Yagura thought as he and Utakata ran after Naruto. What's going on? I felt a huge spike in Kurama's chakra. Gaara asked. Naruto-kun's in a version 2 state with 5 tails. Yagura followed Naruto's chakra. If this keeps up, he might lose control. Damn it. I'm still injured and protecting the civilians. Gaara cursed. I think that Beacon and I can catch up to you too. Yujito said. Let's go. We need to be careful. Utakata said. Kurama's the most powerful of the tailed beast. Don't worry. Yujito said. This is Naruto we're talking about. He's going to be fine. Naruto chased Orochimaru away from the village. He notices that he couldn't use his arms. It was likely that he could use any hand signs, so he couldn't vanish. As they ran, Naruto felt like they got far enough away for them to fight. He shot one of his tails forward to grab Orochimaru. The snake Sannin dodged, but another tail shot out and grabbed him. Naruto pulled him forward and struck him with his claws. That area around the arm burned and turned gray. Orochimaru opened his mouth, and a snake with a sword in its own mouth shot at him. This pushed Naruto back. It also surprised him and caused him to release Orochimaru. Next to him, Kabuto appeared. Naruto snared, but Kabuto only grabbed him and vanished. Naruto let out a roar of anger. It was powerful enough that it destroyed the trees in the area around him. He felt a 6th tail starting to form, but he knew that he would be able to handle it. He pushed down his anger. He would find the snake Sannin again. As he deactivated the mode, his burned skin stung in the air. This was the downside of pushing the mode past 4 tails. His skin would burn off. He was just glad he healed fast. Suddenly he heard Naruto looking up at the trees. He saw Yagura, Utakata, Yujito, and Killer Bee. Hey guys. The 4 Jinchuriki jumped down, and Yagura started to heal Naruto as the others surrounded them. What happened to you? Naruto looked down. This is what happens when I go past 4 tails. My skin burns off because of the chakra. Yujito raised her fingers and closed her eyes. I don't sense Orochimaru. Naruto shook his head. A man with long gray hair came and got him. Utakata tightened his grip on his flute. God damn it, now what? Naruto didn't answer. What about the civilians? Are they okay? Rashi's voice answered. Yes. No one was killed. Han is keeping them in line by being scary. Are they afraid of me because I'm tall? I'm just standing here. Han questioned. Naruto laughed. They can come out now. We should meet with the other Kage. They're going to want an explanation as to why all of us are here. I also told the Raikage how I knew that the Kazakage was really Orochimaru. Yagura sighed. But, come on, let's head back. Naruto tried to get to his feet but fell due to the exhaustion he got as a result of using the version 2 state. Yagura caught him. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Naruto nodded. Yeah. My body's just weak from using the version 2 state. B nodded. Using Jubi's chakra used to make me weak. Even if the amount I used was meek. Yujito smacked him, but there was a smile on her face. Yagura looked at Utakata, who nodded. Utakata created a bubble that enveloped Naruto. You can ride in this. Naruto-sama. Naruto squeezed. Sama. The other Jinchuriki nodded. You are our leader, Utakata said. You were the one who got in contact with us. You were the one who came up with the plan to protect the Hokage. It's only right that you are our leader. Naruto blushed and covered his face. Yagura smiled. Naruto still had much to learn, but he would be great. Jinchuriki unite trigger warning. BLD, anger Raikage, shouting. Exposition. Well, the Raikage said. Naruto and the other Jinchurikis were sitting across from the Raikage, the clan leaders, and the elders. Along with the Jinchuriki were Gaara's siblings, Naruto's teammates, and Kakashi. Yagura put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. He chose to sit with him, instead of with the leaders. Naruto took a deep breath. Where do you want me to start? Shikaku laced his fingers. How about we start with how you know that other Jinchurikis? Naruto nodded. When I was 4, I meet Kurama. Kurama? Shikaku asked. Naruto nodded. That's the Ninetales' real name. Shikaku nodded. Continue. Well, Naruto said. He told me about the other Jinchurikis. He started training me to use his power. I only did so in private to avoid this very situation. Inoichi shrugged. I can see why. Naruto shifted. I trained foxes to send messages. He snapped his fingers. A series of yip rang out. Everyone but the Jinchurikis looked down to see 8 foxes with Masager bags and amulets around their neck. Naruto continued to speak. These foxes can use a space-time ninjutsu to travel long distances. They can get from the leaf to the stone in an instant. Shikaku hummed. That could be useful. When did you start talking to the other Jinchurikis? Naruto looked at him with no emotion. Since I was 10. Chose's jaw dropped. So, you've been talking to them for 3 years. What's the Raikage yelled? He looked at Killer Bee. You were talking to this boy for 3 years and you didn't tell me. Killer Bee looked down. Naruto-kun asked me to keep it a secret. I swore on my honor I would keep it. Yujito groaned. Please don't rap now. This is serious, Shikaku sighed. But, so Naruto, how did you get all of them here? Naruto looked at Yagura for support. He nodded in encouragement. He rubbed his wrist. When I found out that Garakan and Fuchin would be in the chunin exams, I was originally just excited to meet them. But, when Yagura-kun told me that both he and the Raikage would be here, I got an idea. I figured that Lord Raikage would bring Killer Bee-chan and Yujito-kun as his guards, and Yagura-kun would bring Utakata-kun as one of his. All I had to do was contact Rashikin and Hanshan. Then all the Jinchuriki would be together and we could meet up. The Raikage tapped his fingers on the table. So that's why all of you were here. But how did you figure out that the Kazakage was that snake? Naruto looked at Gaara for permission to continue. After he nodded, Naruto said, Gaara can get in contact with me. He felt like something was off with his father. One day, he used a jutsu to spy on him. What he found was that Orochimaru had killed his father and was hiding inside of the body. Choza gagged. That's gross. Naruto nodded in agreement. Garakan told the other Jinchuriki at our meeting. We planned to attack Orochimaru the moment he moved. We didn't anticipate that he would have seals prepared. The Raikage narrowed his eyes. You came in only a few moments after Orochimaru took the Hokage. How did you know? Naruto sighed. I was able to create a mind link to myself and the other Jinchurikis. It only works between us because of the tailed beasts. Inoichi eyed Yagura. So you called for Naruto to help you. I'm guessing that you came up with the plan. Yagura shook his head. I didn't. It was Naruto-sama. Naruto's teammates and teacher were shocked. Even the elder's eyes widened. Naruto-sama. He's the leader. The other Jinchuriki nodded. He was the one who got in contact with all of us. Utakata repeated the reasons he gave to Naruto. He holds the most powerful Jinchuriki. He came up with a plan to help the village. He told us what to do. The Hokage nodded. I can see the reasoning. Naruto gave a small smile. Are we done here? I've given you all the information you requested. Shikaku raised his hand. One last thing. When did all of you meet up? And where did you meet? Naruto looked at the others. Should we tell them about the Hashirama statue? Yagura clenched his fist. We don't have much of a choice. Go ahead. Naruto took a deep breath. We set a time to meet during the festival. To have an alibi, we created clones. Choza nodded. That explains how I saw Naruto at the festival. Naruto snapped his finger and a fox jumped onto his lap. We met in the Hashirama statue. The Hokage blinked. Don't you mean at or on the statue? Naruto shook his head and pet the fox. I meant what I said. We met in the Hashirama statue. Shikaku rubbed his chin. So, you found out Abel the secret of the statue? The Hokage looked at him. That do you mean by that? Shikaku sighed. Not many people knew, but the inside of the Hashirama statue is hollow. It was used as a meeting place during times of war. There's a BLD seal on it so that it can't be perpetrated by outsiders. Choza looked at Naruto. How did you gain access? Naruto looked at his hand. My father was the one who made the BLD seal. Because of that, I was able to gain access using my own BLD. Many of the elders flinched. They had thought they kept who Naruto's father was a secret from him. Naruto glared at the elder. Despite your best efforts, dear elder, I was told who my father was from Kurama. I have known who my father was for years. I know who he was and I know what he did. Many of the elders started to shake. Yagura put a hand on Naruto. Don't scare them too much, Naruto. Naruto stood up. Now that we are done, we will be taking our leave now. Naruto motions for the other Jinchuriki to follow him. They followed out according to their tailed beast number. Gaara's sibling and the rest of Team 7 looked at the leader. Shikaku motioned for them to go. After they left, Shikaku rubbed his forehead. That is going to be strong. Lord Hokage, if you will, could you please leave? We in the village need to figure out who will be the 5th Hokage. We also need to prepare for Lord Third's funeral. The Hokage nodded and left the room. At the same time, Naruto and the Jinchuriki headed to Naruto's apartment to discuss what to do next. Siege 27 trigger warning. Mentions of death, perverted Jiraiya, cold Naruto. The Jinchuriki sat around Naruto's table a few days after the 3rd Hokage's funeral. He had been keeping his room cleaner and he had been eating vegetables as a way to make Kurama stop bugging him. Yujito looked around. How long have you lived here? Naruto had his foxes appear and go to their given Jinchuriki. I've lived here for most of my life. I started living on my own when I was about 4. Yagura clenched his fist. You mentioned that you knew who your father was and what he did. Did he do something bad? Naruto laughed and, good God, no. My father was the 4th Hokage. Minato Namikaze. Han's eyes widened. He was able to take out an army of hidden stone ninjas by himself. I didn't know you were his son. Naruto shifted. I was only given my mother's maiden name. Gar pets his fox. Why though? Naruto looked at his fox. I think that it was to protect me. Fu punched the floor. That's mean. They could have told you, Yagura sighed. If they told that to a kid, then he might have told other people. That would start a chain reaction. B nodded. You have a point, dude. But it was still rude. Naruto smiled at him. It's okay. I don't have any grudge against Lord Third. Yagura smiled. That's very mature. Rashi cleared his throat. Naruto-sama. What should we do now? Naruto sighed. First, does anyone know if there is someone that might target us? Yagura touched his chin. I have heard of a group called the Akatsuki. I would need to investigate further, but I have heard they are after the tailed beasts. They are building their ranks. Naruto looked up. I know that my godfather has an information network. I'll ask him about them. Fu smiled. Good idea. Naruto looked at them. For now, we should go back to our villages. If all of us are in the same place, then the Akatsuki will have an easy time finding us. Rashikin and Hanchan, I suggest the two of you stay together. If you run into any member of the Akatsuki, don't fight. We don't know what they can do yet. The 4 and 5 tails Jinchuriki nodded. Understood. Garaken, I believe that the sand will want you to be the Kazakage. I doubt that the Akatsuki will attack the village. Fuchin, I think it would be good if you're always on missions. That will make it harder for the Akatsuki to find you. Gaara nodded. Fu looked like she wanted to protest, but she only nodded. Naruto took a deep breath. Yujitoken and Bichan, I want the two of you to stay together. If we are in groups, then they'll be less likely to attack. The Cloud Ninja nodded. Yujito smiled. I understand, Naruto-sama. He grinned. He almost started rapping, but Naruto held up his hand, causing him to stop. Yaguraken and Yudakataken, I'm guessing that you will be in the village because of the revolution. That itself will give you some protection from the Akatsuki. With the fighting going on, I doubt the Akatsuki could even get in. Yudakata twirled his flute. Yagura nodded. Good thinking, Naruto-sama. Naruto stood up. I'm going to find Jiraiya. I need to get any information for us. Fu looked at him. Shouldn't some of us come with you? Naruto shook his head. Jiraiya was once a teammate of Orochimaru. He is one of the legendary Sannin. If anyone can fight the Akatsuki, it's him. Yagura put a hand on Fu. He's right. You need to go back to your team now. They must be worried about you. Fu looked down. Okay. She left the room shortly after Naruto. Gaara stood. I need to go to my siblings. I'm sure they have many questions. B and Yujito looked at each other and nodded. We should go to Lord Raikage. I'm sure that we can get him to calm down about this. Yujito said. B opened his mouth, but Yujito grabbed his ear and pulled him away. You grabbing me like that causes me a lot of harm. Sound the alarm, he wailed as Yujito dragged him off. Rashi grunted. That was interesting. Han and I will be taking our leave now. The stone Jinchuriki walked out of the room. Yudakata and Yagura soon followed. Naruto headed to the hot springs. He changed into his female form while looking for the perverted sage. It didn't take long for him to find him. He found him peeking into the girl's room. Naruto was fully clothed, but they were revealing. He also looked a little older. He wore a red CRP top and a black, tight skirt with white fishnet stockings. His shoes were the same red as his top and had a tall heel. He was only 4 inch 8 foot when he was just him. And in his female form, he was taller, about 5 inch 4 foot with the heels. He was an extra 3 inches. His hair was still the same blonde, was longer, and held in a high bun. He could change the CHST size, and today he went with a decant 32 inches. He walked up and tapped his godfather on the shoulder. The sage flinched, but Naruto curled his finger and smiled. Jiraiya blushed as he saw the CHST size of the woman in front of him. Naruto grabbed his hand and pulled the out of the hand of his godfather. He pulled him out of the hot springs and gently brought him into the woods. The Toad Sannin was blushing like crazy. The women lead him to a secluded area and pulled her top down a little. Jiraiya started at the melons when a cloud of smoke enveloped his vision. Predictable. The smoke cleared to reveal a cross-armed Naruto. The Sannin yelped in surprise. That was a transformation. Naruto sighed and shook his head. I can change my appearance to a female form. That person doesn't actually exist. I have several versions of that. Naruto transformed again. This time into a mostly naked girl with 2 high pigtails. This form only wore a hot pink bikini. Jiraiya got a severe nosebleed. What? Naruto changed back. I'm not here to satisfy your perverted thoughts. His eyes turned cold. I assume you heard what happened in the leaf. Jiraiya whipped the BLD from his nose. His eyes sunk. Yes. They asked me to be the next Hokage. Please tell me you declined. Kurama spoke through Naruto. Naruto clapped his hand over his mouth. Sorry, Naruto said. Continue. Jiraiya laughed. It's okay. Yes, I did decline the position. I was on my way to look for the last member of the legendary Sannin. Naruto nodded. That's Tsunade. Right? Jiraiya nodded. I was going to bring you with me, but, I got distracted. Naruto sighed. I'd be happy to come, but I came to you for a different reason. I want information on the Akatsuki. Jiraiya looked at him. What? Naruto looked at him. His eyes were dead. I've been in contact with the other Jinchurikis. We had the first meeting shortly before Orochimaru attacked the village. Jiraiya gasped. Naruto continued. I was named leader of Jinchuriki. I was made aware that a group called the Akatsuki is after us. I understand that you have information on them. In order for us to protect each other, I need the information. It took a few seconds for Jiraiya to respond. Wow. Yeah. I can give you that. He pulled a scroll out of his bag. This is the information I have on the Akatsuki. Naruto looked at the scroll. Do you think you can make 8 copies of that scroll? Jiraiya nodded. Within seconds, there were 8 copies of the scroll in front of them. Naruto snapped his fingers. His 8 foxes appeared out of the trees and sat down behind him. Jiraiya looked a little confused, but he soon got what Naruto was doing when he grabbed the scrolls and put one of each into each of their bags. These foxes will send the information to each of the Jinchuriki. He stood up and turned to his godfather. Do you know where to look for Tsunade-san? Jiraiya shook his head. Not an exact location, but I have a good idea. There's also a jutsu that I want to teach you. When we stop, I can teach you it. Naruto nodded. Let me get a bag ready to good. He rushed off to his apartment and set up a bag for an rank mission. As he did that, Jiraiya told Kakashi that Naruto was going to be with him. Soon they were on the road. Jinchuriki Unite trigger warning. Mentions of death, alcohol, and BLD, Naruto and Jiraiya stopped in a village after walking for around 2 days. This was their first pit stop. After checking into an inn and getting some food, Jiraiya took Naruto to an open field. So, what is this jutsu you wanted to teach me? Naruto asked as they walked. Jiraiya smiled at him. They stopped next to a large rock. This is a jutsu that your father invented. The Rasengan. He held out his hand and clutched his wrist. An orb of spinning chakra formed in his hand. He slammed into the boulder. When the dust cleared, the rock was nothing but rubble. Naruto clapped his hands and jumped up and down. That was so cool. Jiraiya laughed. He found it funny that even though Naruto was the leader of the Jinchuriki, some of the most powerful people in the world, he was still a kid excited about a cool jutsu. Now, this isn't an easy jutsu to learn, but I'm confident you can do it. Naruto nodded. So, how do I learn it? Jiraiya set his scroll down. This jutsu combines speed rotation and chakra control. I'm sure you have the chakra control down. Now take this. He held out a water balloon. Naruto took it and looked at it. Do I need to break it with my chakra? Jiraiya nodded. What you have to do is spin your chakra around inside of the balloon to make it pop. Naruto nodded. He put chakra into the balloon and it started to shake. After a few minutes, the balloon burst and water went everywhere. I did it. Jiraiya nodded and took more balloons out of the scroll. Good. You should work on getting it done faster. Naruto nodded. He was enjoying this. After about an hour of training, he was able to make the balloon pop in a second. Jiraiya looked pleased. That was fast. Nice work. I guess having tons of chakra makes it easier. Naruto, who took off his jacket, nodded. Do we want to work on the next step, or keep moving? Jiraiya rubbed his chin. How much chakra do you have left? The blond boy closed his eyes for a few seconds. I still have quite a bit left. Jiraiya nodded. Okay. This time, he took a RBB ball out of the scroll. Now, do the same thing you did with the balloon, but this time with this ball. Naruto tilted his head. What's the difference? Jiraiya tapped the ball. The difference, he said, is that this is tougher. It will also move a lot more with your chakra. Naruto nodded. He quickly went to work on putting his chakra into the ball. He quickly realized that Jiraiya was right. Naruto may have been good with using Kurama's chakra, but that wasn't going to help him with learning this. He also had to put all his concentration into channeling his chakra, so that he couldn't maintain a shadow clone. After several hours, he was able to make the ball burst, but he was exhausted. Jiraiya called it a day. He told Naruto that he would need to continue practicing with the ball. They got back on the road and Naruto listened to stories about his father and mother as they walked. It wasn't long after dark that they arrived in a town. Jiraiya sighed. "We made it." Naruto looked around. "This is where you think Tsunade-san is going to be?" The sage nodded. "This place is known for a woman with incredible medical ninjutsu." Naruto blinked. "What does that have to do with anything?" Jiraiya let out a short laugh. "Tsunade specializes in medical ninjutsu. She's saved my life with it." Naruto smiled. "I'll have to thank her for that. I already have." Okay. As they walked to an inn, Naruto glanced at his godfather. "Why is she here? Why isn't she in the leaf?" Jiraiya clenched his fist. Naruto recognized that this might have been a sensitive topic. Her brother was killed. He died from blood loss. She learned medical ninjutsu after that. Naruto waited for him to continue. She also lost her lover. Naruto looked down. "I can see why that would make someone want to leave the village." Jiraiya checked into the inn. It wasn't only that. He died during the Third Great Ninja War. He died the same way her brother did. She ended up getting a fear of blood. When Orochimaru left the village, I guess that was the last straw. She started to drink and gamble, which she sucks at. Naruto set his bag down. "I hate alcohol. The smell makes me sick." Jiraiya gave a short laugh. "I can see why. Anyways, there are a few things that you need to know about her. 1. She's over 50 but she looks like she's only 20. She has blonde hair and has a very large shiti." Naruto winced. "Too much into formation pervy sage." The toad Sannin laughed. "Come on. Let's get some sleep." As the older man fell asleep, Naruto began reading up on the information his godfather gave him. As he read, one name caught his eye. Itachi Uchiha rank missing nin. Village, Hidden Leaf. Itachi specializes in genjutsu. He has the 3 Tomei Sharingan and the Mangekyo Sharingan. He is one of the most powerful members of the Akatsuki. He is the one who massacred the Uchiha clan. Naruto flinched. So this is the person who Sasuke-kun wants to kill. He stands no chance. From what I've heard, this Itachi is ridiculously strong. He graduated from the academy when he was 7, passed the chunin exams when he was 10, and became an ANBU captain when he was 13. Kurama said in grudging admiration. "Can you give me a little chakra? I want to put a powerful seal on myself. I got rid of the one from the chunin exams." "Sure, but why?" Kurama asked as he put a little chakra into Naruto's body. "If Itachi ever comes, his first instinct is to put me in a genjutsu. If I put a seal to prevent it, it might surprise him. That would give me time to get away. I'm going to make it a permanent one. Judging from what I'm reading, there aren't any seal masters in the Akatsuki." Naruto slipped out of the room and did the seal. It made quite a bright light, and he didn't want to wake Jiraiya up. It was a little painful, but it quickly faded. "Not a bad idea, kid. It will also help with any enemy that's good in genjutsu." "Promise it?" Naruto smiled. "Thanks. I'm going to work on the Rasengan in my mind. Go ahead and sleep. Good night." "Night, kid." C29 trigger warning. BLD, broken bones, implied swearing. Naruto woke up in the room. He assumed that he had gone to spy on some women. He probably didn't expect Naruto to wake up early as he used a lot of chakra. But because he used a bit of Kurama's chakra for the seal, his chakra had been refilled. "Morning, kid." Kurama's sleepy voice spoke. "Good morning, Kurama," Naruto said as he pulled a deck of cards out of his pocket and created shadow clones to play with him. "Sleep well?" He said. After a few minutes, Naruto suddenly felt Kurama go still. "Kurama?" Naruto and his clones looked around. "I can sense someone close by, but it's not Jiraiya." Naruto put the cards up and sat on the bed. "We are in a public place." Kurama didn't respond, but he did seem to be on guard. Looking at the table, Naruto saw that Jiraiya didn't take a key with him. Wanting to make him regret that, Naruto locked the door. He sat down on the bed and began to meditate with his clones. A few minutes later, he heard a knock on the door. He guessed that Jiraiya was back, so he opened the door without thinking. He regretted it instantly. Standing in front of the door was Itachi Uchiha. Standing behind him was a man with gray skin and a large sword wrapped in bandages. Naruto realized that he was Kisame Hoshigaki. So that's Samahata, the sword that can absorb chakra. Naruto stared at the two Akatsuki members. I guess the Nine-Tails cloak isn't an option. So, you're Naruto. Uzumaki, Kisame said. You're going to be easy. Itachi, let's hurry this up. The Uchiha nodded. His Sharingan flashed as he attempted to put Naruto in a genjutsu. Naruto fell to his knees, wanting him to think that he was under it. Keeping his eyes on the floor, he heard Kisame chuckle. Nice. For the Nine-Tails, he was pretty easy. He is only a child. Itachi sighed, closing his eyes. He might not even know he's a Jinchuriki. Kisame stepped forward and tried to grab Naruto. Before he could, an arm made of red chakra launched out and hit Kisame in the CC. As he wasn't expecting this, he didn't have time to unsheath Samahata. He slammed into the opposite wall. He coughed out a bit of BLD. Itachi's eyes widened. Does the Nine-Tails act on its own? He turned back to where Naruto sat. Only he wasn't sitting. He was standing. His eyes were now a bright red with a slit pupil and a black lining around them. The whisker marks became more extreme. His lips were now also black, and he could see that his nails had turned into claws. Naruto let Kurama take control of his body. This would give the appearance that he was still under the genjutsu, and Kurama had come out. You are a fool, Itachi. Itachi gave a small flinch at the voice of the Nine-Tails. As he spoke, Itachi could see that the boy's teeth had turned into fangs. You may have been able to put my host in a genjutsu, but you can't do it to me. Before Itachi could attack, Sasuke came charging into the hallway. When his eyes fell on his brother, he roared in anger. Sasuke creates a Chidori and charged at his brother. He let his left arm, which held the Chidori, drag through the wall, ripping it to shreds. Kurama and Naruto watched as Sasuke charged at his brother. Both of them knew that he didn't stand a chance. They had read about what he could do. To no one's surprise, except for Sasuke, Itachi was able to grab Sasuke's wrist. He jerked it up and Kurama heard a snap. Itachi let go of his brother's broken wrist and threw him back. Hearing a growl, he glanced back to see that Kurama was growling. Kurama didn't like Sasuke much, but he liked Itachi even less. Sasuke started to wave hand signs, but Itachi was faster. He grabbed his brother by the neck and slammed him into the wall. With his advanced hearing, Kurama heard Itachi say, "You are still weak, Sasuke. You don't have enough hate." Naruto wanted to help, but he saw that Kisame had gotten up. I must say that surprised me, but it won't happen again. You will be coming with us. The shark-like man grabbed his sword and swung it down. Kurama jumped to the side, forcing him further back from Sasuke. In a puff of smoke, Jiraiya appeared. Kisame grinned at the sage. My, you're here after all. Jiraiya-sama. Kurama snarled. About time you showed up. There's no way I can get close to Itachi with Naruto like this. Jiraiya looked at him. I got it. He slammed his hands into the ground. The hallway turned into a pink, squishy substance. What is this? Naruto asked. He couldn't talk as Kurama was in control. Kurama repeated the question, though he added a few key choice words when he asked it. This is my jutsu. Jiraiya smirked. No one can escape it. Kurama snarled. Get the idiot Uchiha away from his sorry excuse for a brother. Jiraiya nodded and had the jutsu absorb Sasuke into the wall. Now, he said, let's get these two. The now fleshy floor started to wrap around the feet of the two Akatsuki. It also wrapped around the tip of Samahata. Itachi snarled and called, Kisame, come. The two Akatsuki raced around the corner. Kurama snarled and charged after them. When he turned the corner, all he saw was a hole surrounded by black fire. Kurama hit the floor. He often walked on all fours, even when he was in a Jinchuriki. It was more natural for him. There gone. Jiraiya rounded the corner. How? He walked to the black fire and took his scroll off. After writing for a bit, he sealed a bit of the fire in the scroll. I'll have to study this, but that's for another time. He turned to Kurama, who was still on all fours. What happened? Why are you in control? Kurama shrugged. The Uchiha tried to put Naruto in a genjutsu? Jiraiya interrupted. Tried. Don't interrupt. Kurama snapped. Anyway, it didn't work because Naruto put a strong seal on himself that prevents all genjutsu from entering his body. Jiraiya raised his eyebrow. I didn't know he could do seals. Kurama grunted and stood up. He has me sealed inside of his and access to one of the fourth Hokage seals. What do you expect? Jiraiya shrugged. Fair. You were saying. Kurama walked to where Sasuke had been absorbed. We need an excuse for me to appear, and this was perfect. I guess the Uchiha didn't think that I could act on my own. Can I have my body back? Naruto asked. Kurama sighed and looked at Jiraiya. 1 second. He closed his eyes and the whiskers calmed. The lining around his eyes and lips vanished. The claws turned back into nails. When he opened his eyes, they were back to blue. Okay, Naruto said, the fangs gone. I'm back. Jiraiya raised his eyebrow. I didn't know you could give Kurama control. Naruto shrugged and looked at the wall. Can you let Sasuke out? The sage nodded, let Sasuke out of the wall, who was caught by Naruto, and released the jutsu just after. Naruto looked at his friend. Itachi must have put him in a genjutsu? I can take him back to Konoha. A new voice offered. The pair looked over their shoulders. Too soon, Might Guy. What are you doing here? Naruto asked. Not that I'm complaining. Might Guy shrugged. 2 of the Akatsuki came to the village looking for you. Sasuke found out that one of them was his brother, and he came running to find the 2 of you. He's fast. Kakashi's asked me to get him. He fought with Itachi and got hurt. He's okay, thought. He quickly added, seeing Naruto's worry. He slung the young Uchiha over his shoulder. I'll make sure he'll be okay. I'll be on my way. Naruto and Jiraiya nodded as Might Guy walked off with the unconscious Sasuke on his shoulder. Naruto sighed. We should get going too. If we find Tsunade-san, do you think she can help Sasuke-kun? Jiraiya nodded. From what I knew, she's the only person who can heal mental damage. Naruto nodded. Could. Jinchuriki unite trigger warning. Drunk and mean, Tsunade, broken bones, betting, angry Naruto. It didn't take long for Naruto and Jiraiya to find Tsunade. Jiraiya had sent her a letter that he wanted to talk with her, and she told them to meet her at a cafe. They found her with a woman with short black hair and black clothing. Jiraiya waved and sat down across from her. On the way there, he had told Naruto that both Tsunade's brother and lover wanted to be Hokage. It's good to see you again, Tsunade-san, Jiraiya said, smiling. Tsunade nodded. Her cheeks were slightly pink, indicating she had a few drinks. She looked at Naruto. Who is this? Jiraiya grinned. This is my student Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto grinned and waved. Hi, Tsunade-san. It's nice to meet you, Tsunade grunted. Why are you here, Jiraiya-kun? I know you wouldn't just reach out to me out of the blue. What do you want? Jiraiya sighed. The 3rd Hokage was killed in battle with Orochimaru. Tsunade gasped, and her assistant put her hands together in a quiet prayer. How did he die? Jiraiya shrugged. That I don't know, but Naruto-kun was there. All eyes fell on him, but it wasn't as nerve-wracking as it used to be. He used the Reaper Death Seal. He was going to use it to rip Orochimaru's soul out, but he didn't have enough strength. Instead, he used it to seal Orochimaru's arms. Tsunade clenched her fist. That old fool. What was he thinking? A small part of Naruto wanted to slap her for insulting the 3rd Hokage, but he saw a tear in the corner of her eye. Jiraiya sighed. That's one of the reasons that I tracked you down. But there's one other reason. Tsunade looked at him. And that is. Jiraiya looked at her. The elders have sent me to ask you to be the 5th Hokage. Tsunade's assistant gasped. Really? She looked at Tsunade. What a big honor. Tsunade looked at her hands. She didn't say anything. Jiraiya continued to talk. They asked me to do it, but I know I'm not qualified. You, on the other hand, he held out his hand. So, Lady Tsunade, will you accept this position? Naruto held his breath, waiting for Tsunade's response. She looked up with strong eyes. This shocked the 3 other people in the group. Jiraiya's hand fell. But Tsunade scoffed. Everyone who held the Hokage's office is a fool. Even more so, anyone who had that dream is a fool. This angered Naruto. He knew he shouldn't. He knew they should go, but he couldn't help himself. So, he said, all eyes turning to him. His hands clenched and his hair fell in his eyes. Your brother was a fool. Tsunade flinched. What do you mean by that? Naruto looked up. He made his eyes red and let his teeth turn to fangs. His whiskers stayed the same, and his nails didn't become claws. And was your lover a fool? Tsunade stood up, but before she could speak, Naruto glared at her. Both of them wanted to become Hokage. By insulting the position, you have insulted their dreams. And their memories. You should be ashamed of what you did. Naruto stood up and walked out of the cafe. Jiraiya gulped. I didn't know he could do that. He looked over and saw tears falling out of Tsunade's eyes. She clenched her fist and ran after Naruto. Her assistant looked at Jiraiya. We should stop her. Jiraiya nodded. When they got outside, they found Tsunade holding Naruto by the arm. You take back what you said. Naruto looked calm. There was no emotion in his eyes. I will not. I spoke the truth. The cold, strong truth. You need to accept that. Tsunade only grew angrier. She pulled chakra in her hand and squeezed Naruto's arm. A snap rang out. When Tsunade dropped his arm, it fell limp. Jiraiya's eyes widened. What the hell? Tsunade, she rolled her eyes. So what? If he's your student, he must be at least 20. He probably broke an arm before. Jiraiya looked at the woman next to him. Shizune, please heal Naruto. Shizune nodded and ran to the boy. When she put her hands out to heal him, he laid up his hand, and she stopped in confusion. He sighed. Don't bother wasting your chakra. She looked at him in horror. Even Tsunade and Jiraiya were shocked. Both of them had a high pain tolerance, but even they would have asked to have their arm healed. This was when Tsunade realized that the boy hadn't even flinched when she broke his arm. She knew that she had a few drinks, but it wasn't that many. They might have been stronger than she thought. Shizune protested. That arm needs to be healed. Please, let me. Naruto cut her off with a shake of his head. As I said, there is no need for you to waste your chakra. Naruto sent a burst of Kurama's chakra, who had been watching and enjoying the tea, into his arm. Steam emitted from it. As they watched in amazement, the bones clicked back into place and even the abrasion on his arm vanished. He looked at her with a kind smile. No need. Shizune was still staring at the now healed arm. She had only seen one person with that kind of healing ability, and that was Tsunade, and this boy clearly didn't have what she had. Naruto's eyes turned strong again. He looked at Tsunade. For your information, Tsunade, I'm 13. Tsunade put a hand to her mouth, realizing what she did. For a child that age to have that kind of pain tolerance, she didn't finish the thought. Naruto took a RBB ball out of his pocket. Jiraiya told me that you like to bet, so I'll make one with you? Tsunade narrowed her eyes. And what would that be? Naruto had an excellent poker face. I am learning the Rasengan. I have made it to the second step. It's not perfected. If I can make a perfect Rasengan by the end of the week, then you will accept the Hokage's office. If I can't... He took his wallet out. You can have my wallet. There's about $3,000 in here. I'm sure that would make great gambling money. He put the items back in his pocket and held out his hand. Just like Jiraiya did. Do we have a deal? Tsunade smiled. I'll add something more to the pile. She held up a necklace. I'll give you this necklace that I've had for all my life. Kid, that's the first Hokage's necklace, Kurama said. Naruto looked at it. That must be important to you for you to bet on it. He sighed. I see no problem with it. The 13-year-old Genin and one of the legendary Sannin shook hands. The bet has been made. Naruto said coldly. He looked at her. I hope you never go back on your word because I will warn you. I'll win. Sich 31 trigger warning. BLD Naruto had perfected the Rasengan faster than he thought. He was considering telling Tsunade now, but he wanted to make her think she won. You have a dark side, kid. I like it. Kurama said. You sure that's not from you? Naruto thought jokingly. You're being taunted by Sasuke. Kurama grumbled. Naruto let out a small. It was pretty late at night, and he was surrounded by craters and rubble. He was sitting down, having used quite a bit of chakra. He had made several Rasengans back to back. He was still having trouble with keeping the chakra together and providing it. He was getting better, but it was going to take more time than he had. Luckily, all he had to do was make a perfect Rasengan. The bet never said that he had to do it alone. Can we talk? Shizen's voice rang out. Naruto turned and smiled at her. Sure. What about? Shizun sat next to him. There's something I'm worried about, and I need to get it off my chest. Naruto put a hand on her leg. You can talk to me about it. She smiled at him. A day before the two of you arrived, Orochimaru showed up. Naruto's eyes widened. What? Did he do anything? She shook her head. He wanted Tsunadesima to heal his arms. He offered to bring her brother and her lover back to life with a jutsu. Naruto looked more worried than ever. Did she agree? Shizun shook her head. She said she needed time to think about it. He said he would give her 2 days. Naruto clutched a rock in his hand. That means that he's going to be back in the morning. Shizun nodded. I know. I want to tell Jiraiya, but I'm worried. Orochimaru had a man with long gray hair. Naruto chucked the rock. I've seen that man. I think that he's the snake's right-hand man. Shizun turned a rock in her hand. Do you think I should tell Jiraiya about this? Naruto nodded adamantly. This is something he needs to know. Shizun stood up and smiled at him. Thanks, Naruto-kun. Naruto nodded. No problem. We got a bit of good news out of that kid. Promise it? We get to fight Orochimaru and rip him to shreds. Easy there, Kurama. Naruto stood up. We have to be careful. I need to ask Pervy Sage about what the snake can do. In the morning, Shizun told Jiraiya about Orochimaru and Tsunade had left to meet with him. Now, Naruto was running behind the two of them to find Tsunade and try to stop her from healing Orochimaru's arms. When they got there, they found Tsunade fighting. Shizun gasped. Lady Tsunade, are you okay? Tsunade nodded, though she seemed to be out of breath. Jiraiya sighed. Good. I'm glad you didn't heal him. Naruto nodded and pulled a kunai out. Jiraiya stuck a hand out. Naruto, you stay back and protect Tsunade. I've got Orochimaru. Shizun nodded. I'll fight with the gray-haired boy. The other man snorted. I have a name. It's Kabuto. Naruto smiled. Good. I like to know who I might fight. Shizun stood up. Let me take him first, Naruto-kun. Naruto nodded and stood next to Tsunade. He noticed that she was shaking. She has a fear of BLD, Naruto remembered. This must be what happens. Shizun charged at Kabuto as Jiraiya and Orochimaru jumped into the air. They started fighting around the snake that Orochimaru had summoned with the help of Kabuto. The fight between Kabuto and Shizun didn't last long. Shizun was a medical ninja. She wasn't the best at fighting. Kabuto coated his hand in blue chakra and struck Shizun in the neck. This knocked her out cold. Shizun, Tsunade yelled. She stood up, but Kabuto slashed part of his arm, causing BLD to leak from the wound. This made Tsunade freeze in fear. Kabuto charged at them. Naruto bit his lip. Wind-style gale force wind. Kabuto was blasted back, but he recovered quickly. Not bad, but not enough. He whipped around and tried to hit Naruto in the leg. Naruto was faster. He kicked him away. He held his hands up. Wind-style air sphere prison. Kabuto jumped into the air to avoid the jutsu. While in midair, he waved a few sighs. Wind-style. Mutaforce jutsu. Wind blasted them in waves. It forced the pair apart and sent them tumbling. Kabuto rushed the dazed Naruto and slashed him across the sea with his hand move. It cut Naruto deep, but he wasn't even phased. He snarled and backflipped back. The smirk on Kabuto's face quickly faded as steam seeped from the wound. As he watched, the wound closed. Naruto stood up and crossed his fingers. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A clone appeared and ran to Tsunade and knelt in front of her. Naruto? She asked as the clone smiled at her. Don't worry. We'll protect you. The clone slammed its hands into the ground. Barrier-style purple-domed jutsu, the dark purple barrier appeared around the two and took the form of a dome. Tsunade gasped. She had never seen a barrier made by a clone. She was still shaking at the BLD that stained the boy's clothes. The clone looked at her. You are Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. You can overcome the fear you have. The medical Sannin's eyes widened. She looked over to see Naruto still fighting Kabuto. Kabuto smiled. I've never seen a barrier being held by merely a clone. That's impressive. You really will be a problem. He charged at Naruto again. Naruto jumped back. He crossed his fingers again. Muty Shadow Clone Jutsu. 4 clones appeared and charged at Kabuto. The latter was easily able to destroy them. When the smoke cleared, he saw that there were 4 more clones at the 4 cardinal directions. The clone put their hands together. They spoke in unison. Fuinjutsu 4 cardinal trap. Kabuto found that he couldn't move. What? The real Naruto stood in front of him and smiled. He created 1 more clone that appeared beside him. The 4 cardinal trap. Normally performed by 4 ninjas, but can be accomplished with shadow clones. Naruto held his hand out and the clone started collecting chakra in it. Now you can't dodge this? Kabuto strained against the jutsu, but he couldn't do anything. Naruto held an orb of compressed chakra in his hand. Now, he charged at him and slammed the jutsu into Kabuto's teeth. Rasengan. Tsunade gasped as Kabuto was blasted back by the Rasengan. He did it. He really mastered that jutsu before the end of the week. The Narutos that once held Kabuto vanished in a puff of smoke. At the same time, the clone that held the barrier around it and Tsunade released the barrier and also dispersed. The real Naruto fell to his knees. Tsunade rushed to him. Naruto-kun. Naruto gasped. I'll be okay. Just too much chakra. Kurama, he thought. I got you. Kurama sent a burst of his chakra into his body. A red tint appeared in Naruto's eyes, as his personal chakra had been drained by a decent amount. The 4 cardinal trap jutsu was meant to be performed by 4 high-rank ninjas at full strength. Naruto was still on his knees. His arms felt weak. He had drained about half of his chakra practicing the Rasengan at night. And with how much chakra the 4 cardinal trap used, he doubted that he could move. Tsunade put her hands on his and began doing medical ninjutsu. I've got you, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled at her. Even with the chakra that Kurama gave him, he only gave him enough to make sure he was stable. He laughed. I told you. Tsunade looked at him. What? Naruto smiled. Don't forget. But Tsunade stared at him. Told you, Naruto said. I'd win. He looked in the direction that his Rasengan had launched Kabuto. His eyes widened when he saw that Kabuto was still standing. How? Tsunade flowed his gaze. She gasped. What? How can you will be standing after the move? Kabuto chuckled. I focused my chakra at the point where you hit me. Even before it hit. I was already healing. Tsunade grit her teeth. Kabuto continued. Now you can see why Lord Orochimaru values me so highly. Not only for my knowledge and skills in jutsus but for my healing powers. Naruto growled. Great. That makes things harder. He tried to stand but he fell to his knees. Damn it. Tsunade put a hand on him. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. You will be protected by the Leaf's 5th Hokage Jinchuriki Unite Trigger Warning. BLD, Kaki Orochimaru plus Kabuto. Naruto smiled. So you'll accept the position? Tsunade took off her necklace and slipped it around Naruto's. This will be the last time. The last time. For the last time, I want to make a bet on that. She stood and faced Kabuto. The gray-haired boy laughed and slit his palm. Tsunade stared at the BLD. Kabuto laughed. How can you be the Hokage if you can't even stand the sight of BLD? Come on, Tsunade-san. You can do it. Naruto's arms shook as he supported himself. I know it. Tsunade continued to stare at the BLD. Suddenly, she stopped shaking. Kabuto froze in shock. Tsunade charged at him and hit him in the stomach. He was blasted even further back. I had been chosen as the 5th Hokage. You should watch what you say. What the devil? Jiraiya yelled. Tsunade looked up to see Jiraiya being slammed into the ground by Orochimaru's tongue. The snake Sannin was launching at Naruto. His snake sword appearing. Naruto felt too weak to move. With the small amount of strength he had, he bit his finger and pressed his hand into the ground. Barrier style. BLD Shield Jutsu. A barrier that seemed to be made of solid BLD appeared from the ground and Orochimaru's sword slammed into it. The barrier knocked him back 20 feet, but the force of Orochimaru slamming into it made it shatter. This was a weaker barrier, and it wasn't meant to last long. However, if it wasn't put down by the user, then it would take chakra from the user. Naruto fell to the side and passed out. Orochimaru got to his feet. He pulled the snake's sword into his mouth. Such an interesting jutsu. This boy is proving to be even more troublesome than I thought. No matter. Orochimaru drew his snake sword again and lunged at the unconscious boy. Tsunade gasped and dove in to protect Naruto. She shielded Naruto with her own body. As she did this, Shizen managed to regain consciousness. She gasped when she saw what was going on. Lady Tsunade, she muttered in horror. Orochimaru's eyes widened. He swallowed his sword again. Tsunade, he said. You were the one person I wasn't going to kill. Tsunade coughed up a bit of BLD. She stared at the face of Naruto. Listen to me, Orochimaru hissed. If that boy is allowed to live, it will cause more trouble than you or anyone else can deal with. Stay out of my way. No, Tsunade said. You will listen to me if I do nothing else. I will protect this boy, Orochimaru chuckled. And how do you plan on doing that with that injury to your back? Jiraiya struggled to get to his feet. I have to get over there. Orochimaru walked forward and tried to kick her away. The key word being tried. When he got close, he was hit by a kick to the face. Tsunade stood up and looked at him with a smirk. I am the Leaf's fifth Hokage. Orochimaru laughed. It doesn't matter what you call yourself. You can't fight with that wound. Tsunade put her hands together and closed her eyes. Shizen realized what she was doing. Lady Tsunade, please don't break the seal. Let me heal your wounds. Tsunade ignored her. Releasing the seal, Orochimaru watched as her wounds healed. Orochimaru looked intrigued. He laughed. It seems that I wasn't the only one who spent their time discovering new jutsus. This one's very interesting. How's it done? Tsunade smirked. My chakra. For years I stored it up. In a space behind my forehead. It causes my cells to divide rapidly, intently healing any damage to my body. She wiped some BLD from the corner of her mouth. See, you can slash at me all you want, but I can't be killed. Shizen stared at the two. What she doesn't say is that anyone, even her, and only divide their cells a limited number of times. If you speed that up, you shorten your life. The fight between them goes the same as in the anime. There's no way for me to write it and make it as good as the anime. If you want to watch it, then just look it up. Naruto opened his eyes and found himself in his mind. He sighed. I must have fallen unconscious. Yep. Kurama spoke. Naruto turned to look at him. I can sense the others still fighting. You did a good job. Naruto smiled at him. Sorry that you don't get to fight Orochimaru. The fox shrugged. If I know anything about the snake, is that if he realizes that he won't win a fight, he's going to run away. Naruto laughed. You're probably right. He sighed. I'm going to have to explain to Tsunade Obasan. Kurama started laughing. Obasan? You're going to call her Granny? Naruto pouted. Yeah. So what? I saw it with love. Kurama shook his head, still laughing. I just find it funny. Naruto touched the necklace. You said that this was from the first Hokage. From what I heard, he was the one who could use wood style. Kurama nodded. Wood style is able to restrain tailed beast. When Madara controlled me, long ago, the first Hokage was able to hold me using wood style. Naruto looked at the necklace. Will the necklace cause harm to you? Kurama leaned down. I doubt it. I would bet that the first Hokage put some chakra into the necklace. If I know him, then his chakra can tell that I wouldn't take over your body without your permission. Naruto sighed in relief. Good. I wouldn't want something I wear to hurt you. Kurama rolled his eyes. It wouldn't hurt me. It would only block my chakra. Naruto pouted. Still, I don't like that idea. Kurama tilted his head. You're probably going to wake up soon. You only fell unconscious due to a lack of chakra. You wouldn't be out for long. Naruto petted a fox that walked over to him. Is it wrong to say that I still want to sleep? I didn't get much last night. Kurama snorted. I don't blame you. You trained for most of the night. Naruto laid back down on the grass and closed his eyes. Good night, Kurama. As he fell asleep, he heard Kurama gently respond. Good night, kid. Sweet dream. Sage 33 trigger warning. Small amount of swearing. Naruto woke up in the inn. He looked around and found that he was alone. He noticed a note on the table. "We went to get food. We'll bring some back for you. There's a seal on the door so no one can get in, but you also can't get out." Sorry. Jiraiya Naruto sighed. "I guess sleeping wasn't the best move. It doesn't matter. Thanks to the seal, you're going to be safe." Kurama grumbled. He sounded tired. Naruto sat back on the bed and started to meditate. "Do you think that Bushier Browsensai got Sasuke-kun back to the village? First of all, Bushier Browsensai. And second, Kurama raised an eyebrow. Naruto snickered. "Yes. Bushier Browsensai. What's wrong with nicknames?" Kurama didn't say anything, so Naruto assumed that he agreed with him. After 10 minutes, he heard the door open. He saw Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizun walking into the room. Shizun held a bag in her hand. Naruto smiled at them. "Hi Jiraiya-san, Shizun-san, and Tsunade-san." The three looked at him and Jiraiya started laughing. "Basin, he's calling you grandma." He doubled over laughing. Shizun was trying to hold in her laughter. Naruto crossed his arms. "Don't laugh, pervy sage." Now it was Tsunade's turn to laugh. "That's a perfect nickname," Shizun laughed as she handed the bag to Naruto. "Here's the food we got you." Naruto took the bag with a smile. "Thanks, Shizun-san, no problem, Naruto-kun," she said, matching his smile. After Naruto ate, he put the trash back in the bag. "Should we go back to Konoha?" Tsunade nodded. "There is something I want to ask you first." Naruto tilted his head. "What is it?" "I know what it is, but I'm going to ask anyway. How do you know so many barrier styles? Not to mention that you could do the 4 cardinal trap alone." Jiraiya looked at her, then at Naruto. "You did that?" Naruto blushed. "For pervy sage, yes I did that." He looked at Tsunade. "For your question, Tsunade-san, both of those questions have the same answer. I learned them from Kurama." Tsunade blinked. "Ooh. Me beach." Kurama spoke through Naruto, his eyes now red. Tsunade's eye twitched. She raised her hand and tried to slap him. Naruto dodged and jumped up and clung to the corner of the wall. "Missed me tips." Tsunade fumed. "You fox, get over here," Kurama laughed. "Nah. I'm good." "Kurama, be nice," Naruto shouted to him. "Let me have some fun." Kurama thought back. "I'll answer the questions," he said, dropping down. Tsunade took a deep breath. She knew that Naruto was the 9 tails Jinchuriki from Jiraiya, but she never thought that Naruto could speak to it. "Go on." Kurama sighed. "I've been teaching Naruto barrier jutsus and fuinjutsu. Fuinjutsu is going well because of the seal on me." Tsunade sighed. "Okay, I understand that, but what was the barrier that he put up before he fell unconscious?" Kurama snorted. "It's called a BLD barrier. It uses BLD instead of chakra to make. However, if it's broken, it takes quite a bit of chakra. I guess that because Naruto didn't have much time to put it up, the barrier was quite weak." Tsunade hummed. "Interesting. Now we better give moving." "Give me my body back," Naruto yelled in Kurama's ear. Kurama winced in the real world. All right, this confused the others. Until Kurama closed his eyes. Jiraiya nodded. "They're switching again." Shizun looked at him. "Switching?" Jiraiya nodded, as Naruto opened his eyes again. "I found out that Naruto-kun and Kurama can establish who is in control. It lets Kurama talk through Naruto-kun." Naruto nodded. "That's pretty much right. Let's go." It didn't take long for 4 to get back to Konoha. The moment they got there, Naruto rushed off to find his friends. Naruto-kun's he heard Sakura. Over here, Naruto looked over and saw Sakura at Ramon Ikaraku's. He grinned and ran over. "Hey, Sakura-kun, did anything happen while I was gone?" Sakura looked down at her food. Geizensei brought Sasuke-kun back. He ran off after he found out that Kakashi-sensei was attacked by his older brother. Naruto nodded. "Yeah. His brother is a member of a group called the Akatsuki. They're after the tailed beasts." Sakura's eyes widened. "So they were after you?" Naruto nodded. "I ran into them when Jiraiya-sensei, Itachi, Sasuke-kun brother, put him in a genjutsu. I think he forced him to relive memories of the Uchiha clan massacre. That's the only thing I can think of that would make him like that." Sakura put a hand to her mouth. "That's horrible." She stared at her empty bowl. Do you think we can help him? Naruto nodded and paid for Sakura's food. He grabbed her hand. There's someone that can help. They're actually the reason I was out of the village. Sakura looked at him. Really? Who is it? Naruto smiled and pulled her to the Hokage's office. Jiraiya Sensei brought me with him to find Tsunade-san. Sakura gasped and she pulled her arm free. Isn't she one of the legendary Sannin? Like Orochimaru and Jiraiya? Naruto nodded. She has amazing medical ninjutsu. She can help Sasuke-kun's. Sakura sighed in relief. That's good. But will she do it? Naruto nodded. She will. Don't worry. After the Hokage integration, Naruto raced up to her. Tsunade-obasan. Tsunade looked at him and smiled. She found him calling her grandma endearing. Yes, Naruto-kun. Naruto stumbled to a stop and pointed at Sakura, who was following him. This is my friend Sakura-kun. We wanted to ask you something. Sakura stood next to him and bowed to the Hokage. Tsunade smiled. Of course. What is it? Naruto's eyes turned sad. Our teammate Sasuke-kun was hurt by the Akatsuki. One of them, Itachi, put him in a genjutsu that did a lot of mental damage. He did the same thing to our sensei, Kakashi. Do you think you can heal them? You're the only one who can. Tsunade nodded. Of course. Where are they? Sakura beamed. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Kakashi Sensei is at his house, which we can take you to, and Sasuke-kun is in the hospital. He's in room 80. Tsunade nodded. Let's go. Within a few minutes, both Sasuke and Kasashi were good as new. Both thanked her. Sakura was overjoyed that Sasuke was okay. While she celebrated, Naruto slipped away. He went back to his house. When he unlocked the door, he saw that his foxes were sleeping in the living room. A pile of letters was on the coffee table. Naruto sat down and read through them. Most of them were only updates on what was going on and thanks for the information on the Akatsuki. After he finished replying to them, he looked at his hand. He wanted to keep working on the Rasengan. You should give yourself a break. You're going to kill yourself training so much. Kurama read his thoughts. But Kurama, he protested. You're going to rest. You just got back from 2 days of travel. You need rest. But go to sleep fine. Meanie. Go to bed. Jinchuriki unite. Trigger warning. Sakura hitting Naruto. Naruto woke up to a knocking on the door. He ignored the knocking for a little bit, but the person didn't leave. Alright. I'm coming, Naruto grumbled. He had changed into a gray shirt with the Uzumaki crest and black pants. He walked to the door. When he opened it, he found Kakashi waiting for him. Naruto rubbed his eye. Do you need something, Kakashi Sensei? Kakashi chuckled at the sleepy blonde. We're going to be training. I'm surprised that you were sleeping in the middle of the day. Naruto gave an embarrassed smile. Kurama made me. Don't blame me, kid. Kurama growled. Kakashi shrugged. It's fine. Jiraiya told me that he taught you a new jutsu. When I told your teammates, they said they wanted to see it. Naruto nodded. But let me change. After 5 minutes, Kakashi and Naruto arrived at the training ground 16. Sasuke and Sakura were waiting for them. Sasuke scoffed. Took you long enough? Naruto smiled at them. Sorry. Are you just excited to see the new jutsu? Sasuke crossed his arms and turned his face away. Maybe. Naruto laughed. I don't have it fully mastered, like you with that lightning move. I need the help of a shadow clone. Sasuke looked confused. The move is called Chidori. Why do you need the shadow clone? Naruto stopped next to a rock. I'll show you. He created a clone and created the Rasengan. Sakura gasped. What kind of jutsu is that? Sasuke started at the move. What in the world is that? After he finished gathering the chakra, which only took a second or two, the clone dispersed. He slammed the move into the rock next to him. Just like Jiraiya did. When the dust cleared, the 3 other ninjas saw how much damage it did. Sakura shuddered. That's a powerful move. Sasuke looked at the damage. Kakashi, do you think that's more powerful than the Chidori? Kakashi hummed. Based on the damage, should Naruto MSTR it, it would be more powerful than the Chidori in some areas. Sakura rubbed the back of her neck. She had cut her hair short, as she found that it was interfering with her training. In some areas? Kakashi pointed at the damage. From what I can tell, that move, the Rasengan. Naruto interjected. Kakashi continued. It has more destructive power. It's good for causing a lot of damage to a big area on a target. Naruto looked at the rock, now rubble. I can see that. What about the Chidori? Kakashi pointed at Sasuke's left hand. The Chidori, on the other hand, is more of a piercing move. It's better for a striking. Sasuke studied his hand. I can see that. But how many times can you make the Rasengan? I can only do it twice. Naruto shifted. Due to the fact that I have Kurama's chakra as well as my own, I'm not sure how many times I can do it. But I've been able to make it 10 times in a row. Sasuke whistled. That's a lot. I think the Chidori uses more chakra. Kakashi nodded. It is more unhinged. Sasuke looked at his hand. I wonder what would happen if we clashed our moves. Sakura gently smacked him. How about we don't find out? Those are some powerful moves. You too would get seriously hurt. Naruto laughed. You're probably right. But don't you know medical ninjutsu? You could patch us up, right? Sakura walked up and smacked Naruto. It wasn't strong. That's not the point. Medical ninjutsu isn't a miracle. There are limits to what I can do. Naruto looked down. But I understand. You don't understand at all, promise it? No, Kakashi cleared his throat. We need to get to work. The three genin nodded. Soon they were working on new taijutsu moves. After a few hours of training, they started doing drank missions to pass the time. Most of them were doing things like walking parts and doing manual LBR. By the end of the day, they had done 7 drank missions. Team 7 headed back to their own homes. Naruto stopped by Ramon Ikaraku's for some food. Talked to him and his daughter for around half an hour. When he got home, he notices that a few foxes were waiting for him. Responding to them, he saw that Yagura's war had started again, and Haku was currently fighting. Naruto was worried, but he was confident in Haku's skills. Naruto sat on his bed and began to meditate. Arriving in his mindscape, he walked around until he found a good place to try and find a way to weaken the seal. Having napped early in the day, he wasn't tired. Both he and Kurama wanted to remove the seal to give him more access to Kurama's power. They found that if he lost control, Kurama could take control of Naruto's body. This way, Naruto's body wouldn't be damaged as much. Naruto still had a strong time recognizing people when he was in the version 2 state. He was also working on staying in his version 1 form with more than 3 tails. Check this out. Kurama's voice rang out. Naruto looked to find a smaller version of Kurama sitting to him. Naruto blinked in confusion. What? I thought that you were trapped in the cage. Kurama grinned. I found that I can send a piece of my chakra out of the seal. It lets me move around your mindscape freely. Naruto smiled. That's great. How long will you be able to do this? Kurama tilted his head. I can do this for several days. Don't worry. Naruto sighed. That's good. Also, when do you think that I can just remove the seal? I can't find a way to only weaken the seal. Kurama sighed. What makes you think I know? It was the 4th Hokage who did it. Not me. I know. Naruto complained. I just don't like all of you being stuck in the cage. A new voice rang out. So you two are friends? Both Naruto and Kurama turned to see the 4th Hokage standing a few meters away. Naruto's hands shook. Minato smiled. Hello, son. Sich 35 trigger warning. Death. Kurama narrowed his eyes. How are here, 4th Hokage? You're dead. Minato smiled. Naruto was still frozen. I put a bit of my chakra into the seal. I was worried that you might remove the seal at the wrong time. Part of me hoped that it would never come. I didn't want to see the fox that killed me. Kurama snorted. You were trying to seal me. Any of the tailed beasts would have attacked. We don't like to be sealed. Minato shifted his Hokage cloak. That's fair. He smiled at Naruto. I am glad that I get to see the young man you become. Naruto stood up and ran to his father. He hugged his father for the first time. I never thought that I would get to do this, he said with tears in his eyes. Minato wrapped his arms around his son. I'm so sorry. He pulled his son away. Your mother also has chakra in the seal. Do you want to meet her? Naruto gripped his father's vest. Really? Minato nodded. He closed his eyes and called for his wife. A few feet away, Kushina appeared. She smiled at her son. Hello, Naruto. Naruto let go of his father and ran to hug his mother. I've always wanted to do this. Kushina hugged him back. So have I, Naruto. So have I. Kurama smiled and stayed quiet, not wanting to ruin the moment. Naruto pulled away. Can you two stay and talk with us? His parent nodded. Naruto explained that he knew what happened the night his parents died. The family sat down and Minato began asking questions. Naruto, how long have you been friends with, Naruto laughed. His name's Kurama. To answer your question, I've been friends with him since I was 4. Kushina leaned back. Really? Kurama never wanted to talk to me. Kurama snorted. That's because your seal had a stake through my CVST. It hurt. Kushina tilted her head. That makes sense. Anyway, Naruto, you were saying. Naruto smiled. Kurama healed me after I get hurt. I've been training to use his chakra, but my body couldn't handle all the chakra back then. Now, I can handle 4 tails in a version 2 state. If I do any more than that though, my skin starts to burn off. Minato winced. That sounds painful. Naruto nodded. I've got a good pain tolerance though. Anyway, we've been trying to weaken the seal so I can work with more chakra. We think it might be easier that way. Minato sighed. I don't know much about Kurama's power. Kushina shook her head. And neither do I, but I would suggest that you train to handle more chakra with a man named Jiraiya. He's your godfather. Naruto smiled at him. I already know Jiraiya. I call him Pervy Sage. Kushina laughed. That's the perfect nickname for him. Minato nodded. What has he taught you so far? Naruto looked up at the sky. So far, he taught me 4 wind-style jutsus, water walking, and the Rasengan. Minato gasped at him. You can do it already? Naruto nodded. With all the chakra I have, it was easier for me. I am still struggling with containing and providing the chakra, so I use a shadow clone to help me. Minato smiled at him. Nice. Naruto smiled. I'm going to keep working on it so I can do it by myself. Kushina cleared her throat. I also think that training with Pervy Sage will help you with handling Kurama's powers. He's M-star with seals, so he might be able to loosen the seal. Naruto smiled at her. Thanks, Mom. Kushina's face lit up with joy. I love being called Mom. Minato chuckled. His face hardened soon after. I do want to warn you, Naruto. I wouldn't suggest training to control Kurama's powers in the village. You might have to leave with Jiraiya. Naruto nodded to his father. I understand, Dad. Minato smiled. Of course. He touched Naruto's stomach, where the seal was. I know that you can control this power. Naruto jumped into his arms and hugged him again. Thanks. Kushina joined in the hug. Kurama smiled at the family. Kushina looked at him and held out her hand. Kurama looked at the hand and moved over to the family. Kushina pulled him into the hug. Soon after they hugged, Minato and Kushina disappeared. Naruto continued to hug Kurama. After Naruto stopped hugging Kurama, the two agreed that they wouldn't tell anyone about what happened. Naruto went out of his mind and back into the real world. In the morning, he went to find Jiraiya. He found him outside the Hokage's office. He waved at him. Pervy Sage, the Sannin, turned to him and smiled. Hey, Naruto-kun. Do you need something? Naruto smiled at him. Do you think that, at some point, you can help me train to use Kurama's powers? We both want to be able to remove the seal at some point. The only problem is that my body still can't handle all his chakra. Do you think you can help me with that? Jiraiya nodded. I was going to ask you if you wanted to do that. We will have to leave the village to do this training. Naruto nodded. I understand. I don't want to leave right away. I want to let my team know. Jiraiya nodded. I know. I think that Sakura is planning on training with Tsunade-san, and Sasuke is planning on training with Kakashi-san for the Chidori, and Kurenai Yuhi so he can use Genjutsu. Naruto tapped his chin. Kurenai Yuhi. That's Team 8's sensei, right? Jiraiya nodded. You should go tell your team what you're planning on doing. I'll tell your sensei. Naruto nodded and ran off to find his team. He found them at Training Ground 10. Sasuke was doing shurikens and Sakura was working on substations. Naruto smiled and waved. Hey, guys, his two teammates looked at him. Hey, Naruto-kun, what are you doing? Sakura waved at him. Can we talk? There's something I want to tell you guys. So, Sasuke said, you're going to leave and train to control Kurama with Jiraiya, huh? The three genin were sitting in a circle. Naruto nodded. I want to be able to use Kurama's power without the risk of losing control and hurting other people. Sakura looked like she was holding back tears. I understand the logic of wanting to control Kurama, but why do you have to leave? Naruto leaned back. This training might be dangerous. If I lose control while training, I could end up killing a lot of people. Sasuke sighed. I figured that was the case. How long will the training take? Naruto shrugged. I'm not sure, but it will probably be a long time. Sakura sighed. I'm planning on training with Lady Tsunade. I want to get better at medical ninjutsu. Sasuke nodded. I'm going to be training with Kakashi and Team 8 Sensei, Kurenai. Naruto nodded. There is something I can do so you can keep in contact with me. Naruto snapped his fingers and two foxes ran out of the forest that was nearby. Like the Jinchuriki's foxes, they had an amulet. But instead of a fox in the amulet, they had the crest of their clan. Sakura gave a short squeal. They're so cute, Naruto laughed. He pointed at the fox that sat next to Sasuke. That's Hirake. And that, he pointed to the fox next to Sakura, is Tallulah. Like my foxes for the Jinchurikis, they can use space-time ninjutsu. If you need to talk to me, you can use them. They will always be with you unless they're sending a message. All you have to do is whistle and they'll come. They can always hear you. Sakura held her fox in her lap. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Sasuke nodded. He put a hand on his fox's head. Thanks. Naruto stood up. I'm not going to be leaving right away, but I will be leaving soon. Sakura stood up and hugged him. I'm going to miss you, Naruto-kun. Sasuke stood and held out his hand. Naruto took his hand. Stay safe out there. Stay away from the Akatsuki, he said. Naruto smiled. Don't worry. I'll leave Itachi for you. A smile tugged at Sasuke's mouth. You better. Jinchuriki Unite trigger warning. Massive change in Naruto. Massive time skip. Naruto walked back into the village after 3 years. He had changed a lot. He had grown much taller and he grew his hair out. It now fell to his collar and he held it back in a short ponytail. He had changed his outfit as well. He kept his orange pants, but they were a bit darker. His shirt now had a black cut around his arms and neck. He changed his headband to black and his shoes were black as well. The biggest change in his appearance was something that happened when he tried to transform into Kurama. Because he only had part of Kurama in him, the transformation failed. Now, he had a permanent change. He now had fox ears that started at his blonde but faded to orange. He also had 9 orange tails that flicked around. He had learned to control them. It came with some perks. He had great hearing now. With his tails, he could ensnare people and hold them with little problem. The tails also let him give chakra to others using them. He would sometimes use them to smack Jiraiya when he gets too perverted. He had created things to protect the other Jinchurikis and something he wore. It was a bracelet made of thin gold with a red gem in the center. Placed on the bracelet was a chakra-hiding seal. As long as the Jinchurikis wore the bracelet, no one could detect them. Another property of the bracelet was to protect them if they were found. It would flash and let the other Jinchurikis know that they needed help. Naruto discovered several power that can with using Kurama's power. He could now use Kurama's chakra for days on end with no damage to his body. Towards the end of his training with Jiraiya, he had been able to remove the seal. He could now use Kurama chakra mode. As he only had half of Kurama sealed in him, he couldn't do a tailed beast transformation. He still wanted to train a bit more before he called on his father again to seal the rest of Kurama inside of him. He had also managed to combine his wind nature with the Rasengan. He called it wind style Rasen Shuriken. It did a lot of damage to whoever it hit. It cut off the chakra network to every cell in the body. Another thing he was now able to do was summon toads from Mount Mayaboku. His personal summon was a toad named Gamakichi. An orange toad who was the oldest son of Jiraiya's summon Gamabunta. Gamakichi was still quite young, so during a big fight, Naruto called on Gamabunta. He had met up with the other Jinchurikis a few times, but they hadn't had another meeting where all of them met up. He looked at the Hokage rock and saw that Tsunade's face was now carved into the rock. He felt Jiraiya's hand on his shoulder. Looking over at his teacher, he smiled and took a deep breath. "I'm ready." Jiraiya nodded and the two walked to the Hokage's office. When they got there, Naruto knocked on the door. "Come in," Tsunade called. When they opened the door, Tsunade had a look of shock on her face. She stood up and quickly walked over to Naruto. She gave him a hug. "It's good to see you again, but what happened?" She let go and looked at Jiraiya. "I see you've been strong at work." Jiraiya shrugged. "Naruto's a good student. He can now use Kurama's power with no problem. The ears and tails happened as an accident." Tsunade looked at him. "I expect nothing less." Naruto blushed. "Do you know where Kakashi-sensei, Sakura-kun, and Sasuke-kun are?" Tsunade looked out the window. "Well, Kakashi's-in is right there." Naruto followed her gaze and grinned when he saw Kakashi. He opened the window to talk to him. "Hi, Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi gave a masked smile. "Hello, Naruto. It's good to see you again." Naruto pulled something from his bag. "I got this for you." He handed a light blue book to Kakashi. The title read Ika Ika Tactic. Jiraiya's new book. Kakashi looked at the gift with wide eyes. He took it in his hands like a holy grail. "See ya," he vanished. Naruto laughed. "Typical." Tsunade shook her head. "I believe that your two friends are on their way now." A series of fast footsteps rang out. A second later, Sakura came running in through the door. "Naruto-kun," she said as she ran and hugged him. Sakura still had her hair short. She had a red sleeveless shirt and light pink shorts. She wore gray fingerless gloves and boots with a short heel. A few seconds later, Sasuke walked into the room. He now wore a light gray shirt with a small Uchiha crest on the back. He had a pale but dark blue cloth around his waist that was held in place with a black rope. He had dark gray pants and black sandals. On his back was a sword in a black sheath. Sasuke nodded to Naruto. "Good to see you again. What's with the tails though?" Naruto pulled Sakura off him. "Hey, Sasuke-kun. I see you're using a sword now." Sasuke glanced at the weapon. What about you?" Naruto smiled. "I've learned a few things." Tsunade cleared her throat. "As cute as this is, I have work to do. You can continue this outside." Naruto smiled. "Okay, Tsunadio Basin. Let's go, guys." As they walked out of the office, Sakura laughed. "You're still calling her that?" Naruto pouted. "Yes." "So what?" Sasuke shook his head. "So, how did things go with the training? Can you control Kurama's power?" Naruto nodded. "I can show you at the training grounds." The two nodded. Sasuke glanced around as they walked. "Should we bring Kakashi?" Naruto shook his head. "I gave him a new book from the series he's always reading. I doubt that we'll be able to get him away from it." Rolled her eyes. "Why would you give him that?" Naruto laughed as they arrived at the training grounds. "Let him have some fun. Are you guys ready?" The two nodded. Naruto took a deep breath and activated Kurama's chakra mode version 2. His skin turned a glowing yellow and he now had a cloak made up of chakra. His hair flowed up like he was underwater. The whisker marks on his cheeks changed into 3 thick lines on each cheek. When he opened his eyes were orange with a slit for a pupil. There were spiral markings on his hands and chakra floated off him. Sakura gasped. "That's appealing." Sasuke shuddered at all the chakra. "How can you handle all of it?" Naruto quickly deactivated the mode. "It took a ridiculous amount of training. I don't like to use it often, as if I run out, it would take weeks to recover all the chakra." Sakura nodded. "I can see that." Sasuke put his hands behind his head. "What's been going on with the other Jinchurikis?" Naruto smiled. "Things are going good. None of us have been captured. Honkuin and Rashikin are back in their village. As are most of the others. Garakin is now the Kazakage." Sakura sighed. "That's good." Sasuke nodded in agreement. Jinchuriki unite. Trigger warning. Akatsuki Naruto was eating at Ramon Ichiraku when Kakashi came up to him. Naruto had just finished his 3rd bowl. He looked at his sensei. "Hi, Kakashi-sensei, do you need something? Kakashi smiled. Sakura-kun and Sasuke-kun are waiting for us at Training Ground 10. They have a lot of questions about this. He gestured at Naruto's tails. The blonde blushed and nodded. Paying for his food and thanking Ichiraku, they went to the training ground. Sakura and Sasuke were waiting for them. About time, Sakura yelled. Naruto's ears fell from his friend's yell. Sorry, he said. Kakashi-sensei just told me. Sasuke sighed. Whatever. Get to talking, you idiot. Naruto tilted his head, the ears moving with it. What about? Sasuke snorted. Why don't we start with the ear and 9 tails? Naruto laughed. Sure. The 4 sat in a circle. Naruto began to explain. So, after 2.5 years of training, Pervy Sage wanted me to try a tailed beast transformation. Sakura leaned back. I what? Naruto smiled. A tailed beast transformation. It is what we call it when a Jinchuriki takes the form of their tailed beast. I can't do it though. Sasuke raised his eyebrow. Why? Naruto looked at his stomach. I only have half of Kurama sealed in me. As Kurama was sealed in me when I was a baby, I wasn't going to be able to handle all of the power, so Kurama was spilt in too. Yin and Yang. I have the Yang half. Sasuke nodded. So, you can't do it because you only have half of a tailed beast? Naruto nodded. When I tried it, Kurama was asleep. The transformation failed. As a result, I'm now stuck with these ears and tails. It's not that bad though. Kakashi looked at him. How so? Naruto smiled at him. Well, I have better hearing now. I can hear your heartbeat. Kakashi whistled. That's not bad. What else? Naruto used a tail to grab Sakura and lift her into the air. She squeaked when he did. I can grab people? Naruto put his friend down and continued talking. I can use them to give chakra and cloak people? Cloak? Sasuke asked. Naruto nodded. I can give them a bit of Kurama's chakra. It takes the form of a cloak of red chakra that looks like a fox. It increases their power, chakra levels, and straight. Sakura smiled. That sounds like a powerful move. Naruto shrugged. I have to touch someone to do it, and it does drain my chakra, of course, but I don't mind. Suddenly, Gaara's fox came running at them. She yipped at Naruto and paced around. Naruto grabbed the fox and took the letter. As he read it, his eyes widened. Sakura looked at him. Naruto-kun. What is it? Naruto looked up. 2 Akatsuki members are heading to the sand. They're going after Garaken. Kakashi stood up. Let's go to Lady Tsunade. Haich. The 3 ninjas stood up and raced to the Hokage's office. When they got there, Sasuke had to hold Naruto back from barging into the room without knocking. Come in. The 4 rushed in, Naruto clutching the letter from Gaara. Tsunade looked confused. Shizun was at the hospital providing teaching for advanced medical ninjutsu. What's going on? Naruto placed the letter on her desk. 2 Akatsuki members are on their way to the sand. They're going after Garaken. Tsunade clutched the letter. I can't send a team there right away. You're not. Naruto's demeanor changed. He was angry. Only I will go. Sasuke immediately protested. Like hell you are, we're going with you. Sakura nodded. Naruto-kun, we can't let you go alone. You can. Naruto's tails flicked around, and Kakashi stepped back. And you will. Tsunade stood up. Naruto, Naruto cut her off with a harsh look. His eyes changed to red, with a slit pupil. I'm not having anyone else get hurt. No one else is coming. Kakashi tried to reason with him. Naruto-kun, this is going to be dangerous. You'll die if you go alone. I'm not alone, I have Kurama, Naruto shouted at his sensei, and tears threatened to fall from his eyes. I don't want you getting hurt. Naruto's ear drooped and his tails fell. A big downside of his ears and tails were that if he was sad, his tails tended to droop. Tsunade put a hand on his shoulder. If you go, then they might catch both of you. I can't lose you. Naruto looked down. One of his tails reached out to Kakashi. Tsunade noticed this. What if you go with Kakashi? What about us? Sakura protested. Sasuke had an idea. We could be back up. Kakashi looked at him. Explain. Sasuke crossed his arms. Kakashi, Sakura, and I could hang back from the fight. If things get bad, then we'll step in. It will let us help if you need it, and also keep us out of danger if we're not. Naruto filleted with his necklace. I can get on board with that. Tsunade sighed in relief. Alright, but keep in mind, this would likely be in a rank mission. Are you sure about this? Team 7 nodded. Tsunade smiled. Alright, get moving. Hi, the team vanished from the room. They quickly grabbed some rations, a bedroll, and ninja tools. Within 5 minutes, they were at the gate. Kakashi looked at the sky. It will take us a few days to get to the sand. He looked at Naruto. I know that Kurama's power can make one faster. Do you think your cloak move can help us? We can get there in a day. Naruto nodded. 3 of his tails slipped around him. Touched the tip of the tail. When they did, Kurama's chakra surrounded them. Sasuke could feel his power growing. He had been training like crazy. He was able to use Chidori about 50 times. He could mold it into different forms and even put it through his sword. But the chakra he felt now was on a different level. He felt like he could use Chidori hundreds of times. The strength that filled his limbs felt amazing. He shuddered. Wow. Kakashi nodded. Sakura flexed her arm. This feels amazing. Naruto blushed. It is still dangerous. You can't handle it as well as I can. But that's only because I spent years training it. Kakashi nodded. Let's move. The young ninja nodded and jumped away. The others were amazed at how fast they were able to move with the help of Naruto's chakra. It took them a little bit to adjust to how fast they were, but they got the hang of it. Watching them, Kabuto slipped through the tree. He knew he had to inform his emissary that Naruto was back, and that he could control the 9 tails. Sich 38 trigger warning. BLD, kidnapping, Akatsuki, swearing Team 7 raced across the desert. It was almost morning when they found Kankuro laying in the sand. Kankuro, Sakura put a hand on him. Poison. The boy struggled to look up. They have Jigara. Naruto put a hand on him. Don't worry, Kankuro. We'll bring him back. He looked at Sakura. Can you bring Kankuro back to the village? He needs to get that poison removed. Sakura nodded. She slung the injured puppet MSTR over her shoulder. Be safe. She ran off, her cloak of red chakra absorbing into her skin. The same happened to Kakashi and Sasuke. The 3 others continued to run. They followed the tracks left behind by one of the Akatsuki. Naruto was also following Gaara's chakra. Kakashi looked up. I see him. He's wrapped around the tail of a bird. The 2 young ninjas followed his eye. There was a large white bird. 3 of its tail feathers were wrapped around Gaara. Naruto snarled. He leapt straight up. Using Kurama's chakra, he was able to get above the bird. A man with long blonde hair and a device over his right eye looked at him. What that before he could even finish the sentence, Naruto punched him off the bird. He grew his right hand into a claw. He slashed Gaara out of the tails. He started to fall. Naruto dove after him. The blonde tackled the redhead midair. Though his arms were full, Naruto waved a few signs. Wind-style self-tornado jutsu, a small tornado surrounded the pair. The 2 gently landed on the ground. Thanks, kid. Shikaku spoke in Naruto's mind. Happy to help. Naruto stood up. The man he punched off was now standing next to a short, but wide man with a straw hat. Naruto growled at them. Who are you? The blonde reached into his bag. The name Deidara. This is my partner Sasori. What do you think you're doing here? Kakashi and Sasuke stood at either side of him. Naruto glanced at them. Kakashi, can you get Gaara out of here? The masked man nodded. Wouldn't be the best plan though. Deidara's clay is explosive. It can be neutralized by lightning style. Deidara chuckled. You know so much. Kakashi of the Sharingan. Sasuke drew his sword. Kakashi, can you take Sasori? Naruto and I can take Deidara. Naruto nodded. He crossed his fingers and made a clone. The clone took Gaara and ran a few feet. Oh no you don't, Deidara sent a volley of explosive insects. The clone set Gaara down. It knelt next to him and clasped his hands together. Barrier style. Purple dome jutsu, the bug slammed into the purple dome and exploded. They did nothing to the barrier. Achin, the mouths of Deidara's hands spat out more clay shapes. I guess I'll have to deal with you first. Deidara. Sasori looked at him. We are to bring the one-tails. Deidara scoffed. Yeah, I know. But to get him back, I just need to kill these three. Naruto snarled. His eyes went red, a black lining formed around his eyes and lips, his nails changed into claws and his teeth became fangs. He pulled his ears back. Good luck with that. Deidara's smile. Would you believe our luck, Sasori? We found the 9 tails. I guess we need to keep him alive. Naruto looked at Sasuke. You ready? Sasuke flowed his Chidori into his blade. You bet. He charged. Kakashi and Naruto did the same. Kakashi broke off to fight Sasori. Deidara made a bird and flew into the air. Can't get me up here, Naruto waved some signs and pressed them into Sasuke's back. Wind style, self-tornado jutsu, Sasuke flew up with the tornado. He watched Naruto do this and he knew what to do. Deidara's eyes widened. What how? Sasuke slashed the wings off the bird, and the blonde man started to fall. He used the mouths on his hands and sent a volley of bombs at Sasuke. Naruto, who was controlling the tornado, was able to pull him out of the danger zone. You okay, Sasuke-kun? Sasuke was breathing strong. Yeah. There's no way I can get close. Naruto pulled him down, and the tornado vanished when the black-haired boy was on the ground. The blonde Akatsuki landed several feet away. Not bad. Naruto got on all fours. Stand back. I want to try something. Sasuke stayed ready. Go for it. Naruto speed forward. Deidara looked around, trying to keep a lock on him. He's fast. Naruto appeared behind him and punched him in the face. The man flew back about 100 feet. 2 clones appeared behind him and pulled him to the ground with their tails. They lifted him and smashed him into the ground over and over again. Deidara suddenly turned into clay. Naruto snarled. A substitution. He sniffed the air. He leapt up. The ground below him exploded. Naruto was mostly okay, but the tips of his tails were burned. I'll get you this time, witness my art. Naruto looked up and saw Deidara in the air, on the back of a new clay bird. He dove at Naruto. Naruto smirked. When the Akatsuki got close, Naruto wrapped his tails around the bird's neck. He swung around and landed right behind him. Naruto dug his nails into the bird. I don't give a FCK about your air. He ripped the bird in two. He jumped off the piece of bird and used his tornado jutsu to safely float to the ground. Deidara landed on the ground. His body shook with anger. When he looked up, Naruto and Sasuke could see the hatred in his eyes. You beasted, the man screamed. He set off a large amount of explosions. This blinded the pair long enough for Deidara to get into the air. He began to eat his detonating clay. When the smoke cleared, Naruto and Sasuke scanned for the blonde man. Sasori Gaara yelled through a mouthful of clay. Get out of here. Sasori didn't respond. Deidara looked over to see that Kakashi had managed to kill him. He was able to figure out his weakness surprisingly quickly. This only made Deidara madder. Kakashi jumped next to them. What is he doing? That question was answered when Deidara barfed up the clay. It formed into a giant version of him. Naruto realized where this was going. Oh no. That thing's huge, Kurama snarled. You might have to do the red sphere barrier to be safe. The clone quickly put the purple barrier down. It jumped over and set Gaara down behind them. After it did so, it disappeared in a puff of smoke. Everyone get close, Naruto yelled. The giant Deidara started to bloat. He put his hands together and gathered all his chakra and most of Kurama's. He made sure he still had some. Art? Deidara snarled. An explosion action. Crimson sphere barrier, a blazing red barrier surrounded the four just as the giant Deidara exploded. The two who were aware gasped. Kakashi shivered. A barrier like this should only be able to be made by 4 cage-level ninjas. How is he doing this? Sasuke looked at him. Naruto. The explosion rocked the barrier. It took all of Naruto's concentration to keep it together. When the smoke cleared, they saw that the surrounding area was now a crater. Naruto released the barrier and fell to his side. The small amount of land they were on fell. Kakashi grabbed Gaara as Sasuke did the same to Naruto. The two jumped away before the land they were on crashed into the ground. Sasuke gently let Naruto down. Naruto, wake up. Kakashi set Gaara down next to him. I doubt he will wake up anytime soon. A crimson barrier is usually only made by 4 cage-level ninjas. For him to do it alone, even only for the small amount of time he did, that must have taken an enormous amount of chakra. Sasuke sighed. He must have used a long amount of Kurama's chakra as well. Let's get them. Back to the sand. Sakura is probably already there. Kakashi nodded. The two put the unconscious pair on their back and took off, headed to the sand. Sich 39 trigger warning. Shipping and sexuality questions, talk of attacking. Gaara groaned and opened his eyes. He found that he was back in the sand. He was in the hospital. Sitting on his seat was his fox Nora. Lord Gaara, he looked over to see a nurse with her hand over her heart. Thank goodness. Gaara pushed himself up, much to the annoyance of his fox. What? The nurse helped him sit up. The Leaf sent a team of ninjas to help get you back. They are Kakashi Hatake, Sakura Harano, Sasuke Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki. Gaara grabbed the nurse's hand. Where are they now? What happened? The nurse shrugged. I'm sorry, Lord Gaara, but I don't know what happened. Sakura-san was uninjured, and Kakashi-san and Sasuke-san were mildly hurt. Naruto-san was unconscious when they got there. He hasn't woken up. Would you like to see them? Gaara nodded. The nurse helped him to his feet. Gaara's injuries had healed, but he was still quite weak at the moment. She helped him walk to where Team 7, minus Naruto, was staying. Kakashi stood up and bowed to the redhead. Lord Gaara, it's good to see you're up. Gaara gave a slight nod. I understand that you saved me. Sakura looked up from her card game with Sasuke. Naruto-kun did most of the saving. Sasuke shrugged, not looking up. I wouldn't say that. When we found Kankuro, you got him back. Kakashi killed the other Akatsuki person. Gaara's eyes widened. Kankuro was hurt. Sakura set a card down. He was poisoned. He's recovering and I think he's okay. Gaara sighed in relief. Good. He looked at Kakashi. Where is Naruto-kun? Kakashi looked at his feet. Naruto was somehow able to cast a red barrier alone. It severely drained his chakra. He passed out. Gaara managed to stay on his feet without the help of the nurse. Please, take me to him. Kakashi nodded and stood up. I will warn you, something happened to his appearance. As they walked, Gaara pondered what Kakashi meant. He and Naruto had a harder time talking to each other over the last year. Gaara had been trying to find his footing as the Kazakage, and Naruto had been busy with his training. When the two entered the room, Gaara gasped. Naruto was laying on his back, his hands on either side. His 9 tails spilled over the sides of the bed. His ears drooped down, twitching when the door opened and closed. Gaara looked at Kakashi. That's Naruto-sama. Kakashi nodded. Apparently something happened when he was training. You're seeing the result. Gaara walked over and touched the tails. They're so soft. Just then, Naruto groaned and opened his eyes. He turned his head to see Gaara. He smiled weakly at the redhead. Hi, Gaara-kan, he said. Gaara hugged him. I'm glad you're okay. Naruto smiled. You don't need to worry about me. Kakashi chuckled. Well, you passed out for several days. Naruto's ears drooped. Sorry. Kakashi smiled. You don't need to apologize. Naruto smiled, but it faded. Kakashi-sensei, is it okay if I talk with Gaara alone? Kakashi raised his eyebrow, but he nodded. When he left the room, Gaara looked at him. What's this about? Naruto pushed himself up. The fact that the Akatsuki tried to kidnap shows escalation. They came to the village. That was a huge risk. Gaara looked at his hands. I see what you mean. He looked back at Naruto. What should we do? Naruto snapped his fingers. The foxes for the other Jinchuriki appeared. We need to have a meeting and counterattack. I don't want to risk us getting hurt. Gaara nodded. I understand. Where do you want this to be? Naruto looked at Gaara. Same place as we did last time. Can you help me write? Gaara smiled softly. Of course. Before long, they had a letter to the rest of the Jinchurikis. The foxes raced off to deliver the messages. Naruto stood up. I'm going to find my clothes. Gaara blinked. I'm not sure that's wise, Naruto-sama. Naruto pouted. You don't have to call me that. Gaara ignored him. You cast a red barrier. A feat that can only be done by 4 cage-level shinobi. That must have severely drained your chakra. You need rest. I have, he said nonchalantly. Gaara sighed. He knew there was no point in trying to make him stay in bed, but he still had to try. I'll get a nurse. Before long, Naruto and Gaara were walking out of the sanded hospital. Gaara was amazed at how fast Naruto could heal. When they got to the border, Naruto gave Gaara a hug. See you soon. Gaara nodded. Indeed. And again. Thank you. Kakashi nodded. Of course. Goodbying as they ran through the desert, Sasuke looked at Naruto. What did you mean by seeing you soon? Naruto looked at him. His ears were pressed down by the wind. I'm setting up a second meeting of the Jinchuriki. Sakura looked at him. Really? Can we join? Naruto blinked. Why would you want to do that? Sakura rolled her eyes. Because we, or at least I, want to join. Same here. Sasuke put in. Kakashi nodded. We all want to help you, Naruto. The fox-like boy smiles. Thanks, guys. He took a deep breath. But we're going to be meeting in the Hashirama statue. I can let you guys in. The meeting will be in about a week. I'm going to need to make rearrangements in the meeting. Naruto got lost in his thoughts. The others smiled. Sasuke was lightly blushing. In the 3 years that Naruto had been gone, his affection for him grew. When they were little, he didn't like the blonde. But when they become a team, he got to see a new side to the boy. Slowly, it went from hatred, to friendship, to something more. He didn't know what it was, but seeing Naruto acting like an adult lit a warm feeling in his teeth. He didn't understand it, but he liked it. He hadn't felt anything like this since his brother killed his entire family. Sakura noticed this. She smiled to herself. Over the years, she had lost her affection for Sasuke. She realized that he was gay, or at least bi, even if he didn't realize it. She had started to get an affection for someone else. I haven't decided how I want to ship Sakura with. Who do you want? Kakashi glanced back. Sasuke started to blush as Naruto continued to mutter. He smiled as he turned away. Have you started to realize, Sasuke, how much you love Naruto? Watching them from the shadows, what the snake Sannin. Orochimaru. He snarled. He wanted Sasuke, but he had been unable to get him. He couldn't get into the village, and when even the Uchiha was outside of the village, there were always people with him. As he watched Sasuke get stronger, his longing to have the boy grew. The Sannin vanished. He didn't interfere. He needed to get the boy when Naruto was around. He saw how strong he had gotten. He needed to make a plan. Sage 40 trigger warning. Exposition, meeting, killing talk. When they got to the village, the team split up to do other things. Naruto went back to his home. He was still going over everything he needed to do. Grabbing the yukata he wore to the first meeting 3 years ago, he made some adjustments to it. Along with making it longer, he added more folds and carefully stitched a way for his tails to come out. It may have been formal, but there was no reason for him to be uncomfortable. After a few hours of work, he was finished. He changed into it and looked in the mirror. His tails spread out and flicked around as he stared at himself. Tugging at it, he sighed. Kurama, do you think I can really do this? You'll be fine, kid. You did this before. Kurama smiled at the reflection of his Jinchuriki. Naruto shifted. I'm going to be bringing in 3 people who aren't Jinchurikis. What will the others think? They know that these people are close to you. Besides, they helped save Gaara. While he still had doubts, he trusted Kurama. Changing out of the yukai, he stared out the window. After a few minutes, he sent a few shadow clones to make preparations in the Hashirama statue. In the statue, they added a few more chairs. They also changed the table. It was now a rectangle. 5 on the long sides and 1 at both ends. At the head was where Naruto would sit. To his left out be Sasuke, then Sakura, and Kakashi would be next to her. The rest of the Jinchurikis would then go in order. 1, 2, 3, and so on and so forth. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi would go around 30 minutes before. Naruto would have his foxes sitting in front of their chairs and would leave when their respective persons sat down. When the day came, Naruto gathered his team. They went to the statue. Tsunade had let them, of course. Standing in front of the giant statue, Naruto took several deep breaths. He had told them that this was going to be formal. He was wearing his yutaka. Kakashi was still wearing his mask, But instead of his normal outfit, he had a black yutaka with silver markings. It looked like Sharingan was lining the hems of it. Sakura had a deep red kimono with pink blossoms on it. Her short hair had a flower headband and it was gold and red. Sasuke wore a deep blue with a white lining. He didn't have his headband on but still had his sword with him. Naruto had approved weapons, so it was okay. Naruto bit his finger, smearing the BLD across the stone as he did 3 years ago. The grinding sound of the door opening brought back memories of the first meeting. Team 7 walked in. As they were early, they were obviously alone. Naruto instructed them where to sit and summoned his foxes. Over the next few hours, the rest of the Jinchuriki arrived. As they sat down, many of them looked at the other members of Team 7. When they were all there, the last person being full, Naruto cleared his throat. "Thank you all for coming. I know this was a little out of the blue." Yagura smiled. "Don't worry about it, Naruto-sama. But I do need to ask, why is the rest of your team here?" Naruto turned to them. "It's a little complicated." He turned to Gar. The hidden sand was attacked by the Akatsuki. The others gasped. Full looked at Gar. "Are you hurt?" The new Kazakage shrugged. "I'm okay." Naruto tapped the table, causing the Jinchuriki to turn to him. "Tsunadesima sent us there. We were able to save Garaken before Shikaku was removed. And I appreciate that Shikaku chimed in." Naruto continued. "Garaken was in his village when that happened?" Utakata clenched his fist. "So they're escalating?" He adjusted his kimono. "Great." Han adjusted his mask. "Naruto-sama, what's your plan?" Naruto clapped his hands. A shimmer of red chakra appeared in the middle of the table. It formed into a wide board that seemed to face everyone. A circle appeared with the letter A on one side. On the other was a circle with the letter J. "That's one of the reasons I called you here." Naruto's hands were coated in a thin layer of red chakra. "This is something that involves all of us. I'm going to need your help." Yagura smiled. He knows that he can't handle everything by himself. Gaara rested his head on his hands. "We know the powers of the Akatsuki, right? Have you been able to figure out who to stop them?" Naruto nodded. The chakra changed. It took the form of one of the members. A person that seemed to have 2 different skins. One white and the other black. Around the man's body was a plant-like thing that had the appearance of a Venus flytrap. A list of abilities shimmered next to him. Zetsu status, alive. Not from any village, and seems to be artificially created. Powers. Can be split into 2 halves. Black and white. Both can release spores that can steal and give chakra. Can meld into organic objects to travel fast or conduct research. The white half can create clones that don't disappear. This is going to be the easiest person to defeat, Naruto said. Jiraiya was able to figure out that he can't use ninjutsu, so our best bet is going to be to trap him in a genjutsu. Then trapping him in something that he can't move through, maybe in the air. He looked at Sasuke. "I assume that you are good with genjutsu now." Sasuke nodded. "My skills aren't as good as Itachi's, but it'll do the trick." Rashi gave a faint smile. "Sasuke Uchiha. It's good to have you on our side." Sasuke nodded, pride filling his heart. Naruto changed the image in the chakra. The next person will be able to tackle the same way. The person featured in the chakra was also a man. His hair was gray and slicked back with dark purple eyes. His cloak was unzipped over a bare siti. He had a necklace of a circle with a triangle on a chain. On his back was a large red scythe. His headband hung around his neck, showing that he was from the land of steam. Yagura narrowed his eyes. "It seems that he's from my area, but I don't recognize him." Utakata grunted. "I do. That's Haiden." Naruto nodded. He created the list of abilities. Haiden status, alive powers. As a follower of Jashin, Haiden is immoral and must kill others to maintain his immortality. By drawing a triangle in a circle with his BLD, he is able to reflect all harm done to him onto another while he's standing in it. To inflict this damage, he must get a sample of his victim's BLD. My god. Yujido muttered. "How do you defeat someone like that?" Sasuke looked at it. "It doesn't say his chakra nature. Can he not use ninjutsu?" Naruto grinned at his friend. "Nope." Sakura looked at the shimmering man. Are you saying we can use genjutsu on him, and he won't be able to break out of it? Naruto nodded. That's exactly what I'm saying. When dealing with the Akatsuki, genjutsu is going to be our best friend. After we get him in a genjutsu, we can then trap him in a hole. And trapped, he can't give sacrifices to his god. Fo finished. Naruto nodded. Exactly. After going through the rest of the members, they wanted to figure out how to find them. What if we reach out? Han asked. The other looked at him like he was crazy. He held up his hand. Hear me out. If we reach out to them, we might be able to get them all in one place. If we provide them with enough of a threat, we can take them out. Yagura tapped his fingers on the table. I see your point. However, taking them all on at once, it's going to be a lot harder to take them down. We know that they work in groups. Gaara nodded. You have a point. When they attacked the sand, there were 2 of them. Killer Bee nodded. Working in pairs makes things harder. We're going to have to work smarter. Full laughed at the raps, but Yujito wanted to slap him. Sakura shifted. If we take that into account, it would be better to lead the pairs into an ambush. Rashi nodded in agreement. I say we start with the Haiden and Kakazu pair. Separating them will be easy enough with Naruto-sama using his tails to grab and lead him away. Sasuke rubbed the hilt of his sword. He could lead him to me. With Kakazu there, he'll be able to break him out of my genjutsu. What about Kakazu himself? Killer Bee asked. We can't leave him on the shelf. Kakashi rubbed his chin. No, he has 5 hearts. Our best bet is going to be destroying them in one move. Sasuke tapped the table. If Kakashi and I can hit him at the same time, we can destroy 2 of the hearts. If I do my Chidori spear, I can manipulate it to hit all 5 of his hearts. There's a bigger question. How do we find them? Yujito asked. Fu rubbed her wrist. Kakazu was from the hidden waterfalls but was shamed for not killing the first Hokage right. Something that I know is that he became a bounty hunter. Yagura leaned forward. You think we can lure him out with a big bounty? Doesn't he go for underworld bounties? We might end up sacrificing other people. Sakura said. He has to go somewhere to collect the bounties, Sasuke said. What if we stack them out? But that will spread us thin. Rashi argued. With so many, we can't cover all of them. What about Naruto-kun's shadow clone? Sakura asked. That can let us cover all of them. How will we know where he'll be? Yudakata asked. That could work. Naruto rubbed his ears. When my clones are destroyed, I get the memories. That was how you knew what happened at the festival. Gaara said. Naruto nodded. I can have the clones destroy themselves when they see Haiden and Kakazu at one of the collection houses. The others nodded. Kakashi smiled. Sounds like a plan. Jinchurikis, plus Team 7, Status Gaara, Kazakage-tailed beast, the One-Tails, Shikaku. Able to undergo a partial and complete tailed beast transformation, coating the sand form of Shikaku to increase his power. Can control sand and change the chakra density. When transformed, had access to tailed beast ball. Yujito, Jonin of the hidden cloud. Tailed beast, the 2 tails, Matatabi. Able to undergo partial, where she will manifest 2 tails at most. Can also undergo full-tailed beast transformation. Skilled in all basic forms of jutsu. Can grow sharp claws that can cut through basic ninja attire. When transformed, Yujito can shoot fireballs and tailed beast bombs. Yuga, Mizukichi. Advisor of the Jinchuriki Alicents. Tailed beast, the 3 tails, Isabu. Skilled in water style. Uses a staff in battle. Perfect Jinchuriki. In Chakra Cloak V2, has access to mini-tailed beast ball. When fully transformed, has access to powerful water bullets and tailed beast ball. Can roll into a ball with spikes around it, similar to the Akimichi human boulder jutsu. Has powerful armor around most of its body. The only part there is no armor is its eyes. Isabu will always have one of his eyes closed. Rashi, Jonin of the hidden stone. Tailed beast, the 4 tails, Son Goku. Skilled in lava style. Physical very strong. Able to manifest up to 4 tails. When in full-tailed beast transformation, able to use tailed beast ball. Han, Jonin of the hidden stone. Tailed beast, the 5 tails, Kokuo skilled in vapor style. Physical very strong. Able to manifest up to 5 tails. When in full-tailed beast transformation, able to use tailed beast ball. Yudakata. Assistance of the Mizukichi. Tailed beast. The 6 tails, Saiken skilled in water style. Uses bubbles for travel and communications. Uses a flute to form the bubbles. When in Chakra Cloak V2, has access to mini-tailed beast ball. When in full-tailed beast transformation, has access to tailed beast ball. Fu, chunin of the hidden waterfalls. Tailed beast, the 7 tails, Gomi skilled in water style. Able to form wings to fly for a few hours. When in Chakra Cloak V2, has access to mini-tailed beast ball. When in full-tailed beast transformation, has access to tailed beast ball. Killer Bee, Jonin of the hidden cloud. Brother of the Reikage. Tailed beast, the 8 tails, Gyuki. Perfect Jinchuriki. Skilled in Kenjutsu. Swordsmanship, able to form up to 8 tails. When in Chakra Cloak V2, has access to mini-tailed beast ball. When in full-tailed beast transformation, has access to tailed beast ball. Able to manipulate tailed beast ball. Naruto, chunin of the hidden leaf. Leader of the Jinchuriki Alicents. Tailed beast, the 9 tails, Kurama. Skilled in wind style. Rasengan. Shadow clones. When in Jinchuriki Cloak V2 with 4 tails can use tailed beast ball. Has 4 forms. Chakra Cloak V1 and V2. Gene Cloak V1, which he uses for long periods, and Gene Cloak V2, which he can only use for a shorter PRD. Can give chakra. Large amounts will take the form of the chakra cloak with 1 tail. Instead of a true tailed beast transformation, Naruto and Kurama make a form out of chakra. Able to summon Kurama out of his for short periods. About 10 minutes. Can summon toads from MD Miyaboku. His personal summon is Gamakichi, and for battle, summons Gamabunta. Sakura, chunin of the hidden leaf medical ninjutsu. Very strong by using chakra. Good in most forms of basic ninjutsu. Sasuke, chunin of the hidden leaf. Skilled in fire and lightning style. Sharingan, 3 tome. Chidori and various forms of it. Skilled in Kenjutsu. Kakashi, jonin of the hidden leaf. Team captain of Team 7. Skilled in all 5 chakra releases. Sharingan, 3 tome. Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui can only use it 3 or 4 times a day. Sich 41 trigger warning. Angry Naruto, Orochimaru's crimes, talk of self-sacrifice. Naruto put his hair up in a high ponytail before he entered the record room. Tsunade had given him access to get a better understanding of Orochimaru to find and take him down. All of the other Jinchurikis were still in the village, staying in the Hokage manor, as Naruto's house was too small to fit all of them. As he read through the files, something caught his eye. It was about Orochimaru and was the thickest file there was. Flipping it open, he found that Hiruzen knew where most of the snakes' hideouts were. Some had excess over them, and others were circled. One caught his eye. It was farther away from most of the others. It was surrounded by stone with a ring of trees and a nearby pond that had a waterfall. Kurama, what do you think of this? He asked. The fox studied the area. I think that's a pretty good bet. Who do you want to take? We're not taking Sasuke-kun. Naruto pulled the map from the file. Garaken's still a little weak, and I'm not sure about taking Killer Bee-chan. I think you should take Sakura. With her medical ninjutsu, she could be useful. If you take Fu, she could use her wings to fly silently. Naruto walked back to his apartment. That's 3. The hideout is kinda far away, so I want Yagura with me. His transportation jutsu will be useful. Good point. Kurama was inching for a fight. While they had only recently fought Deidara, it had been cut short. Once in his apartment, he mentally linked himself to Fu and Yagura. Fuchin, Yagura-kun, can you come to my apartment? I have something I want to talk about with the 2 of you. No problem, Fu answered cheerfully. I'm on my way. Yagura relayed. Naruto snapped his fingers. Tallulah, Sakura's fox, appeared. Slipping a note telling her to come, he sent the fox off. After 10 minutes, all 3 of them were there. Sakura was a little behind, but Naruto didn't mind. They sat around his table and Yagura cleared his throat. Naruto-sama, why have you called us here? Naruto tapped the table. It has to do with Orochimaru. Sakura leaned forward. Go on. Naruto spread the map on the table. He pointed to the hideout. Both Kurama and I believe that this is where Orochimaru is hiding. This is the most recent layout. He tapped one of the circles with an X. These ones are hideouts that we have searched. The one I want to search is one that was only recently found. Yagura traced his fingers around the flower on his staff. I see. The Wyas. Naruto smiled at them. This mission will require stealth. Fu's able to fly with her wings. Yagura, you're pretty stealthy, and I want Sakura for her medical ninjutsu. If something goes wrong, then she will be needed. Sakura blushed lightly. She liked the praise. Thanks. Fu bounced up and down. I'd be happy to help. When do we leave? Naruto stood. I would like to leave as soon as possible. The other three followed his example. Sakura cracked her knuckles. Fu was having trouble staying calm. Yagura grinned and planted his staff on the ground. Naruto looked at Sakura. Could you tell Sasuke-kun where we're going? I'm not taking him. If we're going to fight Orochimaru, Sakura nodded. I know. Naruto stood up. I'm going to tell Kakashi-sensei. Yagura-kun, will you please tell Tsunade-kun that we will be leaving? Yagura nodded. Of course, Naruto-sama. Shall we meet at the gate? Naruto's tails flicked around. We leave in 10. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto walked over to him. Waving him down. Kakashi turned to him and gave him a masked smile. Hello, Naruto-kun. Is everything okay? Naruto put his hands behind his head. I'm heading to one of Orochimaru's hideouts. Kakashi's eyes widened. What? Naruto held up a hand. I'm not going alone. Sakura-kun, Fuchin, Yagura-kun, and I are going. Kakashi's eye was filled with worry. I'm not going to be able to stop you, am I? Naruto shook his head. Don't worry. Sakura is going to tell Sasuke-kun, and Yagura-kun is telling Tsumadeo-kun. Kakashi nodded. Are you not taking Sasuke because Orochimaru wants him? Naruto nodded. I'm not willing to risk his life. But you're willing to risk your own. Kakashi said as Naruto looked at him. You and I both know that Orochimaru would also love to have your body. As a half Uzumaki, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, you are a very appealing candidate. Naruto's ears drooped. Orochimaru is after the Sharingan. That is not something I possess. Kakashi put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Don't do anything extreme. Naruto nodded. Don't worry about me. Now, I must be going. Naruto walked off. Kakashi watched as he headed to the gate. Please be careful, Naruto. I don't want to lose someone else. Ready? Naruto asked. Sakura, Fu, and Yagura nodded. Naruto smiled. Then let's move. As they were on the move through the forest, Sakura was able to keep up with the Jinchuriki. Fu flew beside Naruto with her wings. Naruto-sama, what are we going to do if we encounter Orochimaru? She muttered, not wanting the others to hear. Naruto glanced at Fu, causing her to involuntarily flinch. His eyes were bright red with a black slit. Kurama wasn't in control, but Naruto had started to gain his eyes when he was mad. Naruto gave a smile, showing he didn't have fangs. Don't worry, Fuchin. He won't be bothering us ever again. Fu gulped. Who knew Naruto-sama could be so scary? She backed up to Yagura. The two locked eyes. Fu started asking questions. Do you know why Naruto-sama is so mad? She asked. Yagura jumped from tree to tree. We're going after Orochimaru. He killed Gaara's father, tried to take his best friend, and killed the man he thought of as his grandfather. I can't really blame him for being angry. Fu looked at the ground. I see your point. I'm just worried. What if she didn't finish the thought? Yagura smiled at her. Don't worry. He can handle this. Fu looked at Naruto's back. I hope so. Jinchuriki Unite trigger warning. Implied abuse, chains. Once they were about a mile away, Naruto had Yagura use his transportation jutsu to get them to Orochimaru's hideout. This got them within a few hundred feet of the entrance. The four knelt behind bushes. They sat in a square. Naruto put his hands in a sign and closed his eyes, clearly in deep concentration. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes. He turned to the others. He's here. But what are these other chakras? One feels very familiar. Fu adjusted her red bag. But what's the plan? Sakura tapped her finger on her knee. Well, we should probably do a sneak attack. Our best bet is to get in, find Orochimaru, kill him, and get out. We don't need to kill him. Naruto pulled out a scroll. He opened it to show a powerful seal formula. This will let me seal in him this scroll. However, I need to get a physical hold on the snake. Yagura nodded. Alright. Do you want to go after him alone? Naruto closed the scroll. No, that's why I brought you three. I don't want any chance of him escaping. Sakura-kun, if you can use your raw strength to cause the entrance to collapse, it will limit the snake's chances. Yagura-kun and Fuchin, I want you to use your water release and scales to block him off and blind him. Sakura-kun, I've made you a bracelet that will let me mentally link to you over a short distance. He handed her a bracelet made of gold chains with a pink gem. The medical ninja took the bracelet. She put it on and smiled. Thanks, Naruto-kun. The three nodded. Naruto stood up and so did they. Let's move. Naruto moved through the corridors, looking for the snake Sannin. They had split up to find him faster. He turned a corner and saw what was likely a cell. He moved closer and pressed his large ear to the door. He could hear someone moving around inside. It didn't sound like Orochimaru. The footsteps were too light. He sent some chakra out and got a read on the person in there. It was a woman with long red hair and red eyes. Covering her arms and neck were red bite marks. Naruto opened the door. The woman turned around and grabbed a knife from the side of her glasses and clutched it at him with surprising accuracy. The fox-like boy grabbed the knife in his fingertips. He looked at the knife and twirled it. This is a good knife. The girl backed put, pressing her back to the wall. Who the hell are you? Naruto dropped the blade. Look at my chakra. He could tell by her chakra that she was an Uzumaki. She closed her eyes and shuddered. What is that chakra? She opened her eyes. Just who are you? Naruto smiled. Naruto Uzumaki. She gasped. But I thought I was the last one. The blonde male smiled. Some of us are still around. Why are you here? She shifted. Orochimaru brought me here. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Do you want to leave? Her eyes widened. She ran to him and hugged him. Please. Please get me out of here. Naruto pulled her close. I need to Caterpie Orochimaru. Once I do, I'll come back here. Or, would you rather have a shadow clone with you and get you out of here now? I want a clone. Naruto nodded. He crossed his fingers. In a puff of smoke, a second Naruto appeared and took her hand. Let go. As they ran out of the room, Naruto's smile vanished. He closed his eyes and sent a wave of chakra out. He found two more people his age. One of them had the chakra of someone from the hidden mist. The other one was off. It was mixed with nature energy. It reminded him of the curse mark, but it was different. Kurama, do you know what that is? No. It's not sage energy, but it feels like that of a clan that can passively pull in nature energy. I'm going to find them. Based on their chakra, they're my age. Naruto ran through the darkish hallways. As he ran through, he found their chakra. He turned the door knob, but it was locked. He didn't feel like looking for a key, so he put his hand to the door and sent a blast of condensed chakra. The door was blown off its hinges. That works. Naruto walked through the door, though he did have to step over it. Inside, he found two jail cells. In one of them was a man with orange spike-like hair. He was wrapped in chains and had been half asleep. His head had shot up when the door was blasted off its hinges. The other one had chains around his wrist, neck, and ankles. Lightning was running down the chains. His skin looked like it was in a half-liquid state. What the? Kurama, do you know what's going on with his body? It's a Keki Genki. I don't know the clan name, but it's called liquidification. They can turn their body into water. No wonder the snake wanted him. Naruto smiled, his tails whipping around. The jail doors were locked, so he shot his tails out and ripped the doors off. The two-man's eyes widened as he effortlessly broke the steel doors, with tails no less. The man who was having lightning shot through him spoke. Who are you? Naruto smiled. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Who are the two of you? I'm Suigetsu, and that's Yugo. What the hell are you doing here? Naruto smiled. I'm here to get you out. He walked over and grabbed the electric chains. It hurt, but he didn't care. Ripping the chains out of the wall, the lightning stopped. He then walked over to Yugo and ripped the chains out of the wall. Both men stood up. Sujetsu raced over to Yugo and looked at Naruto. What now? Naruto crossed his fingers and made 2 clones. These clones will get you out of here. I'm going after Orochimaru. He looked at his clones. Go. The clones, Yugo, and Sujetsu ran out of the room. Naruto closed his eyes. Fuchin, Yagura-kun, Sakura-kun. Have you found the snake? I have. Sakura said. He's in bed and seems sick. Kabuto with him and taking care of him. Can you find my chakra? Yeah. Yagura confirmed. Naruto, I need help doing that. Fu said a little embarrassed. I can find you from your chakra, Fuchin. Naruto confirmed. Give me a few minutes. Naruto raced to the location he sensed Fu at. He found her in under a minute. You ready to fight the snake? The waterfall ninja nodded. Let's do this. As Naruto ran and Fu flew beside him, Naruto got in contact with Yagura. Yagura-kun, how close are you? I'm a few minutes away. What about you and Fukin? Same. Everyone, meet outside the room. We'll go over the plan using the mental link. Naruto smiled to himself. This was going to be fun. Jinchuriki Unite Trigger Warning. BLD, Living Corpse Reincarnation, Killing. As Naruto and his team knelt outside the snake's room, he went over the plan with them in their minds. They were ready. Sakura balled up her fist and punched down the door. As the dust kicked up, Naruto grabbed Orochimaru around the waist using a mix of his and Kurama's chakra shaped like a claw. The snake crossed his arms to block the attack, and Kabuto covered his hand with chakra. Yagura and Fu rushed in to get Kabuto away from the snake Sannin. They were able to do this with ease. Naruto walked in with Sakura behind him. The fox-like boy smiled at Orochimaru. It's nice to see you. Wait, it's not. He glared at him with no life in his eyes, which had turned an angry red. I will enjoy your death. He closed his fist. As the snake Sannin's body was crushed, he opened his mouth, and a small white snake shot out. It went past Naruto and Sakura. The two turned, only for them to be greeted by a massive creature made of white snakes coiled together with the head of Orochimaru but had a snake-shaped mouth with huge fangs. Sakura's eyes widened. What is that? Naruto growled. He manifested his fangs and claws, let his whiskers deepen, and grew another 2 inches in height. Sakura-kun, get back. Go help Fuchin and Yagura-kun. I'll handle this. She looked like she wanted to disagree with him, but she nodded and rushed off. Naruto lunged at Orochimaru. He used a chakra claw which slashed the body in half with ease. Or at least, that's what would have happened had the snake not moved out of the way. The beast lunged at Naruto, trying to bite him. Naruto, able to sense his malice, covered himself in chakra. When the snake beast tried to bite him, his fangs snapped off. Naruto grabbed the mane of snakes that was the body and ripped into it. It was slowing down, so he transformed into his version 2 state. This made it so it burned the snakes. It was only after a few seconds of ripping into what he assumed was Orochimaru that he started smelling something. It was not a pleasant smell. The world around him morphed into a land of flesh, with Orochimaru covered in it laughing at him. Silly boy. I get to take over such a healthy body that also has the 9 tails. Naruto smirked. He knew what was going on. This was the living corpse reincarnation jutsu. It had a 3-year time limit, and Naruto figured that he was sick because his body was rejecting him. Kurama, do you want to scare the living $HT out of him? Hell yes. Behind Naruto, as Orochimaru tried to take over his body and soul, the flesh tentacles were burned away. Orochimaru hissed in pain. He looked up at the massive, orange, and very angry fox behind him. Kurama snarled and put his nose right in front of the snake. You messed up, your child-abusing self-absorbed tapeworm. You look like you crawled out of a goat's stomach that was then eaten right back up, only to be thrown up again. Your intelligence in this situation is lower than the children you torture. The insult stunned Orochimaru and made Naruto suppress a laugh. Kurama opened his mouth, created a tailed beast bomb, and let it hit the snake point blank. This caused the jutsu to be completely undone, and Naruto found himself back in the room. Orochimaru's corpse laying in pieces around him, covered in slightly dried blood. Naruto sighed. I guess that means I don't need the scroll. I enjoyed it, Kurama said. Of course you did, Naruto thought as he jogged in the direction he sensed his friends in. He didn't notice the few small snakes that slithered away into the cracks. When he got there, Naruto found Yagura and Sakura healing full. Kabuto was nowhere in sight. He ran over. What's going on? Yagura looked up with a rage that would make Killer Bee stop rapping. Kabuto got away. Naruto knelt next to Fu, who was unconscious. What to Fuchin? Sakura looked up. Kabuto used some kind of jutsu that lets him almost kill Fu. Naruto growled, but he didn't intervene with their medical ninjutsu. Note to self, torture Kabuto. Can I join? Seriously, Kurama? Yes. After they finished healing Fu, she still didn't walk up. The three figured that she was exhausted. Yagura looked up at Naruto. What happened with Orochimaru? He tried to use a jutsu to take over my body. To make it stop, Kurama killed him. Naruto said calmly. The others weren't surprised. They figured that Naruto's plan to seal Orochimaru would likely fail. While Naruto appeared fine on the outside, he was destroyed inside. He never wanted to kill someone, even if it was Kurama who launched the attack. Sakura lifted Fu onto her back. I'll carry her. She looked at Naruto. Did you find anyone? Naruto nodded. 3 people yours and my age. I have clones with them. Should we go find them? We don't need to. I can mentally link with my clones now. Naruto said. Naruto Karen ran over and hugged the blonde male. You saved Yugo and Suigetsu too. He smiled. Yeah. And you don't have to worry about Orochimaru anymore. He's gone. She smiled before turning to his friends. And who are these people? My friends. The blonde is Yagura-kun, the greenette is Fuchin, and the pink-haired is Sakura-kun. He pointed to them as he introduced them. As he was doing so, Yugo and Suigetsu came cover, catching their names. He smiled at his friends. This is Karen, Yugo, and Suigetsu, pointing them out to like he did with his friends. During their few minutes of talking, the clones vanished, and Naruto felt the chakra, but also the exhaustion to return. Then, Naruto asked a question he was worried about. Do any of you know if there are any other children that Orochimaru has? Karen nodded. Yeah. I can lead you to them as long as you save them. That what I want to do. Naruto smiled at her. As they talked, the small white snakes watched them, but they were too far away to hear. It was too dangerous for them to get any closer. They slithered away from the group. What they didn't know was that Naruto saw them and knew what they were. He used one hand to create a few clones that went after the snakes. It didn't take the clones long to find the small snakes, where they drove a kunai into them. Jinchuriki unite trigger warning. None. All fluff, so you killed him. Sasuke and Naruto were eating at Ichiraku ramen. Neither thought of it as a date, but their team and friends knew better. It was so a date. Naruto nodded. Well, Kurama did the attack. But I think that I did still technically kill him. Sasuke sighed. You put too much pressure on yourself. He swallowed a mouthful of noodles. Naruto stirred his chopstick in the broth. I know. It's just as the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Oh stop. Sasuke rolled his eyes. You do realize that you and I are 15, right? I'm not following. Most of the other Jinchurikis are almost 5 years older than you. Sasuke gave a quick smile. The fact that they respect you is an achievement. You're doing what you can. Kakashi smirked as he watched Naruto and Sasuke on what was most definitely a date. It's about time you two go on a date. He looked around to see Sakura spying on them. Of course she is. This is so hilarious to watch. The tension is there, but subtle. The perfect drama. Tsunade sighed, leaned back, and closed her eyes. The paperwork she had to do was stressing her out. Naruto had brought over 200 kids Orochimaru had kidnapped. She was glad they had been saved, but the paperwork needed to get them into the village was a nightmare. She heard a knock at the door and leaned forward. Come in. In walked Shizen with a small gift. Naruto wanted to give this to you, but she gave a smile and her voice trailed off. Tsunade smirked. She took the gift. Unwrapping it, she saw it was a small chocolate treat that she mentioned she loved. She broke off a piece and ate it in bliss. She looked back in the box, going for another piece, but then she saw the note. Pulling it out of the box, she smiled. Sorry for all the paperwork. Yagura sighed as the set his staff down. He was having a meeting with the leader of the revolution, Mei Terumi. He had discussed this with Zabuza, Haku, and Utakata. He decided to step down and devote his time to the Jinchuriki alliance. He got the okay from Naruto to let Zabuza and Haku act as guards for them. Lord Fourth, your guest is here, Zabuza said. Yagura nodded. Please let her in. He opened the door, and in walked Mei Terumi. She was smiling kindly and had no guards. Yagura nodded to Zabuza, who left the room. Yagura gestured to the seat in front of his desk. Please seat Terumi-san. She didn't protest. I'm surprised you wanted to meet with me. Yagura smiled. Well, as I'm sure you know, I've been having other affairs outside of the village. So, I have a proposition. She nodded. And that is, to more efficiently deal with these affairs, I am willing to abdicate with a few conditions. Still smiling, Mei clasped her hands in her lap. What are these propositions? 1. I will not be attacked if I ever visit the village. 2. I will be leaving the village with no consequences. 3. Zabuza-san, Haku-san, and Utakata-san will be able to leave with me, as they are involved in my out-of-village matters. And 4. I will be given 3 days to leave the village. Mei smiled. I don't have any problems with that. Though I must ask who will be the next Mizukage. Yagura smiled. Why, you Lady Terumi. She looked shocked but regained her composure. I see. I accept. Yagura took off his Mizukage cap. The two stood, and he handed it to her. Thank you for taking over this, Lady Terumi. Jinchuriki Unite trigger warning. Mentions of death, JRK villagers, angry/hurt Naruto, BLD Kurama looked around. He had been sealed again. He had only